apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green! You donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Awesome. Our broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles. And you might already know it's rainy California, Los Angeles because I've been effing already. That's right. I just got started, and I'm already effing. So you already know it's rainy California, Los Angeles. It's pouring out here, but the soundboard is still alive. And well, we're live, we're alive. It's Monday News Day. I'm gonna get right into it, but before I get into it, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. I know it's been effing so hard. Your hair looks good today, big dog. Thank you. Anyway, it's Monday News Day. You already know what it is. I ended the broadcast last night and I did virtually nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay? Nothing at all. No reading, just on Twitter. Hung out with my brother and my brother's wife. A little bit, but that's pretty much it. Outside of that, nothing else going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. I woke up this morning. I worked out. I couldn't even take Kaya to the gym because it's been raining like crazy. It's been raining cats and dogs, if you will. Okay, raining absolute cats and dogs. Calm down. The data centers have rights too. Don't even get me started on what I think data centers deserve. Okay? I just don't get me started. Is it effing again? Oh my God, it's already effing. It's effing so much. It's going to be so annoying today. The entire day, I feel like people are going to be up my ass nonstop with this shit. Everyone is going to be consistently complaining about how bad the fucking internet is. Hopefully they won't be complaining about how bad the stupid misplaced soundboard is, because let's be real, I'm going to be doing that quite a bit. Okay. I have an insane soundboard in front of me. I don't even know what half of this stuff does. I just click on them. And sometimes it doesn't even make a real sound, apparently. I don't even know. I didn't even know what it did. But, yeah. Stop robbing RM Brown's gig. I feel like everybody also uses, like, there's a lot of... Breaking news. A lot of streamers use soundboards, okay? And I'm going to be a part of a lot of streamers that uses soundboards. Okay? That's right. Will you be going to the Bernie rally on Wednesday? Yes, I am going to be going to the Bernie rally on Wednesday. Trying to secure an interview with Bernie right now at the Bernie rally. And I might even go to the Rokana Bernie rally in Stanford on Friday. So that I might be doing it. I might be doing a twofer. Okay, double Bernie, double the burn. So get excited for that. Obviously. Can you sound balance it though? I have you on whisper quiet because you keep blowing up my eardrums with these clown noises. I feel like Rokana always makes time for you. True, he does. Don't give Bernie a platform, please. Yes, right now in the United States of America, the most successful left flank movement and mobilization that is taking place is people to the left of Bernie Sanders, but obviously under the umbrella of Bernie Sanders. So in a moment of tremendous opportunity, as the Democratic Party is weak, as like the Bernie agenda, vulgar Bernieism is being realized by liberals far and wide, I am going to blow that opportunity to really push for as many left flank candidates as possible to be elected into positions of power over some ideological differences and over differences in general. If you consider me to be someone who is not pragmatic, well, you were wrong. I have always been pragmatic, and this is my method. There's a method to the madness, but as long as there is an opportunity to organize around socialism, as long as there's an opportunity to unlock class consciousness and hopefully the revolutionary potential of the masses, I will be there. I will be doing everything and anything I can. Yeah, I love the soundboard, but it's a bit loud. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. That's not going to be an issue when I have a real soundboard. I don't have... Sunday broadcast became so much better because you were having a great time. Yeah, I was having a fantastic time with the soundboard. Child! Who she almost killed because she refused to get vaccinated! They love your mug. I say to a 19-year-old who abused steroids so fucking hard he became infertile. Yeah. That's true. They did do that. It's pretty embarrassing, in my opinion. I don't even know where the FA button is. It's kind of crazy. Like, I can't... There are so many goddamn buttons. It's just like... There are so many goddamn FA buttons, and they're all so loud. So I'm trying to... Oh, this is the one. Okay, this is the one. All right, good. I think I found it. Okay. There we go. That's good. All right, you just need the FA. Israel finally bricked us on. This is the only way he can communicate.
Politician in this country, this administration and even previous administrations love to bend over for Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. Right. And I've worked every day to do that.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel and bring home Israelis and make sure we stand by our #1 ally in Israel.
That's right. What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel, defense of Israel.
What is #1?
I have said to people when they ask me if this Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid. And I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental to who we, fundamental.
So instead of gaming, you use a soundboard. Yeah. The soundboard is great because if you're a boomer, and by that I mean if you're a millennial, then you're already familiar with it with the shock jocks and stuff. And all the Zoomers love it. The Zoomers love it so much. Fear and is cinema. Clip from it.
That's interesting. I texted. It's at 9 a.m. on a Saturday, by the way.
Yeah.
I said
on Valentine's Day.
On Valentine's Day. I texted Hasan. I said, "You want a coffee?" He said, "I'm supposed to ask you that." He didn't. I said, "Gotta wake up pretty early to best me, brother." Then he sent me a selfie of himself at the gym.
What is happening here?
And said, "But I recommend Koufax cold brew. if you like that. I said, let's discuss their breakfast burritos. He said, they're fire. I won't be partaking though. In what part of that message did you think I was supposed to bring you a cold brew?
Well, I was just trying to subtly say I would like a cold brew.
That's crazy. But the thing about Hasan that you have to understand, you have to ask him multiple times. Sometimes he won't.
Yeah, I was
respond.
texting driving
in
too.
person.
It's like trying to become Jewish. You have to go to the rabbi multiple times. You have to beg.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Are we gonna talk about Huggate? Dude, it was so funny. One of the funniest episodes we've shot. I'll be honest. One of the funniest episodes we filmed. Hasan, they're saying this is you. Okay, I can't wait. I'm sure it's not me.
Oh, you want to go back home? We're gonna stay here for a few days, baby. It's okay. We're gonna have fun on the beach. We're gonna go big walk. I love you. Come, Dad. Dad's not coming. It's just you and me, baby.
That's me. This is my soundboard, actually. This is how I communicate with the fucking Zoomers now.
Oh, you want to go back home?
Yeah. All right. Anyway, where was I? So, personal news-wise, don't really have anything else going on. Worked out this morning. Hasan, please play the Polska Grom soundbite. Me and Alda of Poland will pledge our undying allegiance to you. I just thought there was a new person in the Hasan industrial complex with a soundboard, but then I went to the official channel and found out it was you. Yeah. No, I'm the one. I'm the one who's doing it. That's why it's not like. That's why it's not exactly timed well. I love this because I can tell you're having fun. Absolutely crucial as you wade through this chat. I agree. It makes it so much more fun for me. So I'm actually excited. The Yahoo reaction popped off. Did it?
Yeah, I can make it over there. Like I said, I've never been over there, but I've heard nothing but great things, and I appreciate the question.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. What the fuck? He has internet. It's just like 4 years out of date. He hasn't gotten to the genocide yet.
Hopefully someday I can make it over there.
Oh my God. Hebron James. Likud. Likud James. Will you finally condemn the genocide? I mean, I have been. Let's be real. I have been. Okay. It took a lot for me to get here, but there is like, I have to have some kind of red line, man. I have to have some kind of red line. Yeah, you got KDF, okay? You got Likud James, and you got Stefan Yahoo. It's just, it is what it is. Oh my God, I just got a National Weather Service flash flood warning. Oh my God. Hasan's shoe cabinet just went up in value. Okay, bro, we get it. Oh yeah, Kyrie. Kyrie is the most vindicated man in so many ways, because like for the last like 2 years they were yelling at him for good reason. Like he was saying some like ridiculous shit, right? He was like, oh, I don't know. I watched a documentary on Amazon about like the Jews and their participation in the African slave trade, all this stuff. And you're like, come on, bro, what are you saying? And then like he literally has at a time when not a single person would speak out, he just was like, no, this is completely unacceptable. What's going on in Gaza is completely unacceptable. Free Palestine. Like, it's just, he flipped the script, I think, so perfectly. I remember when I got the Kyrie threes, I was so embarrassed from his flat earth comments. Well, here's the difference. I stood by his side. I stuck with him, mostly because his shoes are really good. And I bought a fuck ton of his shoes, and now they've gone up tremendously in value. So, you know, that's right. No, that's because they're the ones that fit your ass. I'm just saying I am also vindicated for Kyrie being vindicated. Sometimes it's okay. You have to stick by your guys. You know what I mean? Especially if they have a really good basketball shoe, especially if they know how to, especially if they are just like one of the best ball handlers of all time. You got to stick by him a little bit. But yeah, your GOAT Lazinus' watch though. Don't even get me started on that, bro. Please. I already talked about it, bro. His petite Shurjoisie gets. I don't even know how to. Okay, hit the biggest shot in NBA history, brother. How is LeBron doing? It was a devastating day yesterday. Yesterday was a devastating day for like the GOAT conversation in general, because like people were talking about like MJ versus LeBron, right? That's always been the method. It was NBA 9/11 basically. This time definitely, not like I'm not doing some like, oh, was 9/11 caused by Israel? Like I'm not doing any of that. This was Israel related 9/11 for sure. Like 100%. This was directly Israel related 9/11 for so many of the GOATs. Okay. They all came down crashing pretty spectacularly. But are you going to cover the KD files? Yes. Call me investigative reporter Pablo Torre, the way I'm going to be covering the KD files, KDF. Truly devastating stuff. And let's blast off real quick, obviously, and then I'll get to it because there's not really much going on in my life other than that. I just tweet a lot, and I am a fucking loser. I'm a whole ass loser. Who doesn't really do much. I just tweet. I tweet. I'm effing right now. That's not good. Silenced by the KDF. Yeah, that's. Hopefully you guys can see me or hear me. I'm in the F right now, but I think I'm. Yeah, there's a little bit of rain, so you already know. It's back already. There's a little bit of rain, so it's going to go in and out today. It's just LA infrastructure, baby. You already know what it is, okay? God. Moments like this, I'm like, if I was in China, this would not be an issue, you know? Actually, not even China. Like any competent government. Like even, I feel like even in like a European state, or even like a developing nation, I feel like I would probably have better infrastructure. Honestly, it just sucks. Like in Turkey, we have a statement. We have a saying. Paramızla rezil oluyoruz. Okay, it means we're being embarrassed with all of our money. Like although you are spending so much money, you're still being humiliated. And that's pretty much it. That's just the American experience. That's the Los Angelino experience in general, I think, is just you spend a whole deal of money. You live in this incredibly expensive real estate market, and it rains a little bit and boom, everything falls apart. It's so shitty. It's so lame. You know? You're getting repped at Alveus. Am I?
Okay, let me see. Oh my! I thought you were just gonna be mac and cheese.
No, it's a t-shirt.
Which I was like, that's for everyone.
What is it?
Are you kidding? This is the best.
Yay! Gift and then I got this one.
This is the best gift ever.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Dude, who sent this?
Dope dog.
Oh my god.
They're from.
I will cherish this.
Wait, what does her say? New Theorem was awesome. Thank you. I thought it was pretty good. This is like, the best unsanctioned, unofficial merch out there. One of the best. It's so funny. I'm prepping to attend Students for Justice in Palestine at my school in half an hour. Just learned at school. Also scheduled a pro ice showing at the same time. Nice. Shangun is washed too for being friends with Denny. Yeah. Anyway, Clutch leaked the KDF files to distract from Hebron James. Open your third eye. The Chad Palestine supporter Spike Lee versus the Virgin Zionist LeBron James. Yeah, it's really awesome. Everyone is like yelling at Spike Lee. All of like the Zionist accounts are yelling at Spike Lee on the timeline, where it's like they find it to be completely unacceptable that he is repping Palestinians. Like it's great. Like I obviously don't make any, like I don't shy away from saying what my position is, position being fuck Israel. But like even a lot of superstar celebrities can just like do their part by simply being like, yeah, actually I'm pro-Palestinian. Because that's enough for a lot of these guys in the media to just like lose their fucking minds. They're like, how dare you recognize that Palestinians are human beings? Like, how dare you do that? How dare you? And if that's your attitude overall, if that's like what you're going to be freaking out about, yeah, you're not going to win any favors here, you know? So, have you seen the insane Randy Fine tweet? When has Randy Fine not tweeted insane style? Let's be fucking real. I know, but I have seen it. Celebrities get blacklisted for being pro-Palestine. I know, but it's nowhere near as consequential as it once was. Let's be real, right? Like there was definitely a point in time when if you were pro-Palestine, you got punished. You got punished pretty aggressively, and now I feel like it's not as costly, which is a good thing. Joel Embiid, no Israeli ties, no drama, no arrests, no DUIs, no allegations. Inspiring story. Family man, just business, and some good basketball. Did you talk about the Dwight Howard video from a while ago? Yes, I have. I have talked about it before. What is this? Newsom support went down, but at what cost? Oh no. Harris at 38%, Newsom at 13%, Buttigieg at 5%, Shapiro at 4%. Where is AOC on this? I don't think Kamala Harris is going to run. I mean, she might, but I don't think she's going to win. You know what I mean? Melissa Barrera came out in favor of Palestine and got fired from the Scream franchise. Insane looking back on it. Is it that insane? It was at the peak. That was at the heat of it. AOC is at 2% on there. I don't believe those polls. Those polls are fake. That poll is fake. AOC at 100% in my poll. Okay? She's 100% in the poll that I made up in my mind. They really weren't joking about blue no matter who. What is this? Admitting that you'll vote for someone objectively worse than Trump if they have a D next to their name. We know. That's our entire criticism. Counterpoint. If the Prince of Darkness rises from a fiery portal at the Iowa caucus declares opposition to Donald Trump, I will ride to battle with the host of hell. When asked if we vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance for president, Hasan said he'd vote third party. Counterpoint. If the Prince of Darkness. Admitting that you'll vote for someone objectively worse than Trump if they have a D next to their name. We know. That's our entire criticism. This is funny because if someone says they are vote blue no matter who, we can safely ignore their demands in the primary. Sit down and wait. We'll give you the exciting candidate that you have to support. Yeah, I get it. Like, I get why they say this stuff. And it's like, we know you will literally vote. You will vote for whoever, right? We got it. That's great. I'm glad to have your support. Now we should work. This is why I always say a lot of the vote blue no matter who guys do not actually have a real ideological position They don't have any sort of like real investment, real interest in winning. They will ride for whoever. And Zoran perfectly demonstrated that. Like, there are some who will offer setbacks. There are some who, in the establishment Democratic side, will fight back tooth and nail and fight back hard. But once Zoran is the Democratic mayor, they become regime pilled. Like, that lady Stacey K is a perfect example of this. Like, she will literally yell at me if I as much as have like a minor disagreement with Zoran on one of the things that he has done. She'll come out and be like, you need to be disciplined. Like, you need to maintain rigorous ideological discipline. You are not praising your leader hard enough. Like, which is, I mean, that's fine. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing. We need people like that, you know? I mean, they're fucking annoying, but as long as the candidate is doing the right thing and these guys are pushing for it and they're basically party apparatchiks, like, I'm happy with that, you know? Hasan, what do you think about Professor Chiang interview with Sneeko? I think that guy is a little bit of a, I don't know. Okay. That guy's a little bit of a, I don't know about that. So it's not surprising to me that he's doing a collab with Sneeko. I've mentioned this before. He's got some weird takes in general.
Fuck no, I'm not.
Paint your ideal candidate. Let's manifest them together. His name is Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Okay. Doesn't have to be bald. At least in this day and age, you can have like finasteride, make up for that. Science and medicine have advanced in that to a place where like you can literally be not bald and be Lenin regardless. But yes, that is my ideal candidate. Just a man who understands what must be done. Who is Professor Chung? It's Professor Jiang. He's just like the predictive history guy. He does these like whiteboard posts, and he really started popping off when he was talking about like American foreign policy, but he's got like a strange, I don't know. A Lenin with hair is Stalin. The hair is what makes the ideological divide. Okay, that's a good point. Maybe we can keep him bald. Yeah, he's just kind of sus, man. He has like weird takes and a strange worldview. And I think he's also anti-China, if I'm not mistaken. So, but in a lot of circumstances, there are guys. There are guys out there who are crank magnets, right? He's one of those guys. He is basically like, a magnet. He's not anti-China, or maybe I'm thinking of, actually, he might not be anti-China. But I think there was a point in time where he was anti-China, maybe. And I think he's not. I remember looking into his background a little bit, and he had like some weird shit. And also, he is one of those guys. He is one of those guys that will. He's got some good takes, and he's got a whole bunch of sus takes. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I mean, we can look into it. We can look into it a little bit better. But he teaches at Beijing High Law, brother. Do you want me to do it right now? Do you want me to look into it right now? Please read up on him better before commenting. I mean, I have seen stuff that he has said that I find to be a little weird. Okay. I have seen stuff from him that are strange. The problem is there are a lot of cranks in this community as well. There are a lot of cranks in my community as well, because obviously my politics is not mainstream politics in America. And therefore I have a lot of people who are like looking for alternatives, looking for a different, looking for a different method, a different approach. And they come into this fucking community, But instead of doing like the appropriate political education, they look for interesting conspiratorial sentiment. They look for like interesting conversations and interesting theories. And then they end up finding themselves in the throes of the likes of Jimmy Dore and fucking Tulsi Gabbard. And I have spent most of my career yelling at people like that and just telling them to shut the fuck up. And it's very fucking annoying because the more some of these cranks blow up, the more they basically engage in like sectarian infighting, the more they create opportunities of sectarian infighting. And yeah, he is 100% a fucking crank. And he has like some very weird theories in general. I don't think his like worldview of predictive history is based or rooted in dialectical materialism. That's all I'm saying. And when you don't have that, foundation in your predictive history, you end up finding yourself super invested in silly, nonsensical bullshit, like silly theories, silly opinions, sometimes scary opinions, as a matter of fact, opinions that I consider to be morally repugnant, right? I believe he's said some things that I consider to be strange about Jews and Judaism in general. That is the reason why a lot of fucking cranks actually lean into whatever he's saying. They love that shit. Anyway, couple things I want to bring up about AOC's foreign policy. Zaid Jilani, who sometimes has good takes, sometimes is far too invested in the culture war narratives, comes out and says AOC's a lightweight, and David Weigel as well. Consensus seems to be that this didn't work. AOC's pushing Democrats to take her seriously. Munich could launch her rebirth. David Weigel doesn't agree with this, and Zaid Jilani doesn't agree with this. I think it's good that a lot of the DC crowd that have spent a good deal of time in DC are considering, you know, her commentary on American foreign policy to be bad. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I believe it was literally Matt Iglesias who had like a decent take on this, where Matt Iglesias straight up said like AOC is so stupid. She doesn't know anything she's talking about as far as foreign policy, but here is why it's good. And it wasn't wrong. Like Matt Iglesias being like, look at all the most successful like foreign policy. Look at all the most successful presidents in our lifetime. Donald Trump doesn't know shit about foreign policy. And is communicating it in a way that like people can understand, oversimplifying it, blah, 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 all this shit. And it's objectively successful. So I do think that the think tank pedigree, NatSec liberalism isn't going to cut it, right? What AOC needs right now is more confidence in her worldview and more confidence in her advocacy when she's talking about these issues. And she needs to also present her worldview a little bit better, or rather, she needs to openly state that her worldview is antagonistic to the business as usual foreign policy machine that we have seen both from establishment liberals and also Republicans as well. That's it. That is the major problem, I think, or not major problem, but like just the only criticism that I would have. I feel like AOC gaffing her way through a series of prestige foreign policy questions is bullish for her presidential aspirations. That's how Bush, Obama, Trump all did it. Not caring or knowing about this stuff means you're in touch with the voters. She'd be non-optimal nominee for obvious reasons, but has more upside than Newsom, is a clear shot at the nomination. Her apparent ambivalence about actually running is odd. It's not odd at all. It's actually very good that she's being ambivalent about her aspirations, because that way you can present yourself as a serious contender because you understand the seriousness of the time itself. And you can say, I am being pushed into this position because I think that there aren't any good alternatives right now. Okay. Presidential candidates with detailed opinions about foreign policy: George W. Bush, John McCain, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden. People I have a lot of respect for, but his loser energy. Low key, low Kirk. He kind of cooked here. Nobody gives a fuck about someone who is like super dialed in on foreign policy. I made fun of Joe Biden for that over and over again. He was Mr. NATO, if you recall. If you recall, one of the things that I kept making fun of with respect to Joe Biden was like how hyper focused he was on foreign policy. And I obviously made fun of it for two different reasons. One, because like his vision of foreign policy was dog shit. His vision of foreign policy was dog shit. And two, most Americans don't vote on foreign policy, no matter how much I would like them to vote on foreign policy. No one has actually been able to talk about how foreign policy actually impacts domestic issues in ways that many people do not understand. A candidate that will successfully connect these two, and one of the most famous lines that I always think about, I believe it was Eisenhower who said this: every dollar spent on bombs is a dollar that could be spent on books, is a dollar that could be spent on a brick that you lay to build homes in the United States of America. Every dollar spent on a bullet could be instead spent on roads. Something along those lines. Like, that is a perfect way to tie this back and bring this issue to the forefront of the conversation, bring this issue back to Americans in general. It's something that I do all the time. You know, every bomber is a hospital, every fighter jet is a school, something along those lines. Talking about how all of these forced instabilities that take place at the hands of the American military are done not at the behest of the working class here in the United States of America. How many more decades of failed regime change wars do we have to engage in? That kind of thing, right? Contrast with how you spoke here. I know you don't want to compare. I love AOC, but she needs some spark on the panel.
He's right. Steven Crowder, Stefan Molyneux.
Wait, this is not even about my foreign policy.
That's what I mean. Ted Cruz. What the hell was that? Yeah, Canadians in America.
You're
ruining.
I think you sent the wrong clip. The other POV of your UBC visit. Fuck America got nothing on you in March. Yeah, this was fucking nutty, dude. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and not clothed. Eisenhower said this in 1953. Yes. So that, I think, will be the defining trait of a new way of doing politics. Okay? The candidate that arrives at the proper way of communicating that the military-industrial complex is designed in a way to take your wealth away, take your surplus value away from you and away from things you care about, away from improving your material conditions, and dump it in the hands of endless militarism overseas at the behest of parasitic global capital. That anyone who can take that and explain it in a way where the layman can understand will be able to design a new foreign policy vision where Americans can understand that. And what is this? Why are you guys spamming? We love the soundboard. Keep it up. Oh, Michael from Pennsylvania doesn't like the soundboard. Yeah, you're old, Unk. That's why you're chopped Unk. I'm not chopped Unk. Okay. Hey, shouts out to the Michael from Pennsylvania viewers. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. This is the number one soundboard having broadcast in the United States of America. Okay, what the fuck? Is it effing again? Is that what's going on? because I just dropped. I just fucking dropped again. God damn it. Fuck me. Yes, we're still here. It's rainy. It's rainy in Los Angeles, so you already know what it is. You already know what it is. Hasan never raised anyone. Big L. I think I know why, though, by the way. Yes. Yes, I never rate anyone. I wonder why. The soundboard destroyed the stream. Yeah, I think it's not the soundboard. I think it's just the dog shit LA infrastructure. So, where was I? Yeah, any candidate that communicates that vision is good. As far as like Venezuela being above the equator, it's like, yeah, I think she meant global south. She meant global south. We literally have a potential president and the left chooses to do this. It's not even primary season, and 2028 primaries are already looking insufferable. Yeah, she meant global south. Venezuela is a global south nation, even though it is above the equator. That's it. That's literally what was going on here. I don't know why we're having a back and forth on this. Like it's very obvious. It's very obvious what the fuck she was saying here. I think most people understood it. Right? Am I crazy? No. Isn't it technically Europe, not in the West, but it's the West? Yeah, like these terms, like Australia is a Western nation, okay? Australia is a Western nation. Is it in the fucking West? I guess if you go so far west that all of a sudden it loops back around because the Earth is a goddamn sphere, a globe, right? Like it's the same principle. Like what she clearly meant to say there was that Venezuela is a global South nation. And then the people are mad that she said like, Maduro stole the elections or Maduro denied elections, which is wrong. Maduro did not deny elections, okay? And the jury's out on whether or not it was like electoral theft, but it doesn't even fucking matter because the point that she was making in that situation. What? You can't say that after you glazed Irving. Listen, I've already maintained my position on this. If I could ball handle like Kyrie, I would maintain the position that the Earth is flat. If it helps me with my ball handling, or the Earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? Venezuela is like 40 miles north of the equator, Lamau. No, it's irrelevant. What she's trying to fucking say there is that Venezuela is a global South country, which is true. Okay, it's true. And it doesn't mean that it's supposed to be south of the fucking equator. A global South country is a political designation, just like a Western country is a political designation. I cannot believe we're having this fucking nitpicky ass, pedantic ass, goddamn conversation right now. Everybody understands exactly what she was fucking saying. Now, do I wish that AOC had the capabilities of delivering a speech in a convincing way that like appeals to everybody in the way that like, Pete Buttigieg does or something? Sure, maybe. I mean, she needs more confidence in her in her speeches. Like she does need that. But Pete Buttigieg's speech is filled to the brim with nothing, okay? It's a fucking it's neoliberal trite for the most part. So just because he's confident when he is doing public speaking doesn't mean that he has anything new to say. Okay, so that's it. It's very silly, right? I'd rather have someone be wordy, but try to communicate an alternative vision, than have someone be concise and clear and confident, but also have the absolute fucking idiocy of repackaging neoliberal hegemony that has been a disaster so far. The Rosetta Stone for AOC's foreign policy right here. Economic elites are taking the lion's share of growth for themselves and leaving crumbs for the working class. This is an injustice. You are being screwed. And that story is not a cultural one, but a class one. Exactly. That's it. Boom, boom, boom. Clear, concise. And I think eventually she will start chopping this shit down and start nailing it. I am an ideas man, as you guys know. I care more about getting this message across. No matter who's doing it, okay? No matter who's getting the message across, I'm with you. I think there is something to be excited about here. And it's certainly better than someone who is charismatic, but is telling everybody that he is going to, he is going to Brandonize. He's going to do vulgar Brandonism. The more AOC cuts away from the previous old guard method of like NatSec, NATO liberalism, NATO Atlanticism, the faster we can make these designations. The better she can actually tie back endless militarism as a burdensome process that has directly played a role in ruining the material conditions of the American working class and the working class all around the fucking world, the better this will be. Okay? Anyone who believes that class conflicts at the heart of our problems will not be militarist, will not sim for global primacy, and will not simply copy and paste ban fanaticism of the Biden administration. That's it. Ultras are already smearing AOC and the left. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just sometimes, like I said, you got to work with what you have. All right. You got to work with what you have. You have to be pragmatic. That's always been my method. That's always been my attitude. A lot of people yell at me for this reason. A lot of people say I'm a betrayer of class revolution for this reason. It doesn't matter. Ultras will do the same thing that liberals do, or they'll basically do a handshake of claiming that I am a wealthy, white, privileged person who is not impacted by the devastation of the global South. And therefore, that's the reason why I'm actually sheepdogging people into the liberal side of things and cutting away at the revolutionary potential of the masses, when in fact I am fully cognizant, fully aware that there is no currently revolutionary potential of the masses because there's no class consciousness of the masses. And I want to instill class consciousness so that we can engage in organizing, revolutionary organizing down the line if necessary. Okay? That's it. Bro, please stop smearing people who follow Lenin as ultra. First of all, I follow Lenin. I am not an ultra. How dare you? Anyway, I've long maintained the position that I'm agnostic as far as how we get there. I don't, I'm going to try to get there regardless. Yes. Also, Leninists are not ultras. I don't know what you're talking about. And no, ACP is not ultra either. They're not ultras either. Why are you caving in to liberals? Pragmatic, aka caving in. Why are you caving into liberals? I love that every day we have to have these sorts of conversations, this back and forth. I'll bring you with me no matter what, okay? You'll get on the journey and you'll like it. Everyone says how this app is a right-wing echo chamber now, but it's usually only in the context of how pro-Trump it is. When I think the way it is lagged in reflecting how popular AOC has become with rank-and-file Dem voters is going to be way more relevant in the coming years. Take the anarchist pill, read Bakunin. Yeah, I'll take the cyanide. Dude, I'm over here trying to find the most pragmatic approach to unlocking the revolutionary potential of the masses, instilling class consciousness in the United States of America at the heart of empire, okay? Against all odds, against the direct material benefits that the American working class experiences as a consequence of being a part of the labor aristocracy. And you're over here being like, you should become an anarchist. Like, please stop. That's crazy. Please. Please. Like, anyway, chat in 10 years' time, there will be an illiterate peasant class again. If you want to be Maoist, just give it a sec. True. That is true. We're nearing that boundary already. Once again, I'm going to say it over and over again. Not only am I a pragmatist, I am in favor of results, okay? One of the greatest examples of this is the obvious revisionist nature of modern day China, the People's Republic of China. Why do I still celebrate the developmentary accomplishments of the People's Republic of China, regardless of the fact that it's very clearly not a full communist or barely a transitional socialist state in the way that you would expect it, especially in comparison to historic examples or even contemporary examples of like existing socialism. The reason why I don't care about it is because as long as they remain a nation state that is run by a communist party that is still controlling the flows of capital and also doing development at the behest of the working class rather than developing at the behest of capital, I'm fucking on board with it. You know what I mean? It's not perfect, but it doesn't matter, right? That's it. That's it. And there are lessons you can learn. There are lessons you can learn from said development, said project that is antagonistic to the capitalist design. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? There was another thing that I was saying. Lenin was against reformists and told us that reformists will make us lose, and AOC is 100% of reformists. There's nothing ultra about that. Brother, do you consider the current modern day material conditions in the imperial core to be identical to the conditions that Lenin was organizing in? Are you fucking insane? This is what I mean. We are literally in the heart of empire. The best, if you believe that the revolutionary potential exists in the third world and nowhere else, for example, right? If you feel as though the dispossessed masses of the global south are the only people who can rise up against colonialism or the existing version of colonialism, imperialism, economic imperialism, and militarism, then the best you could do as an American is to force the American government to step out of the way and not be so aggressive in its destabilizing initiatives in an effort to make sure that there is no such movement in the direction of revolution in the global south. So even from that perspective, it's like the best you can do is chip away at the process, chip away at the problem. And you're, yes, of course, there is a point where you try to the best of your ability, push back against reformists and liberals and anarchists and everybody else. That is a conversation for the future. That is not where we're at right now. You're talking about a nation state in the imperial core comprised of lumpen proles, petite bourgeois, small business owners who are literal fucking tyrants in their own right, and a nation state that has no fucking class consciousness whatsoever for the proletariat. So in that situation, you have to organize where the masses are, something that Lenin also talked about as well. You have to organize where the masses are. You have to figure out what their needs are, what their interests are, and you have to communicate to them in terms that they understand. Okay? It's ridiculous. In any case, this isn't to say that like AOC is a Leninist or anything. That's not what I'm saying at all. Obviously, I wish she was. That'd be fucking awesome. She is not. That's like, that's not. Also, it doesn't even fucking matter. Ultimately, it's just, you got to work with what you have. That's it. That's it. You have to chip away at the problem over and over again, and you have to work with what you have. And that's what I'm going to continue doing, right? Because what else can I do? Just sit around and fucking expect spontaneous revolution to happen? It's not going to fucking happen. Okay? It's been 12 years of this. I would have expected a lot of people to have, figured out what I'm about by now, right? No one gives a fuck about politics. It's another hobby to people. Instead, ask what people do care about, like healthcare and rent, and focus on that, please. Dumbass shatters. Yeah. In practice, there's no difference between a social democrat and being a Leninist in America today. Yes, especially when it comes to moving in a political direction. There is virtually no difference whatsoever. This will piss off a lot of people, but the reality of the matter is, like, the most like left position that has any sort of viability in mass politics in the United States of America right now is modest social democratic change. Let's be real. It's unfortunate, but that is the reality. Hopefully, we can move in a direction where that's, you know, where the reality moves beyond that, right? Who are you debating next? It's not a debate necessarily, but I will be having a conversation with Adam Mockler. Or I like to call him Adam Mocklib. Got him. About the you know, what is to be done, the best pathway forward, all that good stuff. Especially with this like Gavin Newsom conversation that's been exploding in liberal circles. He is a very good debater. And I think we're going to have a lot of agreements at the end of the day. But, you know, it's a conversation. It's a necessary conversation to have. So, you know. Why don't you like him? Wait, what? No, I love Adam. I am actually a big fan of Adam and what he has done so far. I think he's doing a great job. He's interviewed me before for Midas Touch at the DNC and stuff like that, and he's grown his profile over the years. So I think he's good. Obviously, I'd much prefer him over Sex Pestany, right? Like if there's going to be a liberal out there. I would much rather have a liberal out there who is not fucking compromised because of their like weird, gross sex pest behavior. And also on top of that is way more open-minded towards like, you know, the Bernie Crat wing of the party rather than one that is just personally living out his individual agenda and individual hatred for content creators, right? Like I have no issues with someone like that. Before
We're
Adam
gonna start by
Mockler-
watching Debating Trump Fans in person.
Yeah, this was his first big video that he did that I really liked. It was him debating Trump stands like at a MAGA rally, and it was pretty good. Okay, hear me out. AOC so disappointing though. Make Adam Friedland president. Okay, dude, calm the fuck down. All right, anyway, let's talk about ICE for a second, and then we'll get back to foreign policy in a little bit. ICE to spend nearly $40 billion on detention centers. New documents show.
The Department of Homeland Security is planning to spend nearly
pee.
$40 billion on new immigration detention centers. Documents show ICE is aiming to acquire and renovate 8 large-scale facilities to meet the growing demand and streamline the detention and removal process. Now, some Republicans are speaking out against the plan. ABC News Justice and Homeland Security reporter Luke Barr has the latest on that story.
Yeah, Diane. So the Department of Homeland Security says they look to implement a new detention model around the country. New Hampshire Governor, a Republican, Kelly Ayotte, released documents last week that outlines ICE's large-scale plan to build facilities across the country, including in Merrimack, New Hampshire. They say, quote, this effort aims to meet the growing demand for bed space and streamline the detention and removal process, focusing on non-traditional facilities built specifically to support ICE's needs, according to the document that they released. Quote, this model includes the acquisition and renovation of 8 large-scale detention centers and processing sites, as well as the acquisition of 10 existing, quote, turnkey facilities where ICE ERO already operates. Now, the model is expected to cost about $40 billion, but Republicans, including Mississippi Senator Roger Wicker, have already come out in opposition of a warehouse, turned into a detention facility in Mississippi. So it remains to be seen what happens and what other senators and other lawmakers say about this model going forward, Diane.
All right, Luke Barr, thank you.
Now to the partial.
We need more of that. That's what we need. Fuck hospitals, dude. Who needs a hospital? Fuck education. Who needs public schools? What we need is another $40 billion to ICE Real, United States of ICE Real. Let's fucking go. That's what we need. More concentration camps. Let's go. There's a huge warehouse in my town of Georgia that was in the process of being sold to ICE, and local groups here protested so much it got delayed. Hell yeah. We have to be on the ball every single moment. Okay? I have so much respect for the people in Kansas City. I have so much respect for people that are just like constantly paying attention to this stuff, because these big landlords, these corporate landlords will sell off their business properties to ICE over and over again so they can create concentration camps in your fucking backyard. Okay? 100%. They will do it. And they are doing it right now. So you have to constantly pay attention to what's going on, and you constantly have to organize around that, and you have to constantly organize against that. Okay? Shouts out to Kansas City. Yes. Kansas City was an example of the success that you can achieve if you are actively on the ball and you bring awareness to these sorts of initiatives, and you get your otherwise liberal neighbors to also organize against this sort of thing. Did you blast off yet? I did. That would not have happened with the Democrats, right? That didn't happen because like a bunch of Democrats got together and were like, "Oh, this is unacceptable." That happened because a bunch of voters, non-voters, a bunch of Kansas City locals, ordinary people got together and said, "I don't want this shit. What do you mean you're setting up a concentration camp in my backyard and like instead of businesses that could help people," right? That's how it happened. Carney making moves, middle powers unite. Yeah, I saw that. It's pretty funny. Dude, you think Marks Carney saw the UBC speech and was like, "It's time"? Marks Carney saw the UBC speech and was like, "That's right, Hasan. I will be the Marxist-Leninist that you wanted. I will organize the middle powers against America." Lol, no, I'm fucking joking, dude. I don't think the Oxford-educated central banker is in any way, shape, or form invested in destroying the neoliberal hegemony. I think he's just looking at what's going on. I think he is looking at what's going on right now and realizing that Canada is going to get fucking cooked because Europe is getting cooked. That's what's so funny about all of these disgusting European politicians and leaders standing up and giving a standing ovation to Margot Rubio's idiotic speech about how, like, oh, we're going to fucking build Western supremacy. Like, we're going to be way more aggressive and dominating everywhere. Like, this is a new frontier, all this shit. Like when the European dumbasses were clapping for that like a bunch of fucking seals, what they didn't realize is that they're cooked. They're destroyed. Okay? They are absolutely destroyed in the process. And yes, by the way, shouts out to Donald Trump, because Donald Trump single-handedly got an Oxford-educated economist elected as Prime Minister of Canada at just the perfect time for him to crest the tsunami of anti-American sentiment. Probably the funniest, stupidest own goal in international geopolitical history. Just genuinely no reason for it. Dropped an orbital nuke on a surefire sycophant conservative victory just so he could make a bunch of 51st state memes. Literally. What is this? Hasan has more motion than he thinks. Carney is so online now, he needs to give himself more credit. He is aware of all the memes and shit too. To be fair, so many other people did it too. I literally thought Hasan was racist. I honestly thought he was transphobic for a small amount of time. To be fair, what are you guys talking about in here? What the hell's happening in these logs? To be fair, he had the aura of every bigoted ass annoying dude I ever saw, which like obviously was good for him to gain an audience, but I found so repulsive. Yeah, Marks Carney is not a HasanAbi head, and Marks Carney is a banker. Okay, stop sharing notes. If you're going to share notes in the class, you got to share it with the whole class, okay? Anyway, Shutdown raises travel concerns. We're going to fucking obviously take a look at that as well, because this is the only Department of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security is shut down, but it's fake. It's not a real shutdown. It doesn't actually compromise ICE's activities even a little bit, unfortunately. And the only thing it will compromise, once again, is domestic travel for the average American. Isn't that wonderful? Let's take a look.
Federal government shutdown taking effect over the weekend after lawmakers failed to reach a deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Now, if the shutdown goes on, it could impact your upcoming spring break air travel. Transportation correspondent Gio Benitez is here now with more. Hey, Gio, good morning.
Hey, Mary, guys, good morning. Yeah, the biggest concern right now is for spring break, because that's when TSA workers will start to go without pay if the shutdown continues. So we all remember that last shutdown all too well. It was just a few months ago, lasted 43 days. TSA workers are deemed essential, so they have to work without pay before getting back pay. But many TSA workers called out sick, and that's the concern here. TSA workers got paid this past week. They'll get another check in 2 weeks, and then it would be another 2 weeks after that when they would get their first zero check. So that puts us right up against peak spring break travel.
So many TSA people are HasanAbi has too. Like, Shout out to TSA. I used to talk a lot of shit. I don't anymore, because y'all motherfuckers are all HasanAbi heads. It's crazy. I don't even know why. But yeah, get prepared, chat. Here comes the soundboard spammer. Okay, bro. Fucking calm down, all right? Every now and then there's going to be a little bit of fun, okay? We're going to have a little bit of fun.
Air traffic controllers, they're not affected by this, but airlines could still delay flights if they're waiting on too many passengers to clear security. The acting TSA administrator says that these workers are just recovering from the last shutdown and, quote, "We cannot put them through another such experience. It would be unconscionable." They're calling on Congress, of course, to act now. So you don't need to change anything about your travels just yet, but if workers do start calling out sick, well, that's when you want to start getting to the airport very, very early.
Yeah, you hope they can figure this out, because it isn't fair to have them.
We can't
get fucking ready. Get fucking ready for travel. Get ready for any domestic travel coming up. If you thought this Department of Homeland Security setback was going to actually stop ICE activities, you thought wrong. The only thing that it's actually going to cook is domestic travel once again.
Thank you so much.
Turning now to Capitol Hill this morning, no deal is in sight to end the partial government shutdown. Congress is on recess after failing to approve more funding for the Department of Homeland Security. The parties are fighting over immigration enforcement. Willie James Inman is in West Palm Beach traveling with the president. Willie James, good morning.
Eva, good morning to you. That partial government shutdown that took effect over the weekend impacts more than 260,000 government employees. And that means some, like TSA officers, may be forced to work without a paycheck until President Trump and congressional Democrats strike a deal.
President Trump says he knows how to end the latest funding fight with Democrats.
I know what they want. I know what they can live with.
But the president and key Democratic leaders still won't say what they can live with.
We're willing to have a good faith conversation about everything, but fundamentally we need change that is dramatic, that is bold, that is meaningful, and that is transformational.
Democrats are...
God, he's so fucking hot. He's so hot. I mean, come on, dude. He is so fucking hot. Can you blame me for this? I mean, what a sexual dynamo he is, dude. Hakeem Jeffries, you are the man. You are the GOAT, dude. Hakeem Jeffries, every time I see you speak on television, my panties are wet. Every single time, dude. Oh my God. I hate the soundboard with the power of 1,000,000 suns. Okay, well, you're just a fucking hater. I don't know why. I don't know why you're hating. I don't know why you're a hating ass bitch. Because there's a lot of good that's coming out of the soundboard, okay? You got to use some other sounds with the soundboard, Unk. Yeah, I know. Like this one. Is that better? That's how I feel. That's how I feel every time. You can learn from him and fuck all the worker. Learn from Funk Flex. Soundboard feels like you're turning your stream into a slot machine engagement bullshit exploiting human weakness on the most fundamental level. Wow, we got the esteemed Marxist Leninist in the chat, dude. Oh my God, you are so fucking intellectual and so well read. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, dumbass. Do you understand? Do you understand that? Like stop looking for something more intellectual here, okay? Do you understand? Wee woo is the fucking fun police up in this bitch. Jesus Christ. No fun allowed. Soundboard is necessary for to hold the attention of Zoomers. Yeah, soundboard exploitation. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. Here's what I have to say to you. You are an idiot. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna have some fucking fun while I'm also, live streaming. Okay.
No. Democrats are demanding changes after scenes like these in Minnesota, where immigration officers shot and killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
They need to be reined in. They need to stop the violence.
Democrats want immigration officers to unmask, wear body cameras, and get warrants to enter private property.
Some of the asks are just, I think they're unreasonable.
But Trump administration officials have not specified which changes are reasonable. And while TSA officers are now working without pay, immigration enforcement operations are not currently impacted. Meanwhile, new fallout from a racist image of the Obamas depicted as apes that appeared in a video Trump posted online and then deleted 10 days ago. Trump maintains he didn't make a mistake because he never saw the image of the Obamas. The White House blamed a staffer for posting the video. This weekend, former President Obama responded to the post.
The majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling. There doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum.
And because Congress remains in recess all week, funding for the full federal government may not be in place by the time President Trump gives his annual State of the Union address next week on Tuesday, Vlad.
Former President Barack Obama breaking his silence after President Trump's blatantly racist post earlier this month depicting him and...
Did you hear Obama confirm aliens? I did, dude. I don't care. Okay. You know how I feel about this. I have talked about how the UAP stuff and all this like alien shit is, I think, being mass distributed to get the conspiracy cranks to pay attention to like not the real pedophilic elite that are conspiring to ruin your lives, but instead on like some other stuff. It's trying to hold people's attention. Also, he walked it back anyway. He came out and was like, oh, actually, what I meant is that there's definitely a likelihood that there's aliens. That's, it's very different. That's very different than like, saying I'm the president and I saw aliens in the files. Okay.
And the former First Lady Michelle Obama.
He just meant like logically speaking, he said what I say all the time about aliens, that it's like, I'm a believer that aliens do exist in the way that we understand it. Probably not. But the universe is infinite, and therefore there are, there is a infinite amount of opportunities for aliens to exist. Of course, there's going to be aliens. Of course, there's going to be life forms out there. It's just like, they're not. Universe is finite. Okay, well, from where we're standing, it might as well be infinite.
Apes.
I think it's important to recognize that the majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling.
Obama over the weekend calling the Trump administration shameless, saying they don't respect the presidency.
There's this sort of clown show that's happening in social media and on television. And what is true is that there doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum and a sense of propriety and respect for the office. Right? So that's been lost.
Obama's reaction coming more than a week after both Republicans and Democrats condemned that post. The White House initially defended it, calling it fake outrage. But the criticism only grew. Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, the Senate's only black Republican, calling the president's post the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi writing, "This is totally unacceptable." The president later deleted the post 12 hours later. The administration later telling ABC News a White House staffer erroneously made the post. And then on Thursday, a week after that video was posted, President Trump telling reporters he had not disciplined the staffer. And despite lawmakers on both sides calling on the president to apologize, the president refusing.
No, I didn't make a mistake.
So Obama says this is all a distraction. He said that both he and the former First Lady still travel the country and that they still believe in kindness, decency, and courtesy, Rebecca.
All right. Well said. Rachel, thank you.
I love the soundboard. I fucking love the soundboard. Holy shit, I love the soundboard. Hasan, so giddy over the soundboard. I'm crying. So cute and refreshing to seem so happy. Thank you. Sometimes your 34-year-old comfort streamer is a little baby, okay? Is a little baby and has likes to have fun. It's a listen. We're led by clowns, so enjoy the circus. Okay. I mean, how are you gonna hate? How are you gonna hate? It's just we have clowns. We have clowns running the fucking show. Enjoy the circus, okay? I'm Jester Maxing. Anyway, where was I? Have you watched too many Gatsu videos recently? No, but it's just, I love it knowing the ultras will snap one time you use it and they're having a bad day already. Yeah. Okay. Think about the audio files. Please don't. I never think about the audio files. Come on now. This is Hasan right now. Yeah, except I'm actually far superior to this silly ass sound machine. Okay. Anyway, there's a couple different things that I was going to talk about before we continue along with the Obama situation. One of them is this guy, I Am Wildcat, who got mad that I made a joke about fucking Israel's #1 streamer, Burnt Peanut, saying that he's just like, he's just dog shit. I love that whenever these guys who are noticeably absent for the conversation of Israel's genocide, whenever Israel is brought up, whenever Israel's brought up in a negative light, they'll be like, whoa, dude, I don't really like this kind of joke, this kind of humor. Okay, I don't really like this kind of humor. This dude stubs his toe and blames Israel. I said, is this your first tweet about Israel? Nice, man. Okay. Yeah. Burnt Peanut from Tel Aviv. Sorry, but who is this guy? A new hater? I have no idea. I have no idea who this guy is, but I suspect he's like a big streamer or something. And a bunch of people got very mad at my Burnt Peanut is doing coworker humor. He's an OG YouTuber. Okay. Yeah. Like, no Israel slander on my watch, sir. No Israel slander on my watch. How dare you? He streams a ninja, I think. Yeah. Also, Asmund Gold was doing the same thing as well. Again, a servile little dog, a servile little piggy, hitting the Hasan is anti-Semitic lines. I saw that one too. That was really funny. I said, all these right-wingers are straight up dogs, by the way. This one loves Nick Fuentes, but cries like a bitch anytime Israel gets brought up, even as a joke. And then he put this as a reaction. It's like, yeah, dude. Yeah, you got that. Israel's got that fucking collar on you, little man. It's so awesome. It's so awesome that these guys will straight up be like, oh, yeah, Nick Fuentes is base because he's like blaming the Jews for everything. Also, when Hasan is actually making a joke about like someone being shitty and associating it with Israel, well, that's a bridge too far for me, sir. That's really anti-Semitic.
The weird thing where you're calling everything bad Israeli, I mean, I feel like this is just calling it Jewish with extra steps, right? I mean, like, what is the difference between calling something Israeli and calling something Jewish? Because, like, a lot of times...
What do you mean? What is the difference between calling something Israeli and calling something Jewish? That's the whole point. The entire point is that there is a major difference between the two. There is a huge difference. You can't just directly associate these two things with one another. The entire point that I'm making is that Israel is a totally separate nation state that you cannot conflate, and you must not conflate with the entire Jewish population around the world. Is Asman shrewd enough to know the difference? I suspect that that's possible. He just likes to sow division. No, he is a fucking pure grifter through and through. That is the whole point. He will literally, in between this conversation where he's like, Hasan is being quite anti-Semitic, he will turn around and watch a Nick Fuentes video where Nick Fuentes is talking about how Hitler is based or whatever. I mean, send me the clips. Give me the clip where he's watching Nick Fuentes and going, yeah, oh, this is based. Okay? Motherfucker, what do you mean? This is a little anti-Semitic for my taste. It's fucking
like,
ridiculous.
He was like saying that like Ethan was like the most Israeli thing to do, or spiritually Israeli, with like suing people, and like that's a
no, that's not the point. The point is actively trying to undermine criticism and silence criticism. That is exactly what the Israeli state does. That is the point that I was making. Not like, oh, Ethan is so litigious because he's a Jew and that's how Jews are. Also, anyway, look at the, again, purposely misunderstanding the point that I'm making there and then turning around and being like, yeah, this is kind of anti-Semitic. Yeah.
Very, very common Jewish stereotype. So like whenever the, Venn diagram of being spiritually Israeli and, being a dirty Jew, right, for the South Park thing, are a circle, right? I mean, like, well, how is this not just anti-Semitism?
Yeah. Mr. Based anti-Semitism defender, by the way. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at Mr. Defender, defender of Jews.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? You think...
Bro, we didn't shift the...
Look at his audience. Look at holy base, we're so back. One of the most lied about men in history. Talking about Adolf Hitler. That's his chat.
Overton window. We burned down the house. We burned down the whole motherfucking...
Yeah, they're all posting Wang Half, which is Nick Fuentes' rallying cry. It's like white ass N-word, I think. Going hard as fuck. That's what it stands for.
Neighborhood. Oh my god. This is crazy. Yeah, this is nuts. I saw another clip about this too, with no insurance. Yes, and no survivors. And all or nothing. No, there's another clip about this too. Here we go.
This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks.
I've seen it. You've seen it. We've all seen it.
Just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. Mm-hmm. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Man.
Okay.
He's just nodding.
Would you like to clarify
base? That's a take. True and real, King.
What you meant there?
That's all true.
Yeah. So that's the guy who's like, oh, Hasan is being quite anti-Semitic for associating negative things with the beautiful state of Israel. Asman uses Jew as an insult. I'm not surprised, but I haven't seen that. Yeah. I got a mini F again, but I think we're back. A tiny F, but it's not even loading.
No way.
Asmongold reacts to the Jewish stereotypes in Epstein emails. This is not me saying it. It's not Nick Fuentes or Cinco saying it. It's Jeffrey Epstein. How is Nick going to react? I can't wait to find out. Like, again, the entire point is they know that it's not anti-Semitic. They want to be able to use it as a talking point against a commentator on the left. That's it. They want to use what remains of the appetite for censorship while simultaneously constantly decrying Jewish censorship and Jews are organized and Jews this, Jew that, while consistently actually engaging in trafficking in anti-Semitism. They also utilize the appetite for a lot of Jewish advocacy organizations that are actually secretly Israeli advocacy organizations to go after people like myself. They will do that over and over again. That's precisely what's happening here. That's exactly what's going on here. It's maximum hypocrisy, if that's what you care about. I know some people care about hypocrisy more than like actual good and bad dynamics. You know? But it is what it is. Is the context on burnt peanut on your YouTube? No, because it was like a fucking minor joke that I was making. It's not like something significant enough to like post an entire fucking Jesus Christ. What is happening to my fucking internet? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my Lordy Lord. It is so ass cheeks up in here. What did Tectone say? Oh, yeah. The pedophilia brigade is suffering. HasanAbi did not hold back on infamous person Chibi reviews after finding out his fiance cheated on him with his best friend and everyone turned on him on the internet. Okay. And then Tectone, I don't know, maybe the guy laughing at people's suicide attempts, abusing his dog on stream, saying America deserved 9/11 and encourages audience to kill high power American officials is like evil or something. I don't know. Rape Tone says what? Generational rapist. It's the rain. I know it's the fucking stupid ass rain. It's so frustrating, but it is what it is. We're going to pull through, boys. It's going to be all right, hopefully. And if it's not all right, it's not all right, you know? Yeah, here's the reality, okay? Here's the reality of Asmongold's hypocrisy, Asmongold's like consistent dick riding of Nick Fuentes. If he actually thought I was sincerely anti-Semitic, he would literally be glazing me, okay?
Finland. Yeah, Asmongold has been. We got to do a stream. Does he want me to reach out to him?
I think that we might have to wait till next year for that one. I don't know if Twitch is ready for that one yet. Now, I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But I don't know if when is sooner than later. I know the position that I'm in.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. That's it. Like, if he actually thought I was anti-Semitic, he'd be dick riding me Just like he dick rides Nick Fuentes, who is an avowed anti-Semite. That's it. That's how you know. That's how you know this shit is fucking completely fake, completely phony. And a lot of people with Hasan derangement syndrome will lean into it because they think, oh, this is another opportunity to try to get this guy banned. We hate this guy. We have no real political We have no real political opinions at all. So, of course, we'll align with neo-Nazis as long as these neo-Nazis are fucking anti-communist, anti-socialist, anti-Hasan. And that's what it is. That's what it is. I'm a Muslim terrorist. I'm a Muslim anti-Semite terrorist. Unlike an actual anti-Semite neo-Nazi, I am a far greater danger to America. You know? Wonder why he's totally on board with having a collaborative stream with a neo-Nazi, but he's utterly terrified of actually having his opinions be contested by someone like myself. You know? Twitch loves platforming Asmongold. Yes, they do. In any case, no matter what happens, I'll keep pushing. Because I know that our cause is just. I know that our cause is just. We don't need fucking bots. We can push through it. We can organize. And when we organize, we will inevitably win. Okay? God. Why isn't anyone talking about our high electric bill? For some, it's getting to be as high as their mortgage. You can't because we have to get the data centers going. It is what it is, you know? EU Fuentes, Nick Fuentes apologized for his words? No, he didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Nick Fuentes has never apologized for his words. What? He famously does not apologize at all. We just watched him literally double down on the Piers Morgan show. I've been working on an Asman video and I've been going through footage. He's been on a crazy ethno-nationalist rant for the past few days. He's just coming on stream about Rupert Lowe's tweets. It's getting worse and worse and more extreme. Yeah, that's because Elon Musk is boosting Rupert Lowe. And Asmongold is Elon Musk's little puppy. So that's the reason why he's like hyper focusing on Rupert Lowe that is like even more right wing than Reform. New guy. They thought Nigel Farage was a little bit too woke for their opinion, for their takes. So Elon has moved on to another guy, Rupert Lowe. And because Asmongold is a billionaire lapdog and a dick rider of billionaires, specifically Elon Musk, he is Elon Musk's little lapdog. Elon Musk has the shock collar on Asmongold, let's be real. He will suck his cock, his weirdly misshaped penis, every day of the fucking week for a crumb of right-wing billionaire clout. He is now dick riding Elon Musk's new guy, Rupert Lowe. Yes, Elon Musk from the Epstein files, that same Elon Musk. Rupert Lowe himself is also an Israeli asset, obviously, as all of these fucking weird right-wing ethno-nationalist fascists are. Asmongold says being listed on... Asmongold goes back and forth on his position. He distanced himself from Trump following the Epstein scandal, but then he goes back to him. He's also talked about how being listed on Stop Anti-Semitism is a sign of authenticity. But obviously, when it comes to someone like myself, he considers that to be an opportunity to fucking, deplatform someone he considers to be a threat. And that's precisely the reason why he's not like a principled First Amendment defender at all. It just sucks. It sucks that there are so many fucking stupids out there. So many stupids out there that just do not understand the inconsistency here at all, have no investment or have no investment in the truth at all. Okay? Have no interest in fixing any of these issues that pertain to their everyday existence at all. That's it. It is what it is. Meanwhile, I can't even fucking stream normally with the unimaginable amount of infrastructure hurdles that I have to overcome, because if it rains even a little bit in Los Angeles, the entire internet fucking collapses out here. What a dog shit reality we live in. I know I'm effing, guys. I know. There's not really much I can do about it, unfortunately. In any case, zero contradiction being recognized? Yes. The terrorist and anti-American narrative about you online is so fucking strong. I don't even know how. People who have no clue about you will still think you are those things because at one point some twisted clip of you they have seen or someone they'll watch talk negatively about you. Yes, I know. It is a very easy way. It is an incredibly easy way to disparage someone's perspective by just going and saying this guy's a fucking terrorist. Okay? Just as it used to be a much easier way to summarize a person's positions by being like they're a white supremacist, they're a racist, they're a Nazi. The opposing vision of that is to simply say this guy is a fucking terrorist. He's a champagne socialist. He's a terrorist. He's a Muslim fundamentalist. He's infiltrating American politics so he can actually do Sharia law here, things like that. There are a multitude of different factors at play here, obviously. One of my least favorite things that people do is obviously when there's an oppositional figure, they act as though the oppositional figure has no capacity to do jokes or humor. A lot of people on the left do it as well, to the right, and they even do it to me sometimes because they just like genuinely don't understand when I'm making a joke. It is what it is. I mean, that's why like one of the most common questions I receive even from friendly, non-hostile interviewers is, do you sometimes feel like you're going too far with your commentary or with your brand of humor that that dilutes the message itself? And I'm like, no, I don't. And the reason why I don't think I'm going too far is because I think like humor is a pretty appropriate vehicle that makes all this the gruesome imagery that we're consuming on a daily basis more palatable. So yeah, instead of having this like super academic approach to my analysis, yeah, I think it's better to just like keep cracking fucking jokes, and that's precisely the reason why I'm gonna keep doing the soundboard as well. The other side says they are Nazis and unashamed. Who cares about jokes? Exactly. So for me, I don't necessarily mind. I don't have an issue. I just urge you not to be to be more mindful of the use of the soundboard. Okay, shut up. The more you say be mindful of the usage of the soundboard, you aren't. You are doing everything correctly, in my opinion. The people that have good in them and are not stupid will find what you actually stand for. And what you stand for is morally correct. Let not those motherfuckers demotivate you. They can't. I am very motivated, especially right now. Especially right now, more than ever before. The reality of the matter is, our movement is growing, right? Our movement is growing. There are more people who are self-identifying as like socialists in this country. That's massive. That is a massive thing. I mean, this is the heart of empire. This is the most like militantly anti-communist country on the fucking planet. And now you have 33% of the Democratic Party's base openly self-identifying as democratic socialists. I'd say that's a spectacular success. And that's precisely the reason why establishment liberals are also aggressively fucking coming after people like myself. And that's precisely the reason why the right is even more militant in its approach and is even more invested in deplatforming people like myself. That's it. And it's not just me, it's all of us. You have played a role in this. You have played a major role in this. Things are changing. The material conditions in America are worsening so much that the contradictions are impossible not to notice. And at a time when the contradictions become glaringly obvious, people inevitably arrive at these conclusions that business as usual politics and liberalism has failed them, and that if out of the crumbling of the old guard, the old system, the system of hegemonic neoliberalism, if there are only two options out of that, and one option is fascism, and you're not a fucking racist person, and the other option is socialism, you will see more and more people lean in that direction, hopefully. And that is my goal. My goal is to obviously expose these contradictions to people who don't have the capacity to see them. My goal is to explain to people that these systems are designed in this cruel way, and that the real reasons as to why they're experiencing this harm is not because of some like undocumented migrant or some vulnerable population, but instead it is because of the parasitic international conglomerate of capital. That is the reason why they feel the way that they do. That is the reason why their rent keeps going up. That's the reason why cost of living is impossible to contend with. There is a better future that is possible, but we have to fight for it. We have to fight for it every step of the fucking way. Okay? We have to fight for it tooth and nail. We have to organize. But before we organize, we have to unlock class consciousness. First, we unlock class consciousness, then we organize, then we educate, and then we engage in revolutionary organizing. Okay? That is in the simplest ways, in the most reductive ways, that is how you actually make the change you want to see in the world. Okay? Yes, your rent goes up 30% in 1 year, but your pay does not. How do you deal with that reality? You can either get mad, and in all of that anger, you find yourself malleable, you find yourself vulnerable, and you find yourself more perceptive to shifting the blame over not to the capital owners that are responsible for this system, but instead to vulnerable populations and marginalized communities. Oh, undocumented migrants exist. That's probably why my shit sucks right now, right? My goal is to move your attention back to the real issues, the real systemic problems, the real reasons as to why you're experiencing this unjust and incredibly cruel system. Okay? That's it. Also, here's another funny thing that I wanted to show you guys. Another instance where like a right winger is just straight up a fucking dog. Another instance where like the same right winger who once openly was fantasizing about having sex with me because of my outfit and my perfectly chiseled jawline from that photo that I took with Omar Fateh at the protests in Minneapolis, Minnesota. He's back at it again. And he's a gun guy, too. Firearms guy. DZ enthusiast. British opinion on gun control stopped being relevant in 1776. Trigger warning. I have opinions on other things other than guns, too. Right? This guy has gun in his name. Louisville Le Gun. He has a gun in his fucking PFP. Anyway, I posted this photo with Brandon Johnson, a mayor of Chicago, and also jokingly said Caleb is the other mayor. Right? And he goes, that's a Daniel defense rifle. It was either a pistol with a brace and he switched it for a buttstock in violation of NFA 34, or it's a registered SBR somehow in California, which prohibits them. How? Gavin Newsom just lets leftists break California laws about 30-round magazines and SBRs. California Penal Code 33215 is quite clear on SBRs. California PC 323110 or 310 bans all large capacity mags. No one is above the law, right? And then everybody starts dunking on him for being a fucking bitch-ass snitch, right? I also retweeted it. I said, do you guys believe in a single fucking thing? Because, like, if you're a gun guy and that's your entire output and you think this is a real gun, right? Why the fuck would you snitch? You should be saying, I'm actually doing, you know, the bravest thing possible. I'm a Second Amendment auditor, right? And then he goes, people are saying that's an airsoft rifle. If so, LOL, like I said last week, this dude is the most inauthentic person I've ever seen. Fake rifle, empty plate carrier, giant lift boots, appearance over substance, perfect commentary on the average champagne socialist dipshit. It's like, oh, I was wrong in a way that actually betrays all of my, first principles and my values. Well, guess what? He's still the reason why I was wrong. I can't believe you'd snitch on Hasan Piker. Yeah, unironically, fuck him. I'm perfectly fine with making him obey the same laws he demanded get enacted by the politicians he slobbers all over. He's pictured with Brandon Johnson, who's actively suing Glock and has supported red flag laws, among others. Considering the unhinged shit Piker says on stream regularly, it'd be a shame if he got 5150 and got a taste of the government he demands we be subjected to. So-called gun enthusiasts, Second Amendment defenders, when they see a fucking airsoft gun, they have the most hysterical approach. This is exactly the type of approach that they would be admonishing, that they would be shitting on if it was like a leftist doing this. Where's the septum piercing, Louisville gun? Where is the blue hair? You fucking shrieking hyena. You goddamn SJW, you. What the fuck is that? On the one hand, he's like, I love caring about guns. Every American should have a gun. On the other hand, you fucking chirp like you put together the most soy chirping I've ever seen in my fucking life. My favorite psycho gun nut even defended you. Not a felony. Don't worry. I don't think he was doing that. I think he was basically. Oh, he's saying it's airsoft. Never mind. Yeah. You have a Texas flag shirt on, you're literally in a costume. Yeah, that's the other thing. He's like, his life is a costume. It's like, yeah, you fucking idiot. That is actually a costume. How does he not delete this post in shame? Because back in the day, there was the capacity to feel shame. Okay? There was the capacity to feel shame for a lot of these people. Nowadays, they don't have the capacity to feel shame. Shame doesn't exist. It's all information warfare. Okay? For them, it's like, he got 12,000 likes on this. This banged. All these fucking right-wingers are like, hell yeah, let's go after him. All you need to do is double down. All you need to do is double down over and over again. That's it. You make money from all the likes and impressions? No, I don't. I don't fucking monetize my Twitter account. I don't make money from these impressions. I would much rather have these guys not exist or not notice who I am. Not gonna lie, 10K is the baseline for your farmers. Anything past 20K, then the shit has online motion. Yeah. We live in a post-shame society. We live in a post-truth society. It is what it is. You just got to fucking live with it, all right? They do this. It's sad because they do this shit because it galvanizes their side. It gets them around like, $20 in Twitter revenue. That's another reason why they do it, obviously. But this is like how neglected dogs don't know the difference between good attention and bad attention. Yeah, exactly. Why not monetize it and give it to charity? I don't care. I don't want to monetize Twitter. Okay, shut the fuck up, please. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking annoying. Everyone knows exactly. Everyone knows better on how to do my job for me, okay? Well, then you do it, all right? It's just like, I can't deal with motherfuckers in my community that are like, I actually have a really good suggestion for you. Something that you probably have not considered. Have you considered monetizing your Twitter account and then fucking, donating it to charity? No, I hadn't considered that at all. Thank you for letting me fucking know, chatter. God damn.
Officials saying that the victims of ISIS aggression are domestic terrorists. You have J.D. Vance coming out and saying that it's okay. You don't have to apologize for being white. Just days ago, Donald Trump put a picture of your face on an ape's body. And so again, this is kind of, we've seen the de-evolution of the discourse. How do we come back from the place that we have fallen into?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that the majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling. It is true that it gets attention. It's true that it's a distraction. But, as I'm traveling around the country, as you're traveling around the country, you meet people. They still believe in decency, courtesy, kindness. And there's this sort of clown show that's happening in social media and on television. And what is true is that there doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum and a sense of propriety and respect for the office, right? So that's been lost. But the reason I point out that I don't think the majority of the American people approve of this is because ultimately the answer is going to come from the American people. And we just saw this in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. It is important for us to recognize the unprecedented nature of what ICE was doing in Minneapolis, St. Paul.
I don't understand why a lot of these guys act as though there is no precedent, that this is not a logical continuation of endlessly dishing out unlimited funds to an unaccountable organization that is behaving in this unconstitutional manner, that is singularly under the control of the federal apparatus. Of course, ICE is going to be like this under Donald Trump. You guys gave him unlimited funds. You used ICE. You were the guy who gave Tom Homan a medal. It's so frustrating to me that Democrats will consistently fund ICE, defend ICE, utilize ICE, do these mass deportations, refuse to actually counter message against the endless appetite that Republicans have towards mass deportations. And then when a guy runs on mass deportations and utilizes ICE in the most logical ways possible, because why the fuck wouldn't you use this unaccountable federal law enforcement apparatus that you can use to occupy cities and whatnot? They go, oh, this is unprecedented. No, it's not. It is very much precedented. Okay? It is. It is very much precedented. We act as though there is no context that came before Donald Trump, that Donald Trump is not simply expanding on the pre-existing confines that were set by both Democrats that came before him and Republicans that came after those Democrats. It's very frustrating. And that's why I hate this conversation that's taking place right now with Democrats saying, oh, we just got to reform ICE. We just got to reform ICE. This is what I have to say to them.
Shut up, bitch.
The reason why this we got to reform ICE conversation is so stupid is that Even if reform is the ultimate goal, you should never actually say you want to reform ICE. You should say we should abolish ICE, and then you'll be happy if it only gets reformed, right? But the problem is the Democrats don't even want to fucking reform ICE. They don't want to reform ICE at all. They just want business as usual politics. They want the base of support to shut the fuck up about ICE. That's the reality. Just as the liberal capitalist safeguard in the European Union is frustrated not at the fact that they are vassals, but frustrated at the fact that Trump is reminding them that they are vassals, a lot of the Democratic Party is frustrated at the fact that is frustrated at the fact that Trump is basically making it much harder for them to be controlled opposition parties without their base demanding more from them. They don't like that. Trump is fucking up the bag because he's behaving in this like very vulgar, very crude fashion. You're throwing out a whataboutism that conservatives do. Wait, what do you mean whataboutism? Describing the logical conclusion of Trump's utilization of ICE after decades of Democratic administrations that gave additional unlimited funding to ICE that was always an unaccountable force. To a guy who also criticized this under Obama, for the record? Like, what do you mean? That's not whataboutism. When Obama was the fucking president, what about the Democrats using ICE? That's not whataboutism! You fucking idiot! When I was a young, up-and-coming political commentator under the Obama presidency, I criticized Barack Obama's utilization of ICE back then as well. Just as I criticized Joe Biden refusing to do something about the migrant crisis at the border when he was president. This is not whataboutism. What the fuck? Perfect F. I never knew those existed. Do you think Democrats are operating on a separate plane of existence? Are Democrats actually in control of a separate country? Is that what you think? Because this would be whataboutism if I was turning around and going, what about like China's immigration policy or something? That would be whataboutism. It is utterly irrelevant in this conversation. You just heard the words what and about, I guess, and you immediately lasered in on it. ICE would not have the capacity to do this much unlimited cruelty if previous Democrats had put in safeguards. Okay? Do you understand, chatter? Democrats are not in control of a separate country. Democrats, when they are in power, are in control of this country. I'm explaining how we got here. And when they were in charge, they didn't do anything to rein ICE in at all. As a matter of fact, they funded it. They continued to fund it. They continued to expand the budgets. And even when Democrats were in charge, ICE was still operating within the Constitution-free zones, as the ACLU used to call it. Okay, now that Constitution-free zone is expanded to the entirety of the nation state. But back then, it was a legal gray area, 100 miles in on any fucking border or any international airport was a place that ICE could technically operate. That was happening under the Obama administration as well. And when they didn't do anything about it, when they were in charge, it obviously was inevitable. It obviously was inevitable that this would turn into a major problem. And the very fact that the Democrats refuse to say abolish ICE right now, like cut it apart, cut the federal agency apart. The Department of Homeland Security needs to go back to the pre-9/11 structure where there were three totally separate agencies. Customs was one thing, Border Patrol was another, and INS was for interior removal operations, but not even interior removal operations necessarily, but more so to issue the paperwork necessary. When they don't want to do that, when they refuse to do that, even now, it's very obvious that they are not exactly upset with, what ICE is doing. They just have to say that they're upset with it because Donald Trump is actually greatly over using and abusing the control that he has over this agency that is unaccountable. Don't worry, I speak lib. The Dems left a loaded gun on the kitchen table and are now acting surprised that little Donnie is taking pot shots at passing cars. Yes. And to expand on the kitchen table analogy for liberals to understand, the Democrats actually put bullets in the gun and have used the gun in the past when people were saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't use this gun. Maybe there's an alternative solution here. Maybe we should get rid of the gun. And the Democrats are like, nah, it's fine. And they kept waving the gun around over and over again when they were in charge. And they kept putting more bullets in the gun. And now Trump has taken the gun and he's fucking swinging it wildly and shooting at everybody. The delay. You even told Kamala exactly how to campaign against Trump's immigration policies and what would lead to these concentration camps. You fucking ignored it to campaign with Liz Cheney. Exactly. So yeah, I'm a little bit frustrated when Democrats come out and they're like, well, you know, there's a reasonable way to do this and there's a non-reasonable way to do this, and Trump is doing it in an unreasonable way.
The way that federal agents, ICE agents, were being deployed without any clear guidelines, training, pulling people off, out of their homes, using 5-year-olds to try to
bait their parents.
All the stuff that we saw, tear gassing crowds simply who were standing there not breaking any laws. So the rogue behavior of agents of the federal government is deeply concerning and dangerous. It is important for us to recognize the unprecedented nature of what ICE was doing in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the way that federal agents, ICE agents, were being deployed without any clear...
Wait, isn't this the same one? Anyway.
Let's take a look at another president, though. President Donald John Trump. Look at this. I got 4 numbers across for you on this screen here. They are...
Holy Toledo, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump's approval ratings are in the dumpster. It's a dumpster fire. I'm Harry Emden.
Are all second-term lows for the given pollster. What are we talking about? AP Newark, 26 points below water. NBC, 22 points below water. Yahoo YouGov, 20 points below water. Quinnipiac, 19 points below water. So we're ranging from negative 19 points all the way to negative 26 points. You know, Kate, there's this question that folks keep asking, where is the floor for Donald Trump? And I'm not sure there is a floor, because if there is one, Donald Trump, at least in term number 2, has just fallen through it to another low level.
How does this compare to this first term, and how does this compare with Joe Biden?
Okay, so we look at these numbers right here. One of the things that Donald Trump had been arguing, his proponents have been arguing, oh, you know what, he's doing better than he was doing in term number 1. No longer is that the case. What are we talking about here? Okay, net approval rating at this point in the term. Look at this. 22 points below water on average when you average all the polls.
Please stop, bro. Jesus Christ, shut up. Gallup stopped measuring the COVID strat. I know. That is pretty fantastic, by the way. Gallup, after 88 years, has decided to no longer poll.
I see.
After 88 years, Gallup has decided to no longer poll the presidential approval ratings, which is crazy. Okay. And there's a reason for that, because, dear leader, we are basically taking on all of the excesses of our ideological enemies. Straight up. People that we have, things that countries that we have long considered to be enemies of the United States of America, and some of their excesses we have now adopted. Things that we suspect them of doing, we have started doing here in the United States of America. Straight up. Okay? Yes, it is an indication that the empire is collapsing. Peter Baker of the New York Times says, this is a huge loss for journalists and others who follow politics. Gallup has been the top source for presidential approval since FDR, and particularly valuable because of that historical context with apples to apples numbers that allow us to make comparisons and see patterns. After 88 years, Gallup has decided to hit the COVID strat. We will no longer calculate the presidential approval. We will no longer track the presidential approval, because if you don't track it, then it's fine. Everything is fine, actually, and the situation is better. It's the COVID strat. The only reason why the numbers are so high is because we're tracking them. We should stop tracking the COVID numbers, and then COVID will go away. Bye-bye.
Pollsters from the last slide. That is actually lower. That is lower than he was at this point in term number one, when he was 17 points below water. So he's doing 5 points worse, and he's doing way worse than Joe Biden was doing at this point in his term number one, when he was 13 points below water. So the bottom line is this: Donald Trump is setting new records for himself in term number two, setting new records for himself compared to where he was at this point in term number one, and he's doing worse than Joe Biden, which is, of course, the comparison that Donald Trump does not want to be, because we all know what happened to Joe Biden. His party lost the House in term number one, that midterm elections, and of course Joe Biden was not reelected to another term. At this point, the numbers are no bueno for the President of the United States.
What's driving this that you're seeing right now?
Okay, Kate. You know what? This is the segment. We have done it over and over and over again because he keeps setting new lows for himself. What are we talking about? Well, we're talking about independence. We're talking about independence. When you lose the center of the electorate, you lose the American people. Trump's net approval rating among independents, you know, at this point, you go back term number one, he was 17 points below water. Now, according to Quinnipiac, he is 27 points below water. I don't understand how this works out well for the President of the United States. When you are 27 points below water, underwater, with the center of the electorate, with independents, you lose, your party loses. You know, I've made the comparisons before, you know, oh, he's more underwater than Greg Louganis. I've made the comparisons with all those different divers. And the bottom line is this: you can continue to make those, but over time, when you keep making those same comparisons, they run a little bit old. But at this point, I don't really know who to even compare Donald Trump to, because he's just so low, and he's so low with the center of the electorate.
261 days to go. Yes, the midterms may seem far off, but they are starting to dominate the dynamics here in Washington and are fresh on President Trump's mind. As the GOP now confronts a daunting political environment, Trump is taking his pitch to the nation's battlegrounds, even before U.S. troops in North Carolina, where he urged them to vote Republican.
Biden, who is the worst president in the history of our country. 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States, and that's done by the radical left. Michael, will you come here for a second, please? He's running for the Senate, and if he gets in, you're going to be taken care of. If he doesn't get in, we're going to be stripping the military like they always do, the Democrats. When I heard they were taking the name Fort Bragg off, I said, no, they're kidding.
Again, always immaterial nonsense, always aesthetics nonsense. How much longer will this nonsense work on the unwashed reactionary masses? Because for the time being, when he first came into office, everyone's like, hell yeah, we're winning. It's awesome. It's like we're winning together, right? Anti-woke is on top. Woke is dead. Let's go and, blame transgender people. Let's go ban transgenders from playing sports at the NCAA. But like, he got a sequence of those executive orders in action, and nothing actually changed for the better. So there's only so much you can do in terms of culture war issues, in terms of advancing the culture war agenda, until people realize, wait a minute, my pocketbook is still hurting. It's not helping. Like, groceries are still expensive. The electricity bill has skyrocketed. What the fuck are we doing this for? I'm not winning in this process. Oh, you named the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America? I don't give a fuck, dude. And even in the absence of the Democratic Party presenting said alternative loudly and proudly, engaging in politics from the perspective of class and saying, we're going to do class first politics, we're going to do class first politics. In the absence of the Democrats doing that, people still realize that this shit is not working. Okay? That's it. There's a reason why he has to turn around and say, affordability is a hoax. It's a hoax. It's a Democrat hoax. Why does he have to do that? He has to do that because affordability is a real issue, okay? It was a shot across the bow when Zohran Mamdani won on the affordability agenda. Do you know what I mean?
They did. They took the name off. We got it back very quickly, but they took it off. And if we don't win the midterms, they'll take it off again. It's another reason you have to vote for us, because they'll change it back to whatever it might be.
And this weekend, Trump also renewed his calls to place new restrictions on voting, as he started to see some fraying within his coalition, all while possible 2028 contenders, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, flocked to Europe this weekend, where they're getting some attention. Let's break this all down with my excellent panel: Tia Mitchell from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, CNN's Phil Mattingly, and Julie Davis from the New York Times. Good morning to you all. So look, Trump is, of course, as he does, demand total unity as we head into this very daunting stretch for the GOP. His party wants him to focus on issue number one, the economy. And we've seen time and time again Trump trip on his own message or create distractions and do things that are causing significant pushback within the ranks. Just this past week, we saw the Justice Department try and fail to indict 6 House Democrats. A lot of Republicans uncomfortable with that. How he's handled these ICE surges, particularly in Minneapolis in recent weeks, has caused pushback among Republicans, nervous about going too far. Of course, that racist video of the Obamas that he later was forced to delete, though did not admit a mistake. Phil, how is this playing as we head into the midterms with his party?
Not great. I think, and Monty, honestly, like I watch you work the halls every single week, and it's always a really good barometer of when do we hit self-preservation mode for members of Congress? And I think that as powerful as Trump's grip on the party has been, and I think we should all be very careful to pronounce some grand break or diminishment of his authority over the Republican Party and over his members, which has been so kind of ironclad over the course of the last 13 months. But the moment where Republican lawmakers, particularly frontline Republican lawmakers, start looking around and say, if I need to actually win in November, I need to start creating some distance. Not dramatic scale of distance that we've seen perhaps in past administrations, but I think what we've seen over the course of the last couple of weeks, but in particular this week as well, is some of those members saying there are opportunities for me to break. The repercussions of that from Trump's Truth Social posts are not in the kind of cost-benefit analysis, bad enough for me to not want to risk this, and therefore I'm going to move forward. Is it a grand kind of fracturing of the party?
No, it's never going to be a grand fracturing of the party. They're never going to fucking fracture, okay? They have to hold on to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a connective tissue, okay? Without Donald Trump, they are absolutely cooked. They have to circle around the dear leader and offer him unlimited praise because he is the glue that holds the base together. The problem is there's nothing that they can do in the absence of a totally unique and different vision that looks at this system of unlimited exploitation that is fucking over the working class and say, we have to find something entirely different to do here. We have to build a robust industrial base. We have to bring back manufacturing into the country, which Donald Trump is saying he wants to do, but he's not actually following through on because he wasn't elected into power to do that. He was elected into power to defend the pedophilic billionaire cabal. In the absence of socialism or an alternative vision or even moving into the direction of social democracy, which is not going to do because it undermines the interests of capital, and no Republican's ever going to do that. No Democrat is really ever going to do that either. They're out of options. He just has to keep hitting the same button over and over again. He has to keep hitting the same culture war buttons over and over again. Oh, this, that, Jeffrey Epstein. We're going to invade a city. We're going to invade a fucking city with ICE. We're just going to do more deportations. That's it. That's all we got. We don't have anything else. All it peters out into is this. That was so nasty that it literally, I felt like I could smell it. Like, that's one of those things that's I'm never gonna hit that button ever again. Yeah, that was unacceptable, and I apologize for that one.
Absolutely not.
And typically in a normal, what's normal anymore, but like in his previous administration, the president would be like, okay, break with
Every other president says, like, I get it. Like,
Yeah.
this is what you have to do. Trump is not that president, and how that dynamic plays out in the coming weeks, we're going to see more of this, is going to be really, really telling.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that that's why it's been as limited as it's been, right? We saw that tariff vote last week. You had 6 Republicans. That's not anywhere close to the universe of Republicans that if they wanted to, protect their political flank and guarantee success in their races, would have wanted to vote yes on that
Yeah.
to cancel the Canada tariffs.
There'd
But
probably be a lot more. Probably
there are a lot.
dozens.
There are a couple in there who are retiring.
Yeah.
There's one in there who's redistricted into a bad position anyway. So this is not as dramatic of a shift as we normally see at this point in the cycle, where you have a party that realizes they need to get some distance from the sitting president. But part of that dynamic is because this particular president will not brook any kind of break whatsoever, even if he knows. He probably doesn't think about this, but that it's for his own political good, the good of his own people in Congress and keeping the majority.
And we're starting to see his messaging too, focusing, as he does, about voting, voter ID, which of course, voter ID is an issue that unites Republicans generally. There's no question about it. But Trump is going much further than most Republicans are, particularly when he talks about what he mentioned on Truth Social just over the weekend. He said there will be voter ID.
Yeah, this is the other side of the story where he knows that his popularity is waning and they have to maintain the appearances that they still have this mandate. And obviously, if the midterms are coming around and he's going to fucking destroy this movement, and Democrats, regardless of how shittily they perform, are still probably going to make significant gains. And I do think that it's not as... my fear still right now in the midterms is that Democrats are going to underperform if they keep up this if they keep up this like bullshit, wishy-washy, business as usual approach, hoping to eat at the gains that they make off of like the overall resentment the population feels towards the Republicans in power. They're not going to do as well as people think they are. Okay. But they probably still will make modest gains. And Trump is fearful of that because it undermines the agenda. It undermines the agenda because Donald Trump has to maintain this idea that he is super popular. Everybody loves him. Things like the Gallup poll no longer, after 88 years, no longer covering the presidential approval ratings is helpful for Trump's ambitions here. And then, of course, the other side of this is to go in and focus on voter ID, SAVE Act, try to maliciously weaponize that against like Democrats in general, purge them from the voter rolls, offer or make it more difficult for them to get like true ID, real ID, or a passport or whatever, and institute some sort of like poll tax, basically. And then also maybe even put ICE at polling stations, right? With the claims that, we got to stop undocumented migrants from going in and voting or whatever, even though these claims are completely unsubstantiated, but unfortunately not pushed back against by Democrats as aggressively as they should be. All of this serves a very important purpose: voter disenfranchisement and electioneering of this sort, trying to make it more difficult, trying to literally put the fear of God in people that want to go out and vote and engage in this civic duty. All of this is to stop people from going out and voting against the administration. And this, paired up with the fact that the Democrats are not giving them something to vote for, even in the fucking midterms, is going to cause issues in the Democratic Party's performance of the midterms. That's why I'm saying they're probably going to have, if they don't change their attitude from this point on until the midterms, you will see something very different than the expectation.
For the midterm elections, whether approved by Congress or not. Also, the people of our country are insisting.
By the way, Kirsten openly said that too. When it gets to election day, we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders, to lead this country.
Is another one of those critical infrastructure responsibilities that I have as well. And I would say that many people believe that it may be one of the most important things that we need to make sure we trust is reliable, and that when it gets to election day that we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country through the days that we have, knowing that people can trust it. And elections is another one of those critical infrastructure responsibilities that I have as well. And I would say that many people believe that.
Why is the Department of Homeland, the DHS secretary, worried about the right people voting and what the infrastructure is going to look like around voting? This type of shit is treasonous. Okay? Straight up. Straight up. They're saying it. This is why I say the controlled opposition party, the Democratic Party, is sleepwalking into fascism, okay? It's happening in real time. It's literally a one-to-one. Like, what if you have any understanding of history, the capitulation by liberals and the titans of industry towards the growing Nazi movement in the early days of fascism in Nazi Germany, early days of fascism developing in Italy, you recognize that powerful forces in the country that were servants of capital on the supposedly opposing side engaged in unprecedented appeasement, not just Neville Chamberlain or whatever. I'm talking like internally within the domestic governance of Germany at the time. They did this exact same thing.
Citizenship and no mail-in ballots, okay? And then he goes on to say, if I can't get this through Congress, there are legal reasons why this scam is not permitted. I will be presenting them shortly in the form of an executive order. What is he talking about? And states run elections, not the federal government. And here he is again saying that we will just do this, regardless if Congress approves this.
States run elections. The Constitution outlines some of this stuff. So what he's talking about, you can't do by executive order, and you can't do without violating the Constitution. You know, it's the way our government was set up. But I don't think Donald Trump cares about that. I also just think it's so interesting because I'm old enough to remember when Republicans, state by state, started relaxing the mail-in ballot rules to allow more people to vote by mail.
I mean, a lot of Republicans want that to happen.
They want that
because
to happen.
They wouldn't have the majority if vote by mail did not exist.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And they know that the rollbacks of voting by mail could really hurt them in the long run because a lot of rural voters, a lot of voters in far-flung areas like that convenience of voting by mail. So it's just like, it's problematic from a legal standpoint. It's problematic from just a purely political standpoint that he's pushing for things that a lot of Republicans don't agree with, especially, it's one thing to say voter ID at the polls, and that's what a lot of Republican members of Congress are focusing on. But that is not all that what President Trump is asking for. He's talking about proof of citizenship, which again goes back to the fact that, yes, there are some states that have different rules because we have determined that, well, the Constitution outlines that states run their.
Dude, people say we need voter ID bad. You have to ask if the elections in the United States of America are fair and free. At least a lot more fair and free than the way Republicans presented. You got to ask why they want to do voter ID. As a principle, I don't care about voter ID one way or another. Like, I would be fine with, showing a piece of paper that says you're an American citizen when you're voting if that piece of paper or that identification was readily available and accessible, okay? But in the absence of a real necessity for this, the only reason why they're doing that is because they want to engage in voter disenfranchisement, okay? That's it. If you can't comprehend why they're doing this, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, let's get to John Oliver covering Department of Homeland Security and ICE. Very good.
Facing bipartisan.
Very, very good video overall. Haas raid, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Yeah. The Department of Justice also in the chaos is decided no more new Epstein files. Okay, you've gotten enough. But yeah, going back to John Oliver, really respect him for doing this. Fantastic. No notes, honestly. I mean, I'd go a little bit harder on like the Democrats not doing enough right now. But fantastic video. I definitely have grown to appreciate what John Oliver does even more so than Jon Stewart, like a lot more than Jon Stewart. Obviously, it's a different format. He has a lot more time to cook stuff up. But I'm really happy that he exists. I'm really happy that he does this kind of commentary because I think like no matter how much I try, no matter how hard I try to get liberals to understand what I'm saying about like these structural inefficiencies, these structural inequalities that are built into the system that is also propped up by the Democrats as well, and the appropriate measures to take against it, that a true opposition party would actually seek out abolition rather than reform. They won't recognize it. They refuse to recognize it until it comes from packaging that they are comfortable with. And I think John Oliver is that package. I think Jennifer is another version of this as well. Okay. It's Jennifer Welsh at the I've Had It podcast and Pumps. Like they're delivering this commentary in a way that liberals respond to positively. I'm a firm and committed believer that everyone has a different role to play here, and they're all playing their own role in this process. So it's fantastic that they're doing that. Josh Johnson is the one who got my centrist parents. Great. Whoever plays a role in convincing your centrist adjacent parents, I'm on board with. Anyway, we got John February WAP.
And I think that personally that the idea of completely unconditional aid, no matter what one does not make sense. I think it enabled a genocide in Gaza.
She talks about a genocide, but I have a Jerusalem Post headline this week that Iran is shooting protesters in their hospital beds. But she makes no mention of that.
This is such a fucking... This is whataboutism, for the record. If that chatter earlier who was like, oh, dude, aren't you doing whataboutism? No, like, this is actual whataboutism. Okay? The fuck does this have to do with Israel doing a genocide? It's so stupid. TNC want you back.
He's got his thing. He
What is this? Oh, the necessary conversation.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Why is she so eager to criticize and find a way to criticize Israel? But I don't really recall them saying anything as Iran was executing thousands and thousands of their...
There's also bullshit. You don't recall anything because you don't have a working brain, dumbass. Of course, AOC and every other liberal instantly said what is happening in Iran is unconscionable. Like, I love that there's no investment of the truth anymore. Like, it's over. I don't know how we move on from this. I don't know where we go from this, but like, there is no need to say the truth any longer. You can just be biased in a certain direction and just lie about your enemies, and no one will go, wait a minute, I did see AOC actually fucking condemn Iran. What the hell are you talking about? Right? It doesn't even fucking matter. You could just lie. You could be like, AOC actually delivered weapons to the IRGC, and Kayleigh McEnany will be like, yeah, you're right, Mr. Ogre. You're right.
Protesters for that. Now, there was never any genocide in Gaza.
Okay, yeah, there was no genocide in Gaza, but the real genocide is taking place in Iran.
Absolutely. And there shouldn't ever be any conditions for aid for Israel because they were in an existential war. That's part of the problem with the very anti-Israel part of my party. So call that what it is. Why wouldn't you can't just stand? And why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semitites and very pro-Hamas people like Hasan Piker? And now, why can't you just call it what it is? You know, there's a rot in my party standing with pro-Hamas people like that, whether it's even in the New York Times. They're fascinated with him. So, I mean, where we are and call this is and stand with Israel. That's our special ally. And there was never.
Oh, our special ally. Dude, we got it. You think it's fucking boring and annoying. Okay, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. That chatter is like, that chatter since this morning, like timed out before, still coming back after that timeout, being like, I hate the soundboard. Can you please stop? No, dude, I'm not. Okay.
For a genocide. And when there is a genocide where you're executing tens of thousands of people in Iran, why?
Yeah. Iran is doing the real genocide. What Israel has done, not a genocide. Iran, on the other hand, definitely a genocide. Thank you. Thank you, John Fetty Wap.
Not and call that out too.
Yeah, this is the ogre. He said this a couple days ago, but I guess it's like being recirculated by Hasan today. I covered this already. HasanAbi's rather serious. Stuff your face with food for 30 minutes, then rather hear that soundboard. Okay, take a day off. I do think it's great. I love having someone like this as my enemy, right? He's incompetent. He's a moron. He's a stroke victim. He's a pure reactionary. One of the most pro-Israel people in Congress, alongside Randy Fine. I'm happy to call motherfuckers like this my enemy every day. Great. Keep him coming, dumbass. Fuck you. Why are all your ops ogre-shaped? I don't know. Motherfucker said anti-Semitite. Anti-Semitite, brother. Anti-Semitite. Infascinated. Wouldn't be surprised if he switched parties at this point, says Mike, talking about John Fetterman, of course. Serious question. In the UK, MPs can have the whip removed, effectively being kicked out of the Labour Conservative Party. Can that happen in the US system? I don't think the Democrats are ever going to do that. I'm not going to play the John Fetterman song again. I'm going to move on from this because we already saw this. Speaking of Israel First congresspersons, we obviously have Lindsey Jedediah Graham up in the building. We're going to be talking about that as well. Lindsey Graham came out and openly said the quiet part out loud, which, you know, once again, I respect it. I said, so we're going to get U.S. troops killed for Israel's ambitions of regional domination. Got it. Anyone who thinks this is for the Iranian people is being disingenuous or outright stupid. Let's take a look at what he said.
Could our soldiers be hit in the region? Absolutely, they could. Can Iran respond if we have an all-out attack? Absolutely, they can. I think the risk associated with that is far less than the risk associated with blinking and pulling the plug and not helping the people as you promised. Could our soldiers be hit in the region? Absolutely.
He not only said that, what is this? Okay, dude, calm down. Sometimes Senator Graham just puts it out in the plainest language.
The wars of the future are being planned here in Israel because if you're not one step ahead of the enemy, you suffer. The most clever, creative military forces on the planet are here in Israel because they have to be to survive. So what we're looking at is that Israel is advancing down the road of new weaponry far beyond us, and it would be nice to have a process where we could be partners. The war.
Yeah. Israel. The more your uptight, humorless part of chat cries about the soundboards, the more I just want you to let it rip. I know. It actually, I think, is a perfect filter for a lot of the fucking uptight, like, laughter is bourgeois decadence ass people, laughter is counter-revolutionary ass people. I kind of like it a lot. To them, I say, shut up, bitch. You know? It actually, I think, look, I've talked about this already. It is important for someone like myself to make this as lighthearted as possible, even though the news is awful. And I need to make it more approachable. I need to make it more palatable. And I think a soundbite, like a soundboard, makes it funnier. Like I'm entertaining myself, you know? It's not funny though. It's just annoying and distracting. See? It's great. And I suspect in the upcoming days, there will be a lot of think pieces being written on Twitter talking about how Hasan has actually betrayed the revolution once again by using a fucking soundboard. And, you know, for those people I say, once again, for those people I say, shut up, bitch. You know, on Reddit probably too. Yeah. Make a poll? No, I'm not going to make a poll. Because while I do believe that the poll would show overwhelming support for the fucking soundboard, I want to stress the importance that this is not a democratic process. This is not a democracy. This is Stalinist, okay? We have a dictatorship of one guy that is doing his very best to abide by the needs of the proletariat. Sometimes dear leader knows better. Okay, that's how it is. Oh, wait, someone already wrote about it? Oh, damn, he was on it. A friend get cheated on by his girlfriend of 7 years. He was open up his heart to me, talking about the memories he spent with her, how he can no longer enjoy same things because it reminds him of her, and how he can no longer trust women. My head the entire time. Oh, that's because of the Chibi reviews review that I did. Yes, we will do some custom. We will actually use a full soundboard. Right now, I don't have a physical soundboard. I'm just using a fucking soundboard mix on the internet, if you haven't noticed. But when I have a real soundboard, when I have like a real normal soundboard, like a physical one that I can hit, I will end up using. Well, I mean, I already have one right now. Oh wait. It didn't work. It doesn't work. I guess the Rodecaster soundboard is not working. Or did it work? Did you guys hear the applause? No, right? No. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't work. The Rodecaster soundboard doesn't work. Wait, what? Maybe if I do this? Hold on. What does this dial do? Does this dial actually do? Oh, wait, no. Oops. Right. No. Or no, is it working? No, it's not doing anything. Never mind. Let me see. No, never mind. You need to add it in OBS probably. I could kiss whoever gave you the idea to use a soundboard. Dude, I love that. fucking love that. All right, Crystal Ball and AOC, the deep state apparatus, and being rock solid as president on foreign policy. Let's see what Crystal Ball
The
had.
questions in here, some of them are like, oh, AOC Dem momentum, and others are like, oh, she face planted in Munich. I think probably both are kind of true. I do think the Munich, it was bad. It was not great. I mean, both on the content and also she just feels very shaky in foreign policy. And at the same time, you know, I do think she's you can't call her a front runner for 2028, but I do think she's obviously got a base of support. We put up the polling. Young Democrats absolutely love her. So there's, you know, a lot there that she could build from if that's what she decides to do. I'll put my cards on the table. I hope she runs for Senate. I think she'd be a great senator. Obviously, she'd be vastly superior to Chuck Schumer. That would give her a chance to, you know, further deepen her comfort and her knowledge on foreign policy, which I do think is her greatest weakness. And you can see it in the way that she's been really all over the place in terms of Israel from the beginning of when she first got into Congress and continuing up to this day. And so you could really see in Munich how shaky she was. You know, it felt like kind of baby deer legs there in terms of her own worldview. And it's an issue. I don't know if it's an electoral issue. It probably is, but it's definitely an issue for how will you actually be as president of the United States when you have a whole deep state apparatus around you that wants to coerce you in one direction or the other. If you are not really rock solid in what you want to do.
The last part of this analysis I do agree with. You have to be rock solid in your worldview. You have to be firm in your worldview. You have to be committed, because this is the one aspect of American politics that is bipartisan. There's uniparty consensus on this. And if you are going to place yourself above the noise as a different visionary, as a bold visionary, you have to be bold and you have to withstand eating a lot of shit. Okay? Unfortunately for AOC, like she has in the past, succumbed to pressure from outside groups and elements, like when she talked about Jeremy Corbyn, for example, a couple of years ago, and how great Jeremy Corbyn is, and then like some fucking random group reached out to her and was like, Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite, and then she was like, I'm so sorry, I'm now cutting all ties with Jeremy Corbyn. Or when she was like, Bernie Sanders shouldn't like go on the Joe Rogan experience, stuff like that. Like there are remnants of like rad lib tendencies in her commentary, in her worldview that I don't think she should. I mean, I think she would do away with, and this would be positive and beneficial for her. She listens to the chirpers too much. I've literally told her, I have told her personally, don't listen to the chirpers, cut out the noise. You know what I mean? Like, or if you're going to listen to the chirpers, there are some chirpers who are objectively correct, right? There are some people when they say like, oh, you can't, for example, you can't get outflanked, myself included. I've been critical of AOC at times, like when she got outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's you know, not great for her ambitions of higher office. It's not great for her being like a leader of the left flank movement in this country. And I think, you know, that those are criticisms not coming from the flank that says she's like CIA compromise, AOCIA or whatever. Those are actually constructive criticisms as well, in my opinion. However, there are plenty of people who just like yell at her, both from her left flank in ways that are ridiculous, like the hyper focus on AOC. And then there's also people to her right that constantly use rad lib shit, like constantly use identity and identity politics in an effort to move her off of certain positions that she should maintain. It requires a steadfastness. It requires a steadfastness that she has to develop, in my opinion. What is this? On that exact note at TU Berlin, I asked AOC about her engagement with the German SPD. Oh, damn. One of the German chatters.
It's Joshua. Thank you for taking this question.
Joshua Samuel. Oh my God, Joshua, do you get mad when I make fun of your accent? Joshua is the one, some of the very few comrades in Germany that probably has to live with these Eurolibs. So I feel terrible for you, Joshua. Your situation is not an envious one, okay? I respect it. You know, keep up the good fight, comrade. Keep fighting the good fight. It's you're in captive territory. When I'm making fun of the German accent, I'm not making fun of you. I'm making fun of the Eurolibs. Okay? We are not the very few. I mean, you're not. That's true. It's just the German government is not listening to your needs or your demands at all.
My name is Joshua. Thank you for taking this question, and thank you so much for your work. You've immensely inspired me during the course of my life.
Okay, Chad. Okay, Joshua, Chad.
Rightfully spoken out about hypocrisy in international politics, and you've also been rightfully outspoken about the genocide in Gaza. I'm therefore respectfully wondering why exactly you are participating in public outreach together with the Social Democratic Party, who has been a major facilitator of weapons exports towards Israel. This whole event...
This is so common too. What you just got there, the applause break that you just got there, is indicative of virtually every fucking room, right? People that share your values. There is an abundance of people that share your values, okay? It will do all of us well to remember that. Anytime I go into these fucking rooms, even if it's supposed to be like a heated environment, a contested environment, even if I'm like, you know, like the UBC, I'm sure has done plenty of fuck shit about pro-Palestinian protesters, as has every other college campus. But there are more of us than there are of them. You can go to an SPD event, okay? You can go to an SPD event and still like call out SPD's involvement with the Gaza genocide, and the entire fucking room is on your side. That's not supposed to be the case, right? People are supposed to boo you. People are supposed to tell you to shut the fuck up. Because isn't this an SPD event? This was at the SPD event, right? This is not the Die Linke event. This is the SPD event. The person that's sitting across from AOC is an SPD member, right? No, it's at a university. I know, but the fucking person that is sitting across from her, yes, it was an SPD event. Yeah, the former SPD mayor of Berlin, Franziska Giffey, was in the room and was booed when she came on stage because the students were all leftists. Yes. This is the same principle behind like going to a Bernie rally, like the oligarchs, the anti-oligarchs tour, right? This is what I keep repeating to people. You go to No Kings protests, you go to the Bernie Sanders rallies, and you are reminded that the people in the crowd are far more radical than Bernie is. Okay? Especially on the issue of Israel-Palestine. So you can't disparage. Professor Chong gave you a shout out. You guys would be a cool interview. Uh-oh. Like you have to work with whatever is available to you. You have to work with the opportunities given to you, okay?
This whole event, while very interesting, also comes across as an attempt by the SPD to whitewash their image and rid themselves of their complicity in this.
Wait, 2 events, 1 campus. Nova survivor testimony and political provocation unfolds simultaneously at UBC. Canadian-Israeli photographer Shai Klein and controversial political commentator Hasan Piker attracted different audiences at UBC. Oh, this is the Canadian Jewish News. I was like, what the fuck is this newspaper saying controversial streamer Hasan Piker? They had a competing event at the 1,400-seat Chance Center for Performing Arts. A sold-out crowd filled the auditorium to hear controversial online streamer and political commentator Hasan Piker. Meanwhile, 5 minutes away at UBC Hillel, 50 students, faculty, and community members gathered to hear Shai Klein, a Canadian-Israeli photographer who reflected on his journey since surviving October 7, Hamas attacks at the Nova Music Festival. Wait, why are they dunking on themselves? I don't understand. That's crazy. That's crazy that they're like, yo, Hasan fucking, the arena erupted. Hasan IRL ratioed the pro-Israel event that was competing on the college campus. Meanwhile, 5 minutes away at UBC Hillel, okay, simultaneous events happening in close proximity reflected broader tension on campus across Canada. Yeah, exactly. It does. As in, the pro-Israel event gets 50 people in attendance. Half of them are fucking students and half of them are faculty. The anti-Israel controversial streamer gets a fucking closed out, sold out arena event. Piker is one of the top streamers on Twitch, a platform where creators broadcast in real time large interactive audiences. He's known for his highly charged left-wing political commentary. Critics include the Jewish community organizations throughout North America, which regularly point to what they view as his history of anti-Israel and anti-Semitic rhetoric. He was invited to campus as part of UBC Speakers series entitled America First, America Alone, Global Politics in the Age of Uncertainty. In the weeks leading up to the event, Jewish community organizations, including the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, the B'nai B'rith Canada, appealed to the university and to government officials to cancel Piker's appearance, citing concerns that this message could amplify extremism, incite hostility towards Jewish students and faculty, and spread misinformation. University administrators permitted the event to go on. In response, Hillel intentionally scheduled Klein to speak at the same time. Bro, they are so afraid. They are so afraid that, like, Jewish students on campus that are maybe looking into Israel for the first time ever with a critical lens are going to accidentally hear what I have to say and go, wait a minute, this guy's not a fucking anti-Semite at all. As a matter of fact, he dunks on anti-Semites with regular frequency. I actually don't think this guy's anti-Semitic, and I kind of agree with what he has to say about Israel. God forbid, okay? God for fucking bid that young liberal Zionist Jews hear what I have to say and go, wait a minute, I was lied to about this fucking guy. He's not an anti-Semite at all. Instead of letting that voice in the Chan Center be the only voice on campus tonight, we have gathered to offer an experience grounded in truth and lived experience, Hillel BC executive Ohad Gavrieli said in his opening remarks, adding that the attendance at the Hillel event sends a clear message that our community will not be silenced. Yeah, it does. Hillel, no. It does. The clear event that it says is it's no motion. Okay. The clear message from the event is that you guys got 50 people there, whereas the Chance Center was sold out. Okay. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me that you would look at that situation and instead of like acknowledging the truth, instead of being like, this guy is not a fucking anti-Semitic extremist, you choose to engage in this like self-inflicted wound, right? You choose to engage in the self-inflicted wound where you're like, I would rather hallucinate that this guy is fucking anti-Semitic and freak myself out. Okay? My resistance to the state of Israel is my profound and unshakable commitment to anti-fascism. Okay? Israel and Zionism is fascist. Israel is a fascist ethno-state committed to ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population. Of course I'm going to be against that. Just as I am against Nazis for that exact same fucking reason. Okay? Jesus Christ, dude. It is so fucking crazy. It just blows my goddamn mind. Your position is way more dangerous than Nick Fuentes, though. He turns whites against Israel. You are turning Jews against Israel. That's why they hate you over him. I know. Well, he's not even turning whites against Israel. He's turning... Have you seen the Groypers? I wouldn't say Nick Fuentes is successfully turning whites against anything. If anything, he's turning a lot of Latiners against Israel. Oh man, that motherfucker has a more diverse audience than me, dude. Are we being for real? Okay. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is turning South Asians and Mexicans into white supremacists. That's what he's doing. They're not even fully against Israel either. They're fine with Israel as long as Israel's like attacking someone like myself, you know? Anyway, I'm going to get back to the German guy in a second. Hillel did not anticipate security concerns around Klein's talk, and there were no noticeable demonstrations near Hillel during the event. Yeah, because all the anti-Semites were over at the Chance Center. If we were to present someone at the Chance Center of Piker's magnitude, there would likely have been security concerns. I wonder why. An exuberant welcome when Piker strode onto the Chance stage. Oh my God, they're glazing me. The reception was immediate and loud. According to the video of the event later uploaded to YouTube, he was greeted by raucous applause and sustained cheering from the packed hall. The announced title of his talk was America Bad, but he devoted considerable amount of time to Israel, the war in Gaza, and his critics. In response to a moderator's questions about complaints across the line from criticizing Israeli government policy into anti-Semitic rhetoric targeting Jews and Israelis more broadly, Piker smiled and said he's an entertainer first, adding that some hyperbole is inevitable. But I think that's a totally valuable trade-off. I like that they literally they clip-chimped my response and totally did not write the part where I was like, I combat anti-Semitism. I'm not an anti-Semite, all this stuff. And instead said like, oh, he thinks like a little bit of anti-Semitism is fine. No, it's not. Okay. Piker also described himself as an avowed anti-Zionist and said he was sure he shared that view with everyone present except any plants in the audience. One of the several remarks that drew laughter or applause. He urged students to pressure universities to divest from Israeli companies and to push for cultural boycotts, calling such measures to be the bare minimum. On alternative, at UBC Hillel, the tone was noticeably different. Klein, 28, began with photographs rather than politics. In the fall of 2023, he had been visiting a cousin in Israel, was invited to the No Festival with friends. During the hours before the attacks, he was doing what he usually did at big events, moving among the crowds with his camera. He introduced himself to strangers. Caring for self and others, like others, Klein faced significant PTSD, stress-induced health problems, both of which persist, even amidst his struggles. Disillusionment. The CGN interviewed Klein in late 2023 again at the 2-year anniversary of October 7. By now, he estimates he's visited more than 250 cities across North America to share his story. Okay, what? And then the rest of it is just him talking about Klein's experience. Okay, that's nice. Did he photograph the IDF shooting them? No, I don't think he photographed the helicopters facilitating the Hannibal doctrine. I don't think he was filming that part. So they just go to campus and show pictures of October 7th to college kids now? Yeah, I mean, they've been doing that. What do you mean? It's just that, like, there was a genocide that took place after October 7th. I don't know if these guys are aware of, and that kind of made it hard for people to still pay attention just exclusively to the atrocities that unfolded on October 7th.
Genocide, especially amid the upcoming Berlin mayoral election, in which the left party has an actual shot of winning. Franziska Giffey was booed today because as a mayor, she stood against everything that Mamdani would fight for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your question. And, I think first...
Chatter, that was a goated question.
First and foremost, this is not the only engagement that we're in my visit to Berlin. I'll be visiting with Die Linke tomorrow. I'll be at the Rosa Luxemburg Institute discussing the wealth tax. And I think in the totality of that, in the totality of it, and the reason I've made those choices intentionally is to speak to that earlier point, which is that and I certainly don't want to come across as though I'm favoring any one party over another. And that's why we're visiting with multiple in this trip. But again, as a left coalition, we are going to have to figure this out. I do believe that just as in the United States, there needs to be.
She said both sides. She said both sides of the Rosa Luxemburg equation, both the side that killed her, and also, Rosa Luxemburg herself.
Be an opening in the discussion of what is happening in Gaza and towards the treatment of Palestinians and the crackdown of the freedom of speech of individuals who are trying to change the world for the better, for the basic respect of human rights, dignity, and to end the blockades, to end the genocide. And so I say that because we also have to do that coalitionally. We can grow left.
Even if Die Linke wins, they have to work with the SPD. It's terrible, but she's right. No, I know. I don't look, guys. I am not. I am a pragmatist first and foremost. I've explained it already. I care about results. I care about delivering results. Unfortunately, the way things are currently, in the absence of an uncompromising socialist movement that is singularly capable of winning all of these like parliamentary seats and shit like that, you're going to have to engage in these sorts of coalitions, even if they are anti-communist in nature. I mean, Die Linke itself is not communist. There is no real communist party in Germany that has any sort of electoral viability. That's just the fucking reality, okay? It is what it is. You have to work within the confines of permissibility. You know, I've stressed this position over and over again. Like, I will fucking work with the Democrats too to get certain things across. Like, we're currently facilitating. We're setting up this like flotilla. It's going to be comprehensive. It's not just going to be the boats. There's going to be numerous other factors at play. I can't like reveal too much information at the time being, but that also requires like working with congresspersons potentially, right? And if that's the case, we're going to work with congresspersons. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. I don't give a shit. As long as we can deliver aid to the Cuban population, as long as we can show the world what like Cuba looks like, what America is doing to Cuba. If you work with congresspersons in the process, what, you think I'm going to be like, if there was a congresswoman or congressman that is like reactionary on so many different issues that are like, that's like anti-Medicare for all, for example, something I care about deeply. Okay. But they, for some weird reason, are super invested in Cuba. Okay. And they come out and they're like, no, I'm going to fucking support this shit. Right. I'm going to support this Cuba thing. You think I'm going to say no to that person? What are you, fucking delusional? I think a lot of people that behave in this like idealistic way don't recognize the immediate desperation of people that need help. Okay? Straw man? Wait, what? That's not a straw man. That's a hypothetical. You're using a different argument here. That's not a logical fallacy that you can apply here as a counter. I'm giving you a fucking hypothetical. Like, Thomas Massie is a great example of this, okay? Thomas Massie is a reactionary through and fucking through. But in the case of the Epstein files, I'm not a debate pervert. I don't know my shit. Yeah, I can tell. Thomas Massie on Epstein, no notes. Thomas Massie on Israel, no notes. Fantastic. Right? Thomas Massie on every other issue is a fucking prime chud, okay? Every issue, whether it be no gun control whatsoever, whether it be, taking away funds from every fucking federal regulatory agency. He was a massive champion of Donald Trump's budgetary goals, right? And yet, I'm perfectly fine with working with Thomas Massie on singular issues like this. Okay, but now we have the hush take of, yeah, I'd work with segregationists. I don't think you guys understand. Thomas Massie is a segregationist. I'm not saying I will build a fucking coalition and I'll vote for a segregationist. I'm not going to vote for Thomas Massie. I'm not going to vote for Thomas Massie to be in office. I'm saying while he is in office and he has a unique position on an issue that is important to me, I'm going to fucking build a coalition in that issue alone. That's it. There's a difference between having a principled approach to problem solving and working with whoever you know will offer a lending hand, like will lend a helping hand, versus being like, oh yeah, we have to vote for this guy. This guy should be the leader of our movement. This guy is going to do a great job of advancing our agenda. It's fucking ridiculous. You're going to glaze because it helps you ultimately? Well, glaze who? Vague posting chatter. Yeah, vague posting. Vague posting. Also assuming that I have like a cynical position in why I do certain things, even though I'm more than forthcoming. I am unimaginably transparent with the way I approach these issues. I say it all the time. As a matter of fact, I'm in the process of explaining why I care about like working with people that I normally would not agree with, right? Like it's one of those situations like AOC. I don't fully subscribe to her worldview. I'm far more radical than she is. But I think as far as like who has a potential to win more power, who has the potential to win more power in this country that is like closest to my worldview within the current ideological makeup of the Democratic Party, then yeah, fuck yeah, I'm going to lean on AOC to the best of my ability. I don't think you have a cynical position, but it's AOC. But I think AOC has a liberal idealist position that you have far too much respect for. That's it. No, I recognize the limitations of this allegiance. Okay. I have certain goals that I don't shy away from revealing with regular frequency. That's it. But would you vote for her as president? Yes, I would. Of course I would. What the fuck kind of question is that? That's ridiculous. I would vote for people worse than AOC for president. Like, there are people who I'm less ideologically aligned with that I would vote for president. Yes. Like, if we're talking about electoralism, if we're talking about the process in which someone gets elected into the fucking presidency, yeah, what kind of question is that? It's ridiculous. I have voted for far worse people than AOC as president. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? I've publicly endorsed and supported Hillary Rodham Clinton, okay, with the harm reduction narratives because I knew the dangers that Donald Trump presented. Same thing with Joseph Robinette Brandon. Like, there's a reason why. Like, I had a red line when it came to genocide, which I think is a fairly normal red line. It's probably the most normal red line of all time. And that's the reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris. And I stand by that decision. And I will never go back on that decision. There's a difference between like harm reduction narratives and then being the person who is delivering the harm.
Electoral movements, and we have to persuade moderate movements to have an open mind about how we discuss and approach human rights in the region. And that is why I say that our work has to be coalitional. It has to be coalitional. We have to grow our ranks and we have to persuade. And so I say this again because if we go separately, we will lose.
I think the moderates are not necessarily persuadable, but they're malleable, okay? They're sharks. When they see blood in the waters or when they see whichever way the winds are blowing, some of them, not all of them, some of them are ideologically committed, some of them are zealots. But there is a good chunk of moderates that will move in that direction in an effort to make sure that they remain in power, okay?
It all. We will lose it all. And so it's
I'll be honest though, I do hate when people talk about like AOC's skills as an orator, because it feels like you're attacking me directly, because I am just as bad, if not far worse, I think. At least in my mind. I feel like you guys are just basically fucking doing this to me. Every time. I am wordy as well. You're worse. See? Immediately. I am wordy as well. I have the capacity to drone on and on and on. It's fucking, you know. Not gonna lie, is different because she preps and you don't. It don't matter. I don't know how to prep. And not only do I not know how to prep, I also am incapable of delivering non-wordy, clear, concise messaging. It's cope to be like, oh, you're not prepping. Sometimes talk for like 6 hours and I don't even finish the point. Okay, shut the fuck up. 15-minute speech. Fuck it, I'll wing it. I mean, I think I did all right on that. I haven't actually rewatched that speech at all, even now, and I've been meaning to rewatch it, but yeah, I'm where is it? Where was my speech? You'll see us on the regular live stream, and then after that, we'll say our goodbyes and we'll peace out. And then I will do the CBC interview and Q&A with the students.
McFarlane. I'm the director of the School of Public Policy and Global Affairs here at the University of British Columbia, and it's really a wonderful pleasure to welcome you all to this evening's event. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that we're gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded land of the Musqueam people. This land has long been a place of learning, exchange, and dialogue, and we're really grateful for the opportunity.
Okay, I'm skipping the introduction. Oh, damn, look at the edit work on this shit. That's crazy. You got to stop telling the people that invited you that you didn't prepare. It kind of sounds like you don't take the event seriously. I think they were very happy. Let's keep it at $150. I can tell you personally that they were fucking stoked. They came up to me after the event too and were like, that was incredible. I bet Thomas Friedman didn't get that kind of reception. Anyway, no disrespect to all the previous guests. I'm actually probably going to deliver a much worse speech than everyone that came before me and then everyone that will come after me, including but not limited to Rachel Maddow. Especially considering that I just found out that I'm sharing a stage in a program with Thomas Friedman and Rachel Maddow approximately 10 minutes before I got out of the car. And I walked in and they told me, oh, you have a speech. And I was like, oh yeah, you know, like a 2-minute speech, something like that. And they were like, you signed on for 15 minutes. And I thought to myself, well, I done did it again. This is probably like the 20th time that I've done one of these sorts of, college speeches where I just come out on stage and start blurting it out. And I have no understanding of what the event is, but I'm gonna try to do my very best. Especially considering that I speak for 8 hours uninterrupted, or usually interrupted with chat. It's not gonna be too difficult, I hope. But today, obviously, we're gonna be talking about one of my favorite subjects to discuss. According to all my naysayers, including the CIJA, I believe. I don't know if they're in the room right now. Sorry, I'm sorry that you guys couldn't stop me from coming to Vancouver. But I'm gonna be talking about one of my favorite subjects, according to my haters, which is America Bad. I think a lot of Canadians have learned that lesson if they weren't aware of this concept, except for the Albertans, that
America is, as a matter of fact, somewhat of a parasitic force in the global New World Order. And it was actually one of my only failed predictions of 2025 when I thought that Pierre Poilievre, am I saying that right? Poilievre? Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. This college campus is so woke, you don't even... Anyway, one of those guys that's usually very, well, I guess he wasn't really, but usually the Conservative Party from where we're standing in America always tries to be American for some weird reason. And I guess because of Donald Trump, that really backfired spectacularly last election cycle for you guys. And I thought he had a shot, a real shot, until I found out that Canadians do value dignity and sovereignty and don't want to be annexed by the United States of America.
Notice how the real life humans love jester maxing, but chat hates it. Yeah, something to consider.
Which is a very healthy attitude to have, especially considering that I think with this last iteration of our beautiful President Donald Trump's attempts at forcibly annexing Greenland, which is a part of our NATO security cooperation. Someone should tell Donald Trump that. Especially after that, we saw many European leaders openly take to the stage at Davos and say, we'd rather be happy vassals than angry slaves. And I thought about that quite a bit. And I thought about Mark Carney's speech quite a bit. And I think that there is a failure of the previous liberal international order.
You were talking to an audience who already like you. Try jester maxing at the October 7th event and see how they like it. That's crazy. That's crazy, chatter. You're fucking insane for that. Okay? They would kill me at that event.
Order and consensus. And I don't think it's necessarily just Donald Trump, even though we like to talk about him as the harbinger of doom. The reality of the matter is these systems have been collapsing for quite a while. If you're in the third world, if you're in a developing nation, you already know exactly what it's like to be on the receiving end of endless amounts of bloodshed and domination. Now, of course, people of my political background have been talking about this for years. Lenin was one of those people that talked about it quite a bit. Imperialism being an absolute necessity as a global capitalist order, as profit rates have a tendency to decline. And we've seen this endless militarism and endless domination in the global south, in countries that are in the periphery, at the behest of super profits for international capital. But unfortunately now, America's appetite for instability and all of the potential promises of said instability for international capital has put new targets in its crosshairs, as Mark Carney and many others have talked about, middle powers. We're talking about the European Union, Canada, and many other countries that are stuck between what seems like American domination and the global liberal capitalist hegemony, and potentially the rise of regional powers such as Russia that do not shy away from irredentist action and oftentimes violent military conquest, and the behemoth of manufacturing that is China. Now, as you guys already know, BRICS nations have realized that this bargain of American domination was not always going to work out well for them, and that's the reason why they have sought out alternatives and tried to create different trade agreements and maybe even currency cooperative agreements with China, specifically to, at times, leverage their relationship that they have with the United States of America. And I've been a longtime advocate in developing European sovereignty and developing sovereignty for countries like Canada. And now, I believe, is the time for these middle powers to be able to develop sovereignty once again. And
yeah, this is completely, completely off the dome. Yeah, I'm going off of, like, I mean, this is my favorite subject to discuss. And I hope this is like, it's completely off the cuff. It's completely unscripted. And I hope it's like, I hope I'm delivering these points in a way that like people can comprehend though. I hope it's not like too wordy. You know what I mean?
And I fear that if these countries don't do it, specifically Canada, I worry that American domination will at first look like the tariffs negotiations that Donald Trump has seemingly haphazardly thrown around, and then, and in the worst case scenario, complete military annexation. Now that might sound terrifying to you guys, but we have the most peaceful option ahead of us, at least for the time being, because this growth that we are seeing, this change, this nuclear option of trade, this destruction of international agreements that America was not only the safeguard of, but also the architects of, are coming to a close. What comes next is up to all of us. And by that I mean not just international capital, capital owners of different sorts, petty bourgeois, small business owners, mom and pop landlords and the like. I'm talking about you, the people, the workers, you who comprise the masses. And the quicker we develop sovereignty for ourselves, both in our workplaces, both in our universities, the quicker we organize for ourselves, the easier it will be for all of us to preserve said national sovereignty and to hopefully make it as costly as possible for America to continue dominating the world and engineering whatever kind of design they have. I saw a piece of this in action when I went to Minneapolis, because American domination...
Sounds like you wrote this? Nah, all fucking off the cuff. But is it good? That's the real question. Is it good? Now, you're the worst audience to ask because you guys are glazers, let's be real. Actually, that's not true. You guys fucking are endlessly critical of whatever I say. I don't know how I can punch this up is what I mean. I guess I could just like add more. The reason why I'm looking at this is because like, other than a few ums at the intro is really good, it's a little rambly. Your speech was great, though you expand. You are contrite on your focus, the social fabric of the world. I think the issue is you do not have a memorable tag. There's nothing repeatable. I did a competitive extemporaneous speaking, and note card or paper with key points can improve flow even if you don't write anything.
Has often put its crosshairs on developing nations, as I've talked about before, Iraq, Afghanistan, as recently as we saw in Venezuela, where the American government kidnapped the leader of Venezuela and his wife and is facilitating a mock trial, a sham trial at this moment. You don't have to love the Venezuelan, you don't have to love the Venezuelan government. You don't have to be a communist or a socialist to recognize what that says for the international order, which was something that many European and even Canadian partners did not recognize initially as they celebrated this action, only to receive the exact same type of lack of autonomy when Donald Trump put his crosshairs on Greenland. It shouldn't take for Trump to go after a white partner country in Europe, a NATO partner country in Europe, for people to wisen up to our grand design. And when I say our, I'm talking about the American government. But the international destabilization that we have caused came back into the home front, as imperialism often does, in the form of fascism. Just as fascism arose from the failures of liberalism only but 100 years ago, the new wave of fascism is no longer seen as a revolutionary movement, but instead a movement away from liberalism. The American Republican Party is now transitioning away from a liberal conservative party to a fascist party. And as fascists often do, they are invested in domination and cruelty for cruelty's sake. And the reason why I brought up Minneapolis, Minnesota, and my experiences there is because as of today, Tom Homan has decided that they are retreating the ICE occupation that unfolded in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And the only...
See, you mentioned Minneapolis, but then moved on to another point. What did you see with Minneapolis? There you go. I brought it back, baby. It's called weaving. Donald Trump does it all the time. Your boy does it too.
The only reason Yes. And the only reason that happened was because the people got together, they organized, and they protected their neighbors. And while there was tremendous cruelty, kidnappings taking place on a daily basis, and community defense, and people that got shot and killed like Renee Good and Alex Peretti, rest in power, the people did not stand down under minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know if you guys use Fahrenheit here. Minus 35-degree Fahrenheit weather. It was very cold. 60,000 people got together and did a day of direct action, somewhat of a general strike. They call it a general strike. It's not the same as the traditional general strike, but there was a day of action. Small businesses from the community also participated in this blackout. And in the aftermath of all of this participation in community defense, ICE was forced to back away. This is the most peaceful option. JFK has said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent retribution inevitable. And I fear that violent retribution as the last option, which is why I'm here to talk today to you guys about what it means that the international order is falling apart. The old world is dying. A new world struggles to be born from its ashes. Now is the time for monsters. Gramsci said that. I hope I didn't destroy that quote. I was trying to paraphrase it. And on that note, I think I'm ready to go. I did 15 minutes. I don't even know how I did that. But yeah.
It's funny how Dumbo did the opposite speech. Yes. Cringe-ass self-doubt. The only thing missing was a call to action. I think it was probably my best speech so far. They call you daddy up in BC now, I heard. Is peaceful protest make violent revolution inevitable? Stop dead quoting. No. Those who make peaceful protest impossible make violent revolution inevitable. The reason why I also dead quoted is because I don't want to say, I don't want to fucking... I mean, it's a very liberal quote anyway. I'm using my own version of it, okay? I don't know. The Mamdani speech was amazing. Brother, Mamdani has a speechwriter who I think is fucking brilliant, Julian. I wish I could get him to write my speeches for me. Shouts out to Julian, the HasanAbi head. He's the GOAT, okay? He is the GOAT. And let's be real. If I had the opportunity to have him work for me instead of fucking Zioran Mossadani, okay, I would steal him in a fucking heartbeat. Anyway, is the Lunar New Year, year of the horse, a fire horse year? You don't even write your own speeches, Law. You don't need him. I mean, it'd be nice if he wrote my speeches. Brother, those who make peaceful resolution impossible, make violent retribution inevitable is objectively better and not lived up. You just didn't remember it, Law. No. I think that it, first of all, it is lived up because it's saying that violent revolution is bad. Okay. Sometimes it might be an inevitability and perhaps even necessary. That's the reason why I say it's fucking lived up. It is directly an anti-communist statement, just so you know. It is a revisionist. XQC now denies supporting Trump. He says if you watch the stream, you see he's in a big Trump supporter. But if you watch Aiden Ross's stream, you see XQC is a lying weasel who promoted Trump for nothing more than clout.
I should not be supporting Trump when you're a goddamn idiot. You suck, buddy.
That audience is AI as fuck. Yeah, they faked it. It's not a real audience.
Buddy, we could have talked about this the entire game. Why'd you open your mic now then? You want to be so brave, but you're such a bitch ass. Well, if you actually watch the stream, you know that I never supported any candidate, and I always said to people that you should educate yourself and vote on whoever matches with your values, but I would never push anybody anywhere. But if you want to really get down to it, I supported Kamala a lot more than I did Trump overall.
That's so crazy because I know for a fucking fact that, like, Destiny's bitch ass audience it would most likely say the juicer is way more pro Kamala than someone like myself, even though he did a fucking pro Trump stream, objectively worse.
If you want to really get down to it, if there was a bias in one way, I would be biased for Kamala way more than I was for Trump.
Kamala.
Really? We're really gonna argue this? It's crazy.
Yeah, one day everyone will have been against this, okay? And it's here already. This is woke 2.0, baby.
We're in political suicide, buddy. It doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. If you want to put me today, I would do it again. I don't give a shit. Like your radicalization has nothing to do with mine. I'm not radical. You have standards that are radical. You're weird.
He called you a terrorist for talking to a kid in Yemen. That makes him a pedophile for hanging out with a pedophile president. You know what? I never really thought about it that way. You bring up an interesting point. He's still trying to find his way in this world too, by the way. He's still going back and forth on whether or not he's a reactionary or not. Eventually he'll land on the side of woke once again, for the record, but
we do not care.
You know, he just sees the tide turning. Do with that information what you will. All right. Speaking of pedophilia protection, let's get back to the Epstein files. No more Epstein files to be released, according to the DOJ.
Partisan backlash, the Department of Justice sending a letter to Congress defending its handling of the release of more than 3 million pages of files tied to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. In a letter it was legally required to send, the DOJ listing more than 300 high-profile names that appear in the files. It includes some people who've been dead for decades and is not evidence of any wrongdoing. Some have no known association with Epstein, like Elvis. And the DOJ arguing the millions of pages the department withheld and the heavy redactions in the records it released were to comply with privacy protections in the law, writing no records were withheld or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Some lawmakers not buying it.
This is a massive cover-up being led by the White House and the DOJ.
Even several Republicans arguing the DOJ did withhold files or redact information the new Epstein Files Transparency Act explicitly says must be made public. Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace writing the excuses provided for not releasing all the files will not hold up in a court of law. This isn't going away until people go to jail.
40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
And lawmakers directly criticizing the Attorney General, saying she ducked questions last week on why the names of some high-profile men were blacked out in the files while some victims' identities were revealed.
She wasn't confident enough to engage in anything but name-calling in a hearing. And so, no, I don't have confidence in her.
Meantime, in Hollywood, high-profile sports and talent agent Casey Wasserman announced he's now selling his agency after the DOJ files revealed he exchanged emails with Epstein's now-convicted co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell in 2003, years before Epstein first pleaded guilty to sex crimes. In an email to his staff, Wasserman said he had, quote, limited interactions with Epstein and Maxwell, but said he now believes he's become a distraction to the company's work, and he said he's devoting his full attention to his other role as chairman of the 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games. Michael.
All right, Jay, the fallout seems to be far from over. Thank you so much for that.
And now to the growing fallout from the Epstein files and how they've been handled by the Trump administration. While little action has been taken to investigate the files in this country, the files have prompted new investigations in several other countries. Attorney General Pam Bondi claims all relevant files have been released, but Her Justice Department has been accused of redacting the names of potential co-conspirators. In Europe, the former Prince Andrew is under growing pressure, but he is not the only public figure facing scrutiny these days. Lee Canary has the story.
Jeffrey Epstein. An international domino effect.
Investigations are now underway in at least 10 countries.
From Europe, where the former...
Bro, could you call it a domino effect if the first piece doesn't fall? First piece being America, and then all of the other subsequent pieces fall elsewhere? Because low-key, it is a domino effect, except nothing happened in America. Even fucking Peter Attia. Even Peter Attia, who is like super low level, just a random fucking sham, self-help guru guy, is being protected by Barry Weiss over at CBS and is not being fired. Like, not even the lowest level pedophile affiliates are getting punished. It's fucking crazy. Yet, I don't think there's any punishments coming, chatter. I'm going to keep it $150 with you. It makes me feel like this country is dominated by the pedophilic cabal, and they actually like that everyone is a pedophile. That's what it makes me feel like, okay? Because, goddamn, it is fucking crazy. Like, not even like a little bit of scrutiny. No friends are just, rolling up at dinner being like, yo, you were a pedophile? That's crazy, man. What the fuck were you doing with the international pedophilic cabal, brother? Not even a little bit. It's fucked. Side note, Pam Body's atrocious performance last week will lead to her firing. I'm calling it. The one thing Trump hates more than insubordination is undeniable unpopularity. She's becoming a brand risk. I agree. I said that last week.
Former Prime Minister of Norway is charged with gross corruption, which he denies. To the Emirates, where the CEO of one of the globe's largest companies has stepped down after the files released displayed communications with Epstein, including an email with a reference to, quote, torture video. He has not been charged with any crime. In the UK, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor faces new calls to be investigated for allegedly leaking state secrets. And in Hollywood, top marketing exec Casey Wasserman is selling his talent agency. He's not accused of a crime, but said he regrets flirtatious emails he sent to Ghislaine Maxwell that had become a distraction.
Once again, I mean, Casey Wasserman was more deeply embedded with the Epsteins than just trying to fuck Ghislaine Maxwell, for the record. Like, he's been photographed with them over and over again, which is why it's so crazy that, like, they're presenting this retreat. They're presenting this retreat as a guy who was just too horny and he wanted to fuck Ghislaine Maxwell. That's not the case. People don't realize that, like, people don't realize that Casey Wasserman is far, far more embedded with the Epsteins than just trying to fuck Ghislaine, even though that is obviously crazy. You're criminally horny, brother. I mean, Jesus Christ. He was not too horny. No, he was trying to fuck Ghislaine, which is crazy. But a lot of people don't realize that this is, I think, is a distraction. Like, he's trying to present it as like, oh, I'm pulling out of like I'm pulling out of the public eye because everybody caught me being, pathetically horny trying to have sex with Ghislaine Maxwell, when in fact he's far, far more embedded with the Epstein folk than just trying to fuck Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm just saying. I want my scalps Bondi first. Respectfully, she kind of bad. Oh my God, chatter. Jail for you, dude. Chatter, that is fucking crazy, brother.
Shut up, bitch.
Oh my God. Hating you from outside the club. What is this? America Man Hero. If you think revoking gay rights and abortion rights is moderate, what could be further right than that? What? Dude, Indonesian far-righters are so funny. These guys would... Dude, I love... Hey, listen. I have so much love for the Ummah, okay? Except for the Indonesian right-wingers, okay? I'm sorry. Y'all are fucking begging to be slaughtered. It is crazy to me. There is nothing funnier than Indonesian far-right figures that are like, you know, the Indonesian nationalists that are, you know, Muslim and brown, right? Like objectively hated by the very same people that they glaze endlessly. I don't understand it. It's just so, you have to be so fucking brain broken. Like they were all celebrating because they all hate China, right? And once again, I love Indonesia. Indonesia is great. After all, Indonesia is responsible for Barack Obama, my favorite politician. Having said that, okay. Indonesian far right figures were celebrating like the anti-communist Japanese, the LDP party winning, like the far right, more nationalist Japanese person winning. And then literally a day after, Takaichi was like, I love Israel. And the Indonesian far right was like, whoa, hold up. We love you. Why are you doing this? Why do you love Israel? Bitch, what the fuck do you think the far right does? They don't give a shit about Muslims, you dumbass. You're so stupid. Enjoy the fucking Chinese high-speed rail and shut the fuck up. India is like this too. I know. Well, I think the BJP, like the Hindutva fascists, love Israel regardless, though. Soundboard is the best part of the stream now. Yeah.
Action. Epstein spun himself a web of global elites. Many of them named this weekend by the Department of Justice. 300 high-profile people that appear at least once in Epstein's emails. Some in direct contact with him, others just mentioned in news articles. Criminality is not implied. But Juliette Bryant said when she met Epstein in South Africa, surrounded by powerful people, it made her feel safe.
A girl approached me and said she was here with the King of America. He was here with Bill Clinton and Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker.
Bryant did not accuse the other men of wrongdoing, but said Epstein flew her to New York and then put her on a private jet.
Yeah, I know. I said CBS retained Attia, which is crazy. CBS is covering the Epstein files. Meanwhile, Barry Weiss, the editor-in-chief, has retained Peter Attia and is refusing to fire Peter Attia, who was directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Billionaire Tom Pritzker announced on Monday he was retiring as executive chairman of Hyatt Hotels after his association with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, we got one scalp. We got one. I'll take it. By the way, Tom Pritzker is a whole ass freak, bro. I'm not even going to do the fall for that. Like, if you look at what some of the correspondence looked like between him and Jeffrey Epstein, he was like talking about potentially doing some really fucking weird shit in Afghanistan as a part of his like birthday celebration. By the way, this is not even a punishment. He's just fucking, yeah, it's not even really a punishment, honestly. He's just retiring. Like he should, I'm not going to say anything else or whatever. He should receive criminal punishment, a criminal investigation, and then possibly go to fucking jail. Let's be real. Another pedo elite, pro-Trump billionaire Mark Rowan, who the president appointed to the Board of Peace tasked with reconstructing Gaza, maintained close connections with child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, newly released documents show. Unsurprising. Yes, there is a likelihood that he was either hunting or raping young boys in the mountains of Korengal, the Korengal Valley. Not even a fucking joke. Like, a lot of this stuff, for Tom Pritzker, I mean, a lot of this stuff is crazy. Also, Tom Barack, and we know that already. Ambassador and Trump confidant Tom Barack kept in regular contact with Jeffrey Epstein for years, documents show. And Tom Barack is famous for saying the quiet part out loud over and over again. He's like, why the fuck would the Hezbollah disarm themselves? We're just going to dominate them and we're going to take over Lebanon. You know? which, by the way, isn't a defense of Hezbollah. Like, he wasn't making a defense of Hezbollah. He was just saying, like, there's nothing you can do about it. Israel's going to take over your territory, whether you like it or not.
Airplane took off. He started touching me forcibly in between my legs, and I freaked out. I realized this is not a modeling opportunity. I've been kidnapped.
Bryant received damages from Epstein's estate.
In the last few weeks, Juliet, we've seen people like royals, prime ministers, people in positions of power face real consequences. How do you feel about
Yeah, Tom Barack said, Jeffrey Epstein and Tom Barack said, send picture of child, make me smile. Also, yes, the Tom Pritzker is J.B. Pritzker's cousin, I think, right? Yes, J.B. Pritzker is a billionaire. They own the Hyatt Regency hotel chain. They're a billionaire family. Did you guys forget? Yeah, they're billionaires. They're rich people. Hello?
About that.
Well, I think it's amazing that they're all being exposed, but I just would like to see them all held accountable.
The pursuit of accountability continues. The House Oversight Committee will depose Ohio billionaire Les Wexner next week. The FBI labeled him as a co-conspirator in a 2019 internal document. Now, Wexner and all the men we mentioned deny criminal accusations. Vlad?
All right, Lee, thank you very much.
Billions of pages of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, providing more information on the convicted sex offender's crimes. Among the files, claims bodies are buried near Epstein's Zorro Ranch in Santa Fe County. Tonight, the state land commissioner demanding an investigation.
Yeah, the guy who purchased this property is Steve Bannon affiliate, Donald Trump affiliate, for the record. Just something interesting to think about. The super wealthy guy who purchased the property is not cooperating with the police, as far as I understand as well, in terms of opening up a new investigation and potentially digging up the property to see if there are bodies there. Zorro Ranch in New Mexico is the ranch that the Clintons had also visited. It's the eugenics ranch that he had. This is most likely the base of operations for Epstein's breeding facility. Oh, he is now?
I'm going to keep asking questions and keep poking around until I get an answer.
Those coming from an anonymous email in 2019 addressed to a local radio host.
Malia Chavez spoke with him and has the details of that email.
Yeah, Doug, Shelley, we're also hearing tonight from the Attorney General's office, who says it takes these allegations seriously, but needs more information to do something about it. Eddie Aragon says it was early in the morning in November 2019 when he got this email from someone claiming they were a former staffer at Zorro Ranch, writing, "Did you know somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex."
I got the email. I was startled.
The emailer says they had 7 sex videos, including some with minors, but never actually sent the footage, asking Aragon for digital currency, Bitcoin.
Approximately at that time, Bitcoin was worth about $8,000. They wanted to exchange 1 Bitcoin for the videos that they had in possession.
Aragon says he didn't know what to do with the email, so he sent it to the FBI.
I've since referred to the FBI on a number of other things, and I've never heard back from them on any things.
Fast forward 6 years later, the DOJ released Aragon's email as part of the Epstein files.
Matters. I think that New Mexicans need answers. I think the victims need answers.
That's what prompted New Mexico Public Lands Commissioner Stephanie Garcia Richard to send this letter to the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney's Office Tuesday, asking them to thoroughly investigate this disturbing allegation regarding the referenced burials.
We need to get to the bottom of really what happened in New Mexico.
She says she was horrified to learn in 2019 that our state was still leasing lands around Zorro Ranch to Epstein's company.
I canceled the leases at that time.
A month after Epstein killed himself in jail, the land around the mansion totals around 1,200
killed himself in jail, sure.
acres and hasn't been leased out since.
We're thinking to possibly turn it into a memorial to honor the victims, or as some kind of wildlife sanctuary, perhaps. So that's what we're thinking for that land.
Attorney General Raul Torres' office responding to Garcia Richard hours later with this letter. As we understand it, the allegations appear to be unsubstantiated, it says, going on to say they will work to obtain the original files. Once such information is obtained, our office will review it to determine whether any further action is warranted, and if so, the appropriate next steps.
To my knowledge, no investigation has taken place thus far. It doesn't sound like anything is going to be taking place very soon.
The commissioner says she's ready to offer all state land for investigation, but can't do anything about the ranch since it's privately owned, bought by new owners and renamed. Aaliyah Chavez, KOAT Action 7 News.
We asked the U.S. Attorney for a comment. They referred us to the FBI, which declined comment.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I'm not watching this shit. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about what Joe Rogan has to say about all of the Luciferian conspiracy theories and stuff like that. Anyway, breaking: U.S. Department of Homeland Security requests Google, Reddit, Instagram, and Facebook to provide names, phone numbers, and other identifying information of users who criticize ICE. We're not gonna make it, bros. I think it's over for us. I'll just turn on that music for everybody. It's over. You're along for the ride, I guess. Hey, ICE can suck my dick. Fuck ICE. Fuck the president. Donald Trump can suck my cock. Fuck the Department of Homeland Security. ICE is Gestapo. Bovine Bovino is 5'3", not even, like 4'11" maybe on a good day. A fun community meme about the soundboard. What is this? When Hasan found this meme soundboard website.
Research is a very. Why are you still Don't stop pushing sound effects. I want to. Which one is that one?
This one.
It's a laser beam.
Yeah.
I like that one.
You like that one?
Yeah, I want to pepper that one in.
Okay.
Research is a very. Why are you still
Oh, yeah. People are really pissed off about Spike Lee. We're going to be talking about that as well. Obviously, I covered the NBA shit. Do you think they will give your name up? Yeah. Disturbing news article for Epstein's girlfriend to be sharing with him with no context. Missing dental Columbia student's family gives desperate plea for her return. That's weird. She was later found in the Hudson River with an undetermined cause of death, apparent suicide. Such a coincidence how suicide rates skyrocket for people anywhere in Epstein's vicinity. By the way, the missing woman, Juwan Lee, also shows up in a 2014 bank statement. That's Epstein's girlfriend. She went missing April 1, 28 days before the donation, possibly to the search or GoFundMe. Why is the article redacted? What do you mean? I don't know. Clinton's and their 300 suicides are overshadowed at last. We'll talk about Spike Lee in a second. This is how China is reporting the Epstein files?
So the Epstein files are out, millions of pages, thousands of videos in order from Congress. And what have we learned? Well, Democrats accuse the Attorney General of a cover-up. The Attorney General calls a senior congressman a washed-up loser lawyer. Victims sit in the room watching their accuser.
Bro, I don't care about the Kung Fu robots. Please stop linking me the Kung Fu robots. I saw the Kung Fu robots. It's great. It's great. Robot takeover. The China takeover. Please stop.
Their names blacked out, while their own names, their photographs, their suffering are leaked to the public. Welcome to accountability, Western style. For years, the Western elites, the Western men, have stood on what they call the moral high ground. They lecture other countries on human rights, on fair courts, on the worth of every person. They send diplomats to lecture former colonies about the rule of law, as if that law were a custom-made suit only for a rich man. So here's the uncomfortable truth the West does not want to face. The Epstein archive is not just one file on one criminal. It is a CT scan of the whole system, the courts, the banks, the politicians, even some academic institutions. Not evil in some movie sense, silent partners in real world sense. Silent through doing nothing, through convenient forgetfulness, through the quiet belief that some men are too powerful to ever be brought down. And yet these same institutions continue to grade the rest of the world on human rights, continue to issue report cards on judicial reform, continue to act as if they're the world's moral judge.
I do think it's like hypocrisy is easy to understand, right? It's easy to understand for even the dumbest fucking guys out there. So the American criticisms of Russia's irredentist actions that are unjustifiable in Ukraine, followed so closely to Israel's unlimited genocide of the Palestinians, was a massive moment of hypocrisy, a moment of hypocrisy that made the rest of the world, including people here in the Western Hemisphere, people here in the Western world, recognize that maybe America didn't have the best interest of others in mind, right? The Epstein files is yet another glaringly obvious example of said hypocrisy. No accountability, no real justice system exists in the United States of America for the super wealthy. No matter how heinous the crime, the American government will never prosecute billionaires and millionaires, while they simultaneously claim that other countries do not have an adequate judicial process. Other countries are actually corrupt, and that there is this moral rot in the way that they govern. Laying that hypocrisy out the bear, making people realize that maybe America's statements about foreign nations is all fucking bullshit. Okay? And that's the truth. It is bullshit. We are a country that endlessly punishes the working poor for oftentimes, you know, being victims of circumstance, crimes born out of poverty. There are people rotting in jail for taking illegal substances like cocaine or even fucking marijuana, which is even crazier, especially considering the marijuana is now legal. But you have RFK Jr., who is the head of the HHS, going on the Theo Von show and saying, I've snorted lines of coke off of, you know, toilet seats. That's the type of country this is. So yeah, it's not necessarily hypocrisy, but I think it's contradictions. Contradictions is when you recognize that this is not hypocrisy at all. Okay? That this is a byproduct of the system. This is a byproduct of the system's design. But if you do that with someone else, that means woke is back? What do you mean? Oh, you're referencing the fucking Fear End podcast episode. Yes, Epstein's victims were working class, and Epstein's co-conspirators were a part of the parasitic capital owning class. And therefore, none of Epstein's co-conspirators were punished, and they did unlimited extrajudicial punishments and illegal acts to all of Epstein's victims. That's it. This fucking administration, or no American administration, will ever punish the wealthy. It's disgusting. I mean, yeah, I already covered this as well. Rubio's speech being impulsive and imperialist and repulsive, saying unlimited violence is the only way forward for the global South, all this shit.
The lease on that high ground has run out. It ran out in Florida courthouse in 2008. It ran out on the private Caribbean island with the Harvard professor as a guest. It ran out this month on the live television when the victim had to watch her abuser's name being blacked out while her own name staying in plain sight. The Western elites wanted to be judged by their good intentions. Unfortunately for them, the Epstein files contain only the facts.
Yeah, that's where we're at. When's the next China trip? Potentially the next, whoa, what the fuck was up with the camera there? Potentially in April is the next China trip with Alex and Alexa, and I'm very excited about that. Also, Boy's trying to come on the Cuban flotilla as well. This will be you in 50 years, Comrade Unk. Can I come to China too? You will be there. You will be there. And maybe Brace, you said on Mero's pod, that would be great, yeah. Did you see Chiose begging people to pick up their dog shit because literally everyone in New York City right now, KW? No, I don't pay attention to what the fuck's going on in New York City politics and New York City day-to-day existence because I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Isn't there 100% chance Trump will arrest everyone on the flotilla for passing a blockade or for whatever? No. I mean, they might choose to do so. That risk is always there. But hi, Hasan, I'm 50, so not your demo. But just wonder why lately you keep burping in the mic. You never used to. It's a bit rude. I guess I'll get banned now. First of all, I'm not going to ban you, sir. And secondly, I've always burped in the microphone. That's not new. They're being called Netanyahu, Likud James, and the KDF is I saw this already. It's just, oh my God. I don't even want to see it. I don't even want to see it. Adam Tooze had a take on Kaiser Kuo talking about, it's hard for me to fathom why any European delegates would have been applauding Rubio's Munich Security Conference speech. Was it just that it wasn't as unhinged as Vance's last year? Yes, the lament over the end of Western colonialism and imperialism landed. Jesus fucking Christ. Adam Tooze says, it isn't an audience particularly interested in colonialism and imperialism. Atlanticism is the key. They just wanted nice words about NATO and less overt AFD stuff. It's Munich after all, not Paris or London or Madrid. To which G here responds with, I think this is right. Zombie Atlanticism dominates European elites, which means that they will gladly clap like seals at any sign the USA still has some residual NATO commitment. Intellectually, they still haven't accepted Carney's point that a rupture has occurred and they need to build new alliances. They need to build new alliances, but the problem is there's a second order here. And I think communists, socialists, anti-capitalists alike recognize that this higher priority is a commitment to the parasitic capital class, right? NATO is yet another mechanism that holds this international capitalist class together, or at least advances their interests. Okay? That's the reason why these guys glaze NATO. It's not because they fucking are. I mean, some of them might be truly fearful of Russian incursion. Because, like, when it comes to Euroscepticism, when it comes to, like, their attitude towards the USSR, those old wounds have not healed. It reminds me of Admiral Zuko saying, we liberated Europe from the Nazi scourge and they will never forgive us for it. And I do think that there is truth to that. Like, the European industrial class absolutely was fine. Historically speaking, this is Zhukov, not Zuko. Admiral Zhukov. Did I say it wrong? Did I say Zhukov? Okay, fuck you. Fuck you, chat. Yeah, Zuko the firebender. Okay, he was bending some shit. All right. Anyway. They didn't leave. That's the problem? No, that's not the real problem. The real problem is the same appetite that the European titans of industry had that caused them to align with the Nazis initially, with the fascists initially, is the same reason why they were fearful of incursion from the USSR. Okay? That is it. It's the same reason why they maintain zombie Atlanticism and a commitment to NATO above all else. Because they know that as long as America is still a power to be reckoned with, okay? He was not an admiral. He served the land army. Okay, Marshal Zhukov. Sorry. Fuck. God damn it, dude. Fuck! My point is, these guys do not want class warfare. These guys do not want the current existing system to go away. And as they have in the past, they will once again align themselves with fascists if fascism promises stability and the current order. Okay? Maintaining the current order. That's it. That's fucking it. And that's precisely what America is promising them right now. But instead of Adolf Hitler, the person who's doing that is Marco Rubio. The person who's doing that is Donald Trump. That's it. So if the representatives of not the European peoples, but instead the capital-owning class in Europe are the very same people that go to the Munich Security Conference, the very same people that are part of the EU, the very same people that are part of the political class in European countries, Of course, they're going to still fucking clap like seals when Marco Rubio basically says we're going to do unlimited imperialism, we're going to do unlimited domination. Imperial conquest is what made the Western civilization the superior power that it actually was. And we're going to do that more aggressively going forward in Europe. We're going to bring you along on the journey. Of course, they're going to clap for that because the alternative is far more terrifying for them. The alternative is class first politics. The alternative is socialism. The alternative is socialist organizing, crippling the industrial production in the European countries at the behest of the working class, to ensure that these countries actually have some semblance of accountability or a better distribution of their own economic output. They don't want that. They would rather have fascism. They would rather have Palantir-backed fascism. They would rather have complete domination over the 99% at the behest of the 1% than anything else. It's that simple. There will come a time when people will ask themselves the question, which side are they on? Which side are you on? I don't know if they want to know the answer to that question, though. John Cusack says, what the Epstein files and the continuing genocide reveal is that class is the issue, and elites feel themselves to be higher forms of life who can do whatever they like with cattle. It's about right and wrong, basics, morality. What's most repulsive about Rubio's speech and the warm embrace it received by the European ruling class is that its only vision for Western civilization is a future of endless imperialist violence. They have nothing else to offer to their citizens or to the world. No vision for addressing social or ecological crises. No vision for improving people's lives. No vision for human progress. No other vision for greatness besides violence and plunder. It is, in fact, the antithesis of civilization. It is barbarism. I 100% agree with this sentiment. And one thing that will add on to it is that if you wanted permanent domination, let's be real. Fascism fucking failed in the past. I don't know if it will succeed this time around, but it failed in the past because there was a collaborative element within social democracies, liberals like the United States of America, and also, communist nations like the USSR that worked very hard to destroy the Axis, right? And what's interesting in this iteration of the fascist resurgence is that no such axis really exists. America, which is the Nazi Germany of the equation this time around, is a nuclear superpower with 800 military bases, and most of the European allies are also incredibly servile and invested in the continuation of American domination. I happen to believe that fascism always fails because it's suicidal, right? It's a suicidal death cult ideology. It is inevitably, it is always going to fail. It is destined for doom no matter what. But if we were to look at resilience as far as imperial domination, the continuation of imperial domination, let's be real, liberalism was far more successful than fascism in doing that. So this acceleration in the direction of international fascism is probably a consequence of America being on the death spiral of empire. So when these guys turn around and say, no, you don't understand, like the real way to do this is by being overtly fascist, engaging in vulgar imperialism in ways that people understand that they're being dominated, rather than the softer approach, that is far more complex, far more sophisticated, creating a self-justifying cycle of destabilization. Like, you don't just go into a country and decide your resources are ours now. You go in and you create civil society organizations. You create you at least find groups that you can utilize to create instability, to destabilize the country itself from the outside. But at least you have like a native face to your domination. You prop up compradors. They're not even doing that now. They don't have the soft approach of liberalism. Okay? So I think maybe I'm being too hopeful here, but I think that this fascist move, this naked, brazen imperialism will inevitably collapse. Obviously, it's not going to collapse on its own. You talk about liberalism like that, then why are politics close to it? If I talk about liberalism like that, then perhaps you should come to this recognition that my politics are not close to it. Okay? You might be a little too stupid. How could you say that my politics are close to it while you simultaneously understand that I'm criticizing liberalism? Then why are you surrounded by all these products? What? Ugh. Products? Like commodities that I consume? Is that what you're saying? Socialism is when no Diet Dr. Pepper, no iPhone? Is that the argument? Is that what we're doing? I don't understand. Why do you fucking own things, dude? What the fuck? Socialism is when no treats and no products whatsoever, no commodities. Guy who despises you and your ideology spotted? No, that's an 8-month subscriber, so I suspect that's not a guy who despises me and my ideology. That's just a guy who's a little bit misguided and doesn't fully comprehend what socialism is at all. And not promote the mass production by funding it? What? Yeah, this guy is tuning in not from his iPhone, but his own personal handmade device. Syndicalism. Okay, bro. Libertarians need to take a day off. Please, please. Please. Just hugs and kisses for you, okay? Shh. Now is not the time. Now is not the time, libertarian baby. Okay? Take a day off. Also, I run a cooperative corporation too, so it's like really funny. Every syndicalist should be up my ass talking about how fucking awesome that is all the time. But this one was like, I'm too sweaty, brother. For me, anarcho-syndicalism actually means no commodities. I was reading on someone's analysis of degrowth. I forget who it was, but it was like there's this like fundamental misunderstanding of degrowth where someone hears degrowth and just assume that means like we just need less things. Like you shouldn't own things, right? Whereas like degrowth advocates are, and I know it's like it's a scary term, but degrowth advocates, it might have been Jason Hickel. No, it wasn't Kohei Saito, even though I have been talking to Kohei Saito and I'm hopefully going to link up with him when I go to Japan. But the degrowth advocates, it might have been Hickel. Yeah. I came across this critique of degrowth today in the Catalyst magazine by two prominent writers. I was struck by how wildly incorrect it is. Degrowth does not proceed from the position that there's already more than enough wealth in the world, which here seems to mean the stuff we need to live good lives is already produced and just needs to be distributed better. Totally wrong. Everyone with any sense can see there are critical shortages of basic things like housing, sanitation systems, healthcare, public transit, etc. In reality, degrowth proceeds from the position that there is already more than enough productive capacity. The problem is that capital controls that productive capacity, the labor, the resources, the factories, and therefore produces what is profitable to capital. So we get massive overproduction of SUVs, weapons, mansions, etc., with devastating ecological consequences. And we get chronic shortages of obviously necessary things because they are less profitable or not profitable at all. The solution is to reclaim democratic control over the means of production, overcome the capitalist law of value, and organize production around social and ecological goals. In other words, socialism. This must include, and indeed is enabled by, degrowing, damaging, and unnecessary production. No more weapons production, no more nuclear arms production, but instead a focus on necessary resources that we have more than capacity to build. With this approach, we know it is possible to ensure good lives for all 8 billion people on this planet, including supplying all the core goods these authors call for, with less total resource use and energy use and less total output than the world economy presently produces. This is clearly not just about moving numbers around. What a bizarre claim. It's about transforming the ownership and direction of production. The greatest example of degrowth that I fully subscribe to is food. Okay? Famine in this day and age should not exist whatsoever. We have a surplus of food. Our agricultural products, like our agricultural output, is more than enough, right? But the reason why famine still exists, leading to approximately 14 million people dying every single year annually, okay, as a consequence of famine or famine-related diseases, is specifically because of capitalism, okay? We have the productive capabilities right now to distribute food to every single person on the planet so that famine is a thing of the past, okay? But the reason why we still have famine is because you have to make the productive process profitable. That's it. That's it. Also, that 14 million number is obviously important for you guys to remember. Whenever someone says communism killed 17 gorillion people or whatever the fuck, you can just turn around and be like, what are you talking about? Capitalism kills 14 million people and we already have an abundance of food supply. It's far worse. So we're not even talking about crop mismanagement or the downsides of collectivization initiatives. You know what I mean? Like, this is not even like a mistake that leads to tremendous amounts of casualties. You're talking a deliberate mechanism of starvation. Will Chamberlain, the equivalent of showing up to Jackie Robinson's first All-Star game in a Klan outfit. Joel M. Pelton, if your first reaction to seeing an Israeli NBA All-Star on the court is to greet him by showing solidarity to the people who massacred over 1,000 Jews on October 7th, you may be an attention-seeking anti-Semite. I didn't see him wearing the banner of the Israeli Air Force. I mean, 1,000. If you're saying 1,000, like, it's, make no mistake, you know, the Palestinian resistance absolutely killed a bunch of civilians and a bunch of Israeli occupational forces soldiers on October 7. There were atrocities that took place on October 7. But there was also a litany of atrocities that took place in the hands of the Israeli Air Force and also the Israeli occupational forces. And I don't think Spike Lee was wearing an IDF dog tag, for example, you know? So, mostly soldiers, come on, brother, there's no reason to do atrocity denial. You can understand what the inception point of said atrocities is. We're talking about fucking 80 years of apartheid ethnic cleansing, okay? The standard of violence is always set by the colonial occupier. The resistance against the endless system of violence enforced by the Israeli government, an apartheid state that's constantly doing ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement, is of course going to be inevitably incredibly violent. Having said that, there's no need to just deny said atrocities. You can understand where it came from and factor that into your analysis. Having said that, there was still plenty of violence that took place on October 7 in the hands of the Israeli occupational forces against the Israeli civilian population. Okay? Now, what's really interesting about all this is that Spike Lee is not saying any of those things. He's just simply saying he recognizes the existence of Palestine and the Palestinians. But that was a bridge too far for many Zionists who have lost their damn minds altogether once again. I personally really appreciate when Hollywood celebrities actually stick their neck out like this, even though the penalties for sticking your neck out like this is nowhere near as severe as it once was. I still think it's good, and more of this should happen, especially because it literally pisses off the dumbest people on the fucking planet and makes them engage in hysterics. Okay? Even just like the most modest recognition of Palestinian existence causes people to lose their dang minds. Now, I responded to something of the sort from Todd Richmond. Todd Richmond said, I've been to more New York Knicks games than I can count, and I've never seen Spike Lee make a statement like this courtside. With Denny Avdija representing Israel in the All-Star stage, it doesn't seem to be accidental. He's making a statement, and it's not a good one. The NBA All-Star Game should unite fans around basketball, not turn into a political billboard. Okay? Brother, you are literally the co-founder of Democratic Majority for Israel. Fuck you mean? The only reason why you're mad is because a high-profile celebrity recognizes the existence of Palestine and Palestinians. That's all this is. Shut the fuck up. I said it's not a good statement. It's the best statement. Respect to Spike Lee. Free Palestine. Okay? NBA should ban Spike Lee for disrespectful pro-Palestine outfit. Ugh. Gross. But here is my favorite, my queen, Lizzie Savetsky. Let's see. Just a little neighborly gift for Spike Lee. Look at her face, by the way. No disrespect. I'm not on some misogyny shit, but like, it is honestly journalistic malpractice if I do not mention how fucking AI base boosted her face is. That's crazy. That filter is wild, Lizzie. You're a beautiful queen, Lizzie. Just show your normal face. I don't know why you're doing all this.
All right, guys, so Spike Lee wore quite an outfit last night at the All-Star game. And, you know, he happens to be my neighbor, so I thought I would pop by his house and leave him a present.
God, I fucking love... I'm sorry. I fucking love pro-Israel people. They're so psychotic. They have zero chill. They have no way of managing the situation at all. They constantly get ahead of their higher priority, the highest priority, which is to defend Israel and to make it look normal and cool. You know what I mean? They can't do it. They just immediately start fucking shrieking. They're like, you don't love Israel! You don't love Israel! You don't love Israel! Am Israel Chai! I'm doing normal thing. Look at me! I am being so normal. Oh, they're so fucking deeply insecure, dude. And so crazy. They're so fucking nutty.
All right, guys, so Spike...
I'm doxing Spike Lee. If someone put a Palestinian flag in your mailbox on camera, you call it an anti-Semitic hate crime and blame Zohran Mamdani for it. The people who did it would be on the cover of New York Post. The ADL would fundraise $1 million off of it. You would leverage to get a paid speaking opportunity in Tel Aviv. Just unbelievable to me how openly and gleefully racist and dehumanizing one can be towards Palestinians, while any show of sympathy towards them jeopardizes one's privacy, safety, and career. Yeah. But I will recognize that, you know, this kind of behavior is seen as fucking gross. Most normal people see this shit and go, what the fuck's your problem, lady?
Okay,
like,
so
dude, you fucking be normal. You know what I mean? Israel now spends every day going after 20 or 30 people in America and Europe, demanding their silence of ritual punishment or permanent ostracism for crimes such as using the word Palestinian or being disturbed by the death of thousands and thousands of children. I can't see that this will last. Yeah, I'm one of those 20 to 30 people, by the way, so it's pretty funny. But he goes to Equinox on 63rd in Manhattan East Side. Spike is actually a huge asshole. Surprised he did this. Okay, bro, chill out. It's awesome. I think we should do this more frequently, okay? The reason why I say that is because, like, obviously I go I go beast mode on Israel. I don't fucking hold back at all, as you guys know. Many of these people won't do that, obviously, because, you know, they exist in polite society. Maybe they're afraid. Okay. What is this? My 10-inch Jew cock thanks you for your sacrifice. Okay. That's weird chatter. In any case, what I was saying is, like, I think doing it for, is that brace? Yeah, I don't know about that. But anyway, you can do it for a litany of different good reasons, right? Or you can do it for a bad reason that I still think is a good reason, which is, if you're not going to do it for the Palestinians, you can still do it because it pisses off some of the most annoying people of all time. Okay? The people that do stuff like this, they lose their fucking minds. Baytar says, Jew-hating scumbag Spike Lee had multiple Alpha triangles calling for Jews to be killed at the All-Star game. That's awesome. It is pretty cool that we just have to kind of, just like we have to deal with like MAGA, just as we have to just like sit there and deal with like the psychotic hallucinations of MAGA Republicans, we just kind of have to sit there and act like these guys are normal parts of civilized society when it's clear that they are objectively insane, okay? I'm sorry, you're a psycho. You're fucking hallucinating. You are not a victim. Like, what do you want me to do? Sit there and be like, oh yeah, you're so right. You're so right, dude. You're so right. Your imagined hallucinated slights are totally real to me. They're totally real to me. And real to everyone else. Everyone should constantly be talking about whatever you have envisioned as like another fucking apparent slight. Like, come on, man.
Spike Lee should be banned from every basketball game for the rest of his life. The fact that Spike Lee would protest the fact that an Israeli-born player made it to the All-Star game, the player's not political. The player's just playing basketball.
Just playing ball.
There's no place for this. You know, politics should not be involved in sports, which is why I don't want to get too involved in it. But the fact that the end.
Wait, what do you mean? There's no, at that point, like, first of all, if there is a fucking Russian player who's been like, I love Russia. I was a part of the forces that have, that have actually taken over Mariupol, right? Like, Russia is awesome. I'm from Russia. I'm so honored and so proud to have served in the same military that, like, dominated Mariupol or something. Like, I think if someone said that, they would get, they wouldn't be allowed to play. They, like, Adam Silver would literally fucking rip their contract apart. Deni Avdija has basically said that. Yeah, glazing Israel is an overtly political act and a dangerous one, kind of based. So many celebrities choosing to stay in their lane and not becoming overtly political. The journalist was trying to get a clip. As far as like Lakud James goes, as far as Lakud James goes, okay, that was fucking bullshit. That was bullshit. That was a bullshit
He
clip.
allowed that to happen. And I'm sure at some level made this Israeli-born player feel a certain way when all he wants to do is play basketball. And now we're making political statements from a fan, not a player. If a player wants to do it, that's a player's prerogative. It's their game, not our game. But for the NBA to open up their doors and front row service to a despicable human being and allow him to make this Israeli-born player feel bad, he shouldn't be allowed in Madison Square Garden. He shouldn't be allowed in another NBA arena for a long time. Spike Lee should.
Wemby had a better quote on Denis than LeBron.
Fourth row on the left. How would you describe playing with Deni Avdija during this experience, and just how's he viewed around the league at this point in the step he's taken this year?
How's he viewed? Takes a lot of free throws. So playing against him, I haven't played against him this year, but advice is to not defend without fouling. And I mean, I don't know how many minutes I'll share with him on the court, but as I was saying before, I mean, today was a pretty fun experience. I think what we displayed basketball-wise was solid, and it shows on the results. I mean, it was close games with intensity.
You say he takes a lot of free throws. That's awesome. Why do they try to get Denis quotes from everybody? Is so weird. Bro, Israel. That's why, okay? What the fuck do you mean? Like, straight up. That's it. That's why they're like, oh, would you go to Israel? Would you love Israel? Would you kiss Israel? Would you let Israel into your home? Would you let Israel fuck your asshole? Please answer this question right now. Are you anti-Semitic? Why do you love Hamas? Why do you love Hamas? If you won't let Israel fuck your butt, you are Hamas. Why are you Hamas? Why won't you offer your entire NBA salary to the nation state of Israel? You are Hamas. Are you Hamas? When is the last time you offered arms to the Palestinian resistance? That's basically it. Do they have missiles aimed at me? That impacts my answer. If you do not purchase arms in an Israeli fucking arms company, if you don't purchase stock in an Israeli arms company, when is the last time you said Am Israel High? Yeah, it's the same with FIFA and Eurovision cultural boycotts. They have to keep up appearances. They have to make it seem like they're a part of like normal society. They're a normal country when they're fucking objectively not, and everybody despises them. And ironically enough, Denis' father is a Yugoslav Muslim. It doesn't matter, dummy. What the fuck? He served in the IDF. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this argument? I've heard this over and over again. He literally was in the IDF, bro. The fuck? I don't give a shit. Yeah, there's also Druze people in the IDF too. You think I give a fuck about that? If you are repping Israel, it don't matter to me. Like, this argument only works. This argument only works if you are an anti-Semite, okay? If you're like, oh, he's not full Jew, then I guess it's not a problem. Like, what? You think I'm gonna fucking say some shit like that? What are you, insane? I don't give a fuck about their religion. It doesn't matter. You could be a Zoroastrian, you could be Muslim, you could be Christian, you could be Jewish. If you're pro-Israel, you fucking suck. Okay? That's it. Like, if the ref doesn't call a call, he's obviously Hamas. Yeah. Anyway, pro-Israel or a pro from Israel? He's both. He's both. But yeah, this is why Zionists are... Ehud Barak thought the proposed soccer boycott had the most potential to change the fate of Israel. This is why Zionists are fighting so hard against any kind of ban on their football teams or their genocidal hooligan fans. Among many disturbing things in the Chomsky-Epstein emails, don't let this one go unnoticed. In 2015, they casually debated the power of sports boycotts against apartheid. This was the same year as Israel was under pressure of a ban from international football over Palestine. That's it. That's it. And that's why it's important to fucking apply pressure. That's why it's important to do BDS, to demand BDS, to do cultural and academic boycotts straight up. Because it is the most peaceful option. It is the most peaceful mechanism of resistance. You have to punish the Israeli state for doing an apartheid, for maintaining an apartheid, for doing a genocide. It's fucking ridiculous. It is quite literally the most peaceful mechanism of pushback. This is what Denny was saying over the summer about Israel. Yeah, I mean, I know. I read this at the time. Not everyone understands 100% what's happening in Israel. We're a very small country, and there are people who live in bubbles in their countries. Many are interested. And I always explain the whole situation properly from the right and good side. I try to show the reality as much as possible. Yeah, it's giving Ethan Klein being like, I'm going to go to Israel and show you how multicultural and multifaceted Israeli society truly is. As a Wiz fan, thank God we got rid of him. I'd rather be perpetually ass than defend his ass. Yeah. Israel, small nation. No politic here. That doesn't sound like he means the actual good side. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he means it. Dude, they have forced conscription? What the hell you mean they don't know? Who? Yeah, I know they have forced conscription. What? Swiss commentator has balls of steel. What is this? Squish their heads effigy. Yeah, that was the other thing that was fucking insane, by the way. That was fucking nuts. The Ukrainian guy who had like his fallen fucking friends on his helmet was denied. That was so fucked. I'm sorry, man. I listen to you daily, but this soundboard shit actually making me want to smash my head open. Okay. Take a day off and reconsider. I didn't realize that there were so many like anti-soundboard guys. Okay. I genuinely did not realize that there would be there'd be hella anti-soundboard guys, like actually surprising amount of people. The soundboard will still suck tomorrow too. It's fine. AJ Edelman said, I'm aware of the diatribe commentator directed towards the Israeli bobsled team on the Swiss Olympics broadcast today. I can't help but notice the contrast. Shul Runnings is a team of 6 proud Israelis who've made it to the Olympic stage. No coach with us, no big program, just dream, grit, and unyielding pride in who we represent, working together towards an incredible goal and crushing it, because that's what Israelis do. I don't think it's possible to witness that and give any credence to the commentary. We look forward to our final 2-man run and then crushing the 4-man event, our specialty. Yeah. Thank you for remaining calm and dignified as the commentator openly recognized that you are a genocidal freak. You know? It's just like, it can't be, it can't be fun to just like constantly defend this disgusting institution, this violent institution that is responsible for so much death and destruction, so much pain, so much torment. And you just openly position yourself as a whole ass villain, right? Like that's all you're doing. You're like, I'm a villain. I'm a bad person. I'm not a good person. I love when children are murdered. This is my favorite thing. It's not even profitable. No, this is something different. This is like pure insanity. I guess they also revel in that hatred though, because they're like, see, everyone is anti-Semitism. Everyone's doing anti-Semitism. No, it's just a bunch of fucking religious fanatics who we have decided are not like, it literally is equivalent to a bunch of ISIS supporters, okay? Like, straight up. It's as though, because I know Americans can't comprehend when, like, Jewish people do this, because Jews in the Western world are very much firmly a part of the white group now. But, like, the reason why I say ISIS is because, like, you know, they're Muslim. There's already a lot of skepticism and scrutiny and Islamophobia that is all over Western society. Right? But it's like if a bunch of big bearded guys that were constantly running around being like, ISIS, it's ISIS. I love ISIS. We're doing the best. You know, we are the true Islam. All of the other kuffars will be punished. And you guys are just jealous because we're fucking, dominating the region or something. Because that's what it is. Logs, please. And every time someone fucking spams logs, please, is the dumbest fucking bullshit of all time. Help, I need your advice. I have a proud Zionist political operative brother who has many political connections. Do I use him in my own political ambitions, or will that ruin things with the Israeli connection? What? No, don't fucking... What? Chatter, are you an anti-Zionist or not? The fuck do you mean? Convert your brother. Turn him into an inside-outside operative. But anyone that fucking spams log always has like a bad take usually. Anyway, let's go to the woke beast mode king.
Single movement in history needed heroes, even if they're just symbolic heroes. They need heroes. And boy, oh boy, do we get an amazing one here. So this video has gone so viral. Honestly, maybe top 10 viral things within the past, 2 or 3 years. So let me show you this video here. I don't know what school this is at, and I don't know the name of this king that you're about to see, but this guy just harnessed the feelings, the emotions of an entire 55% of the population, an entire generation, and just in the most beautiful way imaginable expressed our anger and our frustration and just how fed up we are. So take a look at this. This is a work of art.
I support ICE.
That's crazy, bro.
I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you in the face.
You're gonna punch me?
Yes.
And you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Okay.
Come on, bro. Come on.
He's like, oh, I'm being annoying. Oh, you're responding to me being annoying. Well, guess what? You're going to get in trouble. He was like, I'll eat it. Fuck it. I'll eat it. I don't give a shit.
Not all heroes wear capes. Look at this one more time.
That's crazy, bro.
I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you in the face.
You're gonna punch me?
Yes.
And you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Okay.
He does like a little clap before he does it. He goes, okay. And then he fucking launches, okay? Look at this. People are making stuff like this. It almost reminds me of like the old Obama posters where it was like, it said hope and it was Obama with the 2 colors. Now this guy is the one everybody's looking up to. What does it say? You're welcome to Zurich High School or something, Zurich High School? Let's read some of the replies here. Remember this, pendulum swings back and forth and what goes around comes around. What you're cheering today is not a good thing. Bro, no, hold on, dog. Hold on. This is the pendulum swinging back the other direction because if you're not following this, they're literally building concentration camps, bro. They're building 23 concentration camps. They have alligator Alcatraz. They had CCOD, where they sent people to get tortured and raped. Trump is kidnapping sovereign heads of state. Trump is bombing Iran and bombing Nigeria and bombing Somalia and threatening to steal Greenland and Panama and bombing and threatening to bomb Mexico. This is the pendulum swinging back. So you should be saying this to conservatives. You should be saying this to them. This reminds me of the redistricting fight where Trump goes, we're going to redistrict, we're going to gerrymander, we're going to steal a bunch of seats. And the Democrats go, okay, fine, I guess we'll counter gerrymander. And the Republicans go, how dare you? What do you mean, how dare you? You started the fucking fight and we finished it. What are you, stupid? Every Democrat in the country voted for independent redistricting boards, and every Republican voted against it. And so if you spit in our eye multiple times, eventually we're going to go, you know what? Maybe I'll spit back in yours. So this exact thing that this guy's saying is like, yes, it's happening, but this is the reaction. This is not the initial action. This is the motherfucking reaction. And I'm sorry, you guys, okay, if somebody was going around goose-stepping and zig-heiling and going, we love Adolf Hitler, we love shoving Jews in the gas chamber, I'm sorry, if they get punched in the fucking face, they're kind of asking for it. You're kind of asking for it. You can't say, I love violence, I love violence, I love everything about violence, I love doing violence to innocent people, I love ruining lives, I love murder.
The pro-ice guy can't even grift out a punch. Only $750 raised. My friend started Give, Send, Go. Oh my God, he got owned so fucking hard. He got owned so fucking hard that even his fans are like, I mean, you kind of deserved it, right?
Murdering people, and then get pissed off when somebody shoves you and pushes you down or punches you in the face or whatever the fuck. Spare me the snowflake shit where you are protected from any consequences of your actions, okay? But the second the other side makes a peep, you justify, they don't even need to make a peep. They don't even need to make a peep, and you're sending them to concentration camps. So Evan says, but ICE has killed dozens of people without facing any consequences. I'm a pacifist, but this kid is clearly standing up for what he believes is right. Frame of the year. Yeah, this frame, man. This frame is goated. And by the way, how do you know? I guarantee you, this kid definitely has some story, right? There's some story there where, you know, somebody in his family got caught up in immigration and was like wrongly deported or some shit, or his best friend was or something. Like, there's something here, because this is what happens when you act with impunity and when you terrorize an entire country. Yes, there's going to be backlash. Okay, the thing that people need to get over is this notion that for whatever reason, state violence doesn't count because state violence is legitimate. State violence can in theory be legitimate in some circumstances. This is not one of those circumstances, okay? This state violence is terrorism. This state violence is fascism. This state violence is being directed by a fucking Kool-Aid drinking death cult. And we need to be able to call that out for what it is. ICE and DJT's Gestapo. Oh, you support ICE? And then is this frame right here. This is amazing. Bro said, yeah, Anthony Joshua punching Jake Paul. Bro said, yeah, the old Groyper meme. I hate Nazis. You're going to get in trouble for that. Bro, I'm telling you, he's harnessing the energy of 55% of the country. Because you know what? People are fucking sick of it. We're not going to take your bullshit anymore. We're just not going to take your bullshit anymore. And the way that these people are so flippant and so nonchalant and act like it's nothing, when you're talking about an agency that is doing mass kidnappings and abductions and human traffickings, you're talking about an agency that is destroying due process. You're talking about an agency that disappeared 4,200 people. You're talking about an agency where 40 of them at least died in ICE custody. One of them may have been lynched. You're talking about an agency where there's court cases about how they're doing slavery at their detention camps. You're talking about an agency that is making children sick by feeding them moldy bread and food with worms in it, okay? They're not giving people the medicine that they have a human right to have. They're shooting pepper balls at the face of priests and assaulting senior citizen couples. They're tear gassing babies and journalists and running people over with cars. They're zip tying kids and putting them in the back of U-Haul vans at 2 o'clock in the morning. And by the way, none of these people were undocumented immigrant criminals. None of them when they did that shit, okay? Yes, at a certain point, the country gets fed up and they hit a breaking point. And when you are walking around cheering on the demons, and that's what they are, they're demons, the demons who are ruining people's lives, something's going to come your way, dog. Something's going to come your way. So, by the way, what does this kid represent? In a way, I think it's fair to say, he represents dark woke. This is dark woke. This is dark woke. There was a great article in Slate about dark woke where they said it used to be like, you used to actually get in trouble with your own side. If you said in Trump's first term, let's say it's 2017 or 2018, and you said Trump's a fat ass or something like that, people on your own side would be like, hey man, not cool to go after somebody for weight. Now, like what dark woke is like, okay, if they decided we play by our own set of rules and we are okay with the double standard where we get away with stuff and they don't, then that's just the left saying the same thing. That's the left saying, okay, if the political reality shifted, we're shifting with it. Now, it is no holds barred, bitch. You want to play that game? Sure, we can play that game. You gerrymandered? Okay, we counter gerrymandered. Now, you can call Trump a fat pedophile, rapist, war criminal, and everybody goes, yeah, of course. You know, there isn't... If they're going to do nothing but low blows 24/7, then...
Kyle was one of the people in 2017, 2018 saying it's not okay to punch Nazis. Yeah, remember, we had an argument on it. OG HasanAbi has remember, me and Kyle literally had a debate on it. Yeah. God, what a time to be alive, man. What a fucking time to be alive. Yeah, I mean, it's been 10 years. Obviously, his position is going to evolve. I'm just saying that, like, it's kind of cool to see that noticeable shift as you know, conditions have worsened, as the right has gotten increasingly more violent in its agitation. And, you know, yeah, I think it was over Richard Spencer being punched. I mean, he went from... It's kind of funny because, like, he also now believes in re-education camps, too. Which, you know... There was a point when I would say, like, we got to educate these Republicans. People would get so fucking mad at me. And they'd be like, wah, wah. Wah, why would you say that? Wah. Cadre Kyle, dude. Yep, dark woke. My dark woke king.
When we finally start low blowing back, now everybody on the left is going, God bless, go ahead. Yeah, do say whatever the fuck you want to say. Do whatever you want to do. Because when you're dealing, like, desperate times call for desperate measures. That's really, like, the main takeaway of dark woke, is that this is as desperate as the times can have ever gotten ever. And so that does call for desperate measures. And so you can low blow all you want. You can go over the top. You can be extreme in your rhetoric. And as long as you're on the right side, yeah, sorry, you just get a hell of a lot more fucking leeway now, because what the left woke up to is that we are dealing with people who are demonic. We're dealing with, like, satanic people who actively want to do harm to people that are not like them, to people that disagree with them. Like, they are not interested in the slightest in things that we all thought everybody was interested in, like equality and justice and freedom. No, they're actually fascists. They actually are that. And so as soon as you recognize that, then I feel like everybody evolves into a more dark woke perspective. And the coolest thing now about dark woke is that, in my experience, the dark woke is also mixed with, like, actual left-wing policies. So these are the same people now who will say, you know, we got to get money out of politics. We got to do Medicare for all. We got to do free college. We got to do a living wage. We got to end the wars. We got to arrest the Trump regime criminals. So, like, it's a more muscular version of democratic politics. And I don't think the right had any fucking clue that they were creating this. They were creating this. And you know, this is what happens. When you guys always play by a different set of rules, you guys always get away with everything. You guys are always willing to cheat. You guys are always willing to fuck people over if they disagree with you even a little bit. Well, then, yes, there's going to be a backlash to it, and you guys are going to have to deal with the backlash to it. And so this kid has now become a bit of a national hero, because what he represents is the kind of person who in the first term would just sort of sit there and grin and bear and take it. But now in this second term, seeing all the damage, seeing all the entire horror show, people are waking up and they're going, you know what? I'm done. And so you can...
Kyle is a Marxist-Leninist and not a revisionist like you for some reason.
We need re-education camps, bro. We might need re-education. I'm not so sure a gulag was a bad idea. Come to think of it, this is making me understand a lot of things I previously did not understand.
How come people don't yell at him all the fucking time? I mean, I don't want people to yell at him all the fucking time for this, but like, you know what I mean? Like, everybody fucking makes such a big deal out of me being like, I think re-education is not the worst idea. Like, I'm a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. Like, you know, it's fucking nuts.
I never used to understand authoritarian left movements. I'd be like, why are you authoritarian? It used to be like libertarian left. Listening to these motherfuckers? I'm like, oh, I see. They had to do something about you motherfuckers.
could be so beautiful.
We need re-education.
You have more haters and stalkers than him. He doesn't have a soundboard, I think. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, except the soundboard is me. The soundboard is new, okay? The soundboard is fucking new. And these guys have been yelling about my positions for years now. Conservatives in 2025 versus 2026. New man carrying things. Let's take a look.
How does it feel? How does what feel? Do you like how it feels? What? To be on the other side doesn't feel so good, does it? Is this a Bob Dylan song? You're on your own. The country rejected you. People are tired of trans borders, open swimmers, welfare taxes, Netflix originals. Right. We're finally in charge. We're finally going to own a house. People aren't afraid to say the F slur. At work, at coffee shops, funeral homes, orphanages, University of Phoenix online Zoom class. Why would you say that? I like to drop in from time to time in a tuxedo, make them think it's a John Huston's Annie situation. Then flip the script on them. You don't get free handouts in life. The world isn't John Huston's Annie. Now, I'll be honest, I didn't even know John Huston directed it. And you know the saddest part for you is you've lost the culture. The husk of 2010's poptimism, Obama, Beyonce, 2016 Ghostbusters, Kathleen Kennedy is rotting away. The people voted for this. This is what people want. How does it feel? How does what feel? The elites and the Epstein files are still being protected. Nothing's changed. Everything is shit. Bad. Yeah. Also, ICE needs to chill out a bit. I thought you voted for this. I didn't vote for this. You didn't? No. How? You are mistaken. But you said you did. I didn't vote for any of this. I mean, I voted for good things. I didn't vote for bad things. They said they were going to do the bad things. No, they said I'd get to say the R word at work, which I did. Everyone laughed. We were eating scones. It sounds like you have buyer's remorse. No. Last year... I'm not really into politics right now. I like to diversify my interests. Look, if you regret voting for Trump, I'm happy you changed your mind, but just admit he hasn't helped your life. He hasn't actually helped your life. Just admit that. Did I mention what I said at work the other day? Everyone laughed.
Now I feel like I missed the fall. You're messing with our fucking brain, big dog. Oh my God, everybody, you guys need to dial it back. Online Phoenix University Zoom call is funny. The concentration camp thing wasn't said, and it is scaring a lot of people. Wait, what? They didn't say they would have concentration camps, though? They did. They did say that. I kept repeating that there is no mass deportations without concentration camps. Yes, I did. How do you do mass deportations without concentration camps? How? You can't. Grant Plattner for Senate says windows of opportunity in American politics are few and far between. DC Democrats have failed again and again to meet the moment. They failed in 2021. They failed in 2009. They failed in 1993. When we have Congress in the White House in 2029, we cannot fail again. I mean, Grant Plattner is going to win the primaries, okay, and most likely will become the next senator of this state. It's happening. He is the leader of the fucking dark woke. How annoying and arrogant the Israel defenders probably did more in changing the average person's opinion against Israel than the war crimes did. Yes, I am a firm and committed believer in that. I'm a firm and committed believer in that mentality that it was actually the pro-Israel squad that made it unfucking bearable. Anyway. Israel invented the soundboard? Okay, shut the fuck up. Politico Europe exclusive Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney is spearheading discussions between the EU and major Indo-Pacific trade bloc after calling on middle powers to join forces. The aim is to short circuit Donald Trump's tariffs. Huh. Amazing. Oh, this was also the other thing I wanted to show you guys. The fucking libtards are at it again. Remember from February 11th, I said liberal Twitter's erupted, demanding party loyalty, hitting lesser evilism and harm reduction lines 2 years out from the presidential election, but they refuse to reckon with this historic unpopularity for the Dems, as Trump is deeply unpopular. Hold your electeds accountable, please. To which he replied with, is Hasan even capable of being honest, or does misleading his audience like this just come naturally to him? Now, what I showed was the overall unfavorability of the Democratic Party, which of course includes independents and Republicans as well. What he went and showed was the Democratic Party favorability amongst the Democratic base. And even in his own disingenuous approach, it still shows historic levels of unpopularity by the base of support. It's at a whopping 21.5% disapproval rating. This is the Democrats. It's funny how this guy clipped us on and it went viral, so now he has to keep giving political takes. However, he's way out of his depth and keeps showing his ass Lamau. It's hilarious. It's hilarious that he's like, you're disingenuous. Meanwhile, you literally did it. And it's so funny because his own fucking, the people replying to him is like, I don't like Hasan, but these are two different charts. Yours is among Dems, his is general population. Either chart does show historical disapproval, mostly centered around leadership and not core values, though. And he just doesn't understand the point. Or maybe this reveals how fucking stupid he is. He goes, I know that's the point. Why would we care about Republican opinions of the Democrat Party? Also, he keeps saying Democrat Party, which makes me believe that he is not a real Democrat. Because what fucking Democrat says Democrat Party? Like, why are these guys LARPing as Democrats? It's a Republican tell. Either he's a Eurocuck or he's not a fucking, he is not a real Democrat at all. It's whenever I see the Democrat Party thing, I'm reminded of the meme, the Inglourious Bastards meme. It's like most of the time you will rarely ever fucking hear an actual Democratic Party affiliate, loyalist, whatever, call it the Democrat Party. Okay? That's Republicans. Republicans call it the Democrat Party. It's a big tell. You held your fingers wrong. We do 3 this way. Yeah, it's like this versus this. Or this. Right? Isn't it this? I mean, it's on the fucking chart. You posted a different chart and then said he's lying. Who's the liar here again? Shaking my head. Holy shit, you people can't be this stupid. Why did Hasan include Republican opinions? Because that's why you look at the approval ratings when you're trying to win a fucking election, you dumb fuck. That's why. Because at a time when there's unprecedented unpopularity for the administration and the party that the administration is a part of, the other party in the duopoly is supposed to rise up in the ranks of popularity, especially among the independents, and even rise up in approval amongst Republicans as well. This guy truly is a fucking moron. This is my opposition, dog. This is how stupid they are. It is mind-boggling. That's the chart just for Dems. I don't know which one is more apropos for the situation, though. Wouldn't say that him posting that chart is a lie, though. If Hasan is trying to say that the Democrats need to change course because 33% have a favorable view of them, he's implying that only 33% of potential Dem voters think that, because why the hell would we care about, let alone base the party's platform based on Republican opinions? First of all, you're Mr. Advocate for centrism, so you care about Republican opinions more than I do. And secondly, he fucking refuses to recognize that this is independence as well. And yes, Republicans can be potential Democratic Party voters as well, and obviously independents too. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Take 2 steps back and look at your chart. Do you think Democrats are polling 77% favorable overall? This just shows you have zero critical thinking ability. Not to defend the Turk roach, but you posted an entirely different graph. Yours is internal party ratings. Like, motherfuckers who are calling me Turk roach are like, dog, you are so stupid. Because everyone is allowed to vote, not just Democrats. Wait, you're the one being dishonest. And even in your dishonesty, it still shows that Dems are becoming more unpopular even in their base. Didn't the liberals spend most of the last election trying to buddy with the Senate Republicans? Did I dream that up? Now you're saying their opinions don't matter? It's so fucking stupid. When did you turn roach after losing at Dark Souls and going into psychosis and actually having roaches in your room? No. Turk roach is what, like, people on... What the fuck? People on 4chan poll call Turks roaches. Before Asman Roach came onto the fucking scene and basically took on the moniker, most people used to refer to Turks as roaches, ironically enough. Average Destiny supporter gets one viral clip and then thinks they can spend the rest of their online career just making fuck us on tweets. Yeah. The dude's YouTube is nothing but tracking you. He's trying to be the next drama farmer. I know. I understand that, but there's such a fucking major market for it at this point. It's like there's no... I don't think you are going to fulfill this need. There's like a million other people doing that. What is this? The people in the replies are all Diddy G fans, hoping their boy owns you. Announces that he'll be having a conversation with Adam Mockler. Hasan says the comment will be about what is to be done, what's best path forward for the Dem party. He's a very good debater. I think we're going to have lots of agreements. Will Hasan call him a Destiny Orbiter 2 or not? Too much clout to be gained? Considering Hasan lost the debate to Ethan Klein, I can't imagine how badly... These guys live in a totally alternative reality. Also, Hasan's going to put on his normie face for an hour. Hasan and Adam plotting the next Dem path forward. Great, but history... Oh, God, this is ChatGPT. You better not take it easy on him. He's going to wipe the floor with Hasan. Holy shit, Lamau. Oh, hell yeah. Has Hasan never seen Adam Mockler debate before? Adam Mockler eats Hasan for lunch. This is literally coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb. Mockler is going to mog him. They're in for a fucking rude awakening when they realize that I've already had conversations with Adam Mockler in the past. And not only that, but also... he is, by my estimations, much more understanding of the left flank candidacy and how much more viable they are electorally than like centrist fucking Democrats. Yeah. I had a conversation with them at the DNC where I talked about Midas Touch. They're all hoping this will be the end of Hasan. Is this the ASU frat boy, the debate bro scene? Are you going to get mogged? Yeah, he's going to frame mog me. Is it a debate or a conversation? I mean, I don't think it'll be a debate because I think we will fucking agree. I doubt that he's gonna... I don't think that his worldview revolves around like pure hatred of the left. I think he is very much fond of... they're saying that because Mockler worked with Epstein recently. Yeah. Yeah, he said they popped off after you reacted to one of their videos and thanked you. Yeah, and also Adam Mockler is significantly more progressive than a lot of these like anti-fucking a lot of these like, you know, anti-AOC style people. What is your opinion on Midas Touch Network? I mean, I think they don't touch Israel enough, and I don't like that. But overall, they're fine. I mean, I've been a Midas Touch advocate for years, if you recall, because I used to always say they are a product of a bygone era, which is what do you call it? They're a product of the George W. Bush era liberalism. They are the originators of the fucking dark woke. Also, Adam Mockler is not like is not a person that I'm like offering clout to. Let's be real. I mean, he's pretty clouded plenty clouded all on his own. And many of your parents probably watch Midas Touch. What does Midas Touch think of you? I mean, I've met the owner. What's his name? Ben Meislis or whatever. Like I've been at an event with him before. They see someone like myself as a necessary part of the coalition. We're probably gonna do a conversation on Thursday. That's when we're planning on doing it. Bernie, Ro Khanna, Mockler stack schedule. Yeah, Bernie on Wednesday, Mockler on Thursday, and then Bernie and Ro Khanna in Stanford on Friday. That's this week. What is this? The paid DNC propagandists can't read the whole tweet. That's as bad faith as you can get. Once again, Democrats have never cut ICE funding, no matter how high it goes, and leadership has said nothing about demanding a reduction and cutting to $80 billion. So what's your point? What is this? You can tell the bad faith actors who conveniently use a graph that cuts off before 2026. What is this? Democrats never cut ICE budget. All they did was increase it when they were in power. Wait, and right now, after all the killing and after ICE's budget ballooned to over $80 billion, Democrats aren't demanding it to be defunded. Dude, organizer memes is fucking lost the plot, dude. What a devastating fall from grace. I mean, it's just like one of those cases where you touch DNC money and it just like fucking causes your spine to collapse in and of itself. All these people, I'm looking at this gun meme. By the way, everyone is literally like empty carrier, no extra max, platform shoes, no belt, skinny pants, whatever the fuck this shirt is. Yeah, this is cosplay. I'm making fun of the fucking January 6ers. These guys have no capacity to understand that I am literally doing a meme. That's one. But the funniest thing is when people literally turn around and go, oh, he's wearing platform boots. Someone's rather insecure about his height, lol. That's hilarious. I'm 6'4", dude. It's amazing. These guys are like, oh, he's a manlet. What is this? Jonathan Van Ness? JVN's question for Hasan Piker? I'm not looking at that. You can tell whoever posted that has never bought a gun before. Mockler literally did a video about how good Hillary is today. Are you sure they're going to be on your side? I feel like they'll be more antagonistic than you think. No, I don't think he'll be as antagonistic as you think. Because guys like Mockler, as far as I understand, have this idea where they're not as ideological. Like they don't have the same ideological commitment and zealotry to establishment neoliberalism that some of these other guys have. Like the only reason why, and also if he is, it'll be fun because he is a good debater, but there's nothing better than a good debater taking a fucking bad position in general. Like, and I'm not going to fucking, I'm not going to sit there and act as though like harm reduction narratives are theoretically untrue. I have a well fleshed out opinion on this. Here is Reddit r/Adam Mockler. Everybody's talking about this. Hasan is right. We are not going to just concede for Newsom, who was fighting against a billionaire tax 2 years before an actual primary. This is time to talk about these things. Regardless of your thoughts, Newsom is a candidate. Conversations about general election on a primary. Don't let him pull the wool over your eyes. Also, one of the issues A faction of the progressive left pretty much team up with MAGA every 4 years. Yeah, I mean, there's people like this, but that's exactly what I'm trying to fucking that's exactly the conversation that I'm trying to have with people like this. That's the reason why I want to have a conversation with Adam specifically, because there are people in his audience that think like, oh, what he is saying is that he won't fucking vote for Gavin Newsom. He won't vote for Gavin Newsom. And that's all that matters. Adam, after one meeting with Hasan, you see what I mean? OP fell for the trap and is making the bad faith argument Hasan presented. It's not a bad faith argument. It's a good faith argument. There's under no circumstances do you offer fealty to the establishment candidate, especially 3 years out. You don't do that. Trump. I watched AOC answer questions in Munich. I watched Gavin Newsom answering questions in Geneva, Munich. This was a bad look for the U.S. These two people are incompetent. At least Hillary was competent. She's just Trump deranged. She's an angry woman. This is pretty funny that Trump is saying that, because if Trump was asked about foreign policy, he would be like, I don't care. Kill them all. Like, Trump is the last person. This is awesome. Getting Trump to reply to like AOC's statements about foreign policy is great, because that juxtaposition is going to cause everyone in fucking mainstream liberal media to be like, says you, motherfucker, are you out of your mind? Like, Trump's worldview is repulsive. It's indefensible, but it's also really stupid. It's like, even when he has a very clear-eyed, damaging, but very clear-eyed foreign policy vision that he is enacting, okay, he does it in this very stupid way that makes even his allies go, ugh, why did you say it like that?
You're going to have Ukraine talks tomorrow as well in Geneva with Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Yeah. What are you expecting there? Is there
they're big talks? It's going to be very easy. I mean, look, so far, Ukraine better come to the table fast. That's all I'm telling you. We are in a position, we want them to come. And by the way, I watched AOC answering questions in Munich. This was not a good look with the United States. I watched Gavin Newsom answering questions in Munich, and this was a bad look for our country. These two people are incompetent. And at least Hillary's competent. She's just Trump deranged. She was so deranged. She is an angry woman, but I watched the other two speaking and answering basic questions. Look, Gavin has destroyed California. And AOC, I never heard her speak very much, and they started answering questions. She had no idea what was happening. She had no idea how to answer, very important questions concerning the world. But she can't answer questions concerning New York City either, because New York City is got some problems.
Now that Gaza's in.
Trump hating on AOC is a massive boost. And when he starts glazing Gavin over her, people will flock to her. What is this? On the topic of Dem problems in 2028. Democrats have a 2028 problem by Vinay Ranaga.
We have a lot of work to do to make up for our failures in the past. We got crushed.
Liberal Texas 1994. Can I ask a question? I can't wait. Go ahead, chatter.
In this last election.
Donald Trump has been back in the White House for over a year now.
The best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything.
The easy thing for Democrats to say is that the country will come back around, and that
how can you say I've been right about everything without coming across as braggadocious? Is that even possible? Barbs be wildin' in the replies. Plot twist. Is this a real picture? I don't know. All right, let's keep going.
Candidates like Kamala Harris will have another shot.
Could it be you? Possibly. Have you made a decision yet? No, I have not.
I'm looking forward to who presents themselves in 2028 and who meets that moment. And that's the question for the American people.
But if you look at the data and zoom out, this loss wasn't a fluke. It fits a much bigger pattern in American politics. Every time a party loses power, the big question is, was it just about the candidate, or was there something deeper going on? Harris's defeat is part of a wider threat. It wasn't just a failed campaign like, oh well, let's move on to the next one. It's the symptom of something more ominous inside the Democratic Party. So in this video, we're going to walk through the 7 key reasons that show why Democrats have a serious 2028 problem. Stick around until the end, because regardless of how you vote, these problems tell us something deeper about American democracy itself.
I fear that we will not have an election in 2028. I really mean that in the core of my soul.
Hi, if you're new here, my name's Dr. Vinay Raniga, a former political leadership scholar at the University of Oxford. I'm passionate about ideas that build nations and help people live better lives. And I would love for you to hit that subscribe button so we can continue to make videos just like this for you for free forever. The first reasons Democrats are in trouble is simple. They don't have a clear leader for 2028. Normally when a party loses the White House, a natural heir emerges. Think about Reagan. After Reagan...
I mean, no, that's not how Democrats operate. Like, no disrespect to this guy, but Democrats haven't had to operate like that ever, really. Because they just have like, the establishment blob, and they hand select one candidate through that primary process. It's only recently has there been like a real ideological shift post 2016, I would say, where there is like, or not even post 2016, actually, I would say 2008. It was Hillary versus Barack Obama, where Hillary was the establishment pick, Biden was the other establishment pick, and then Obama kind of just came in. Obama just kind of came in and had a major upset and played ball and got people on board. And that was one of the first instances where like there was at least some kind of ideological difference in the way that these guys were campaigning. Of course, Obama ended up being, an establishment candidate or an establishment president. And then 2016 was Bernie Sanders, where there was like a clear ideological divide in the primaries, and ever since then there are every now and then, I mean in 2020 there was still Bernie Sanders, and then we didn't even have a fucking primary last time, so
you had George H.W. Bush. But today, if you ask Democrats who their 2028 candidate is, you'll get a blank stare. Polls show this vividly. A CNN survey in mid-2025 asked Democrats to name the person who best represents the party's values. Only 10% said AOC, 9% said Kamala Harris, 8% said Bernie Sanders, but the biggest chunk, 30%, said no one. Harris, despite being vice president and a nominee in 2024, doesn't command universal respect in the party. In fact, her approval ratings...
of course not, because... I'm sorry, she's seen as a fucking loser who lost to Donald Trump. Like, that's it. That's the reason. That's it. That's the whole point. Because Democrats don't vote for things, they vote against the Republicans. And that is by design. That is by design. The entire fucking function of the Democratic Party and like why you vote for the Democrats is because you're hitting the not Republican button. That's all this is. And they're pretty honest about it, too. They will literally do only harm reduction voting initiatives 3 years out from the actual general, for example. Bro, this guy's other videos are just slandering Zoran. Okay, well, I'm still watching his assessment. I want to see.
Consistently underwater. And even among Democrats, there's hesitation. Governor Gavin Newsom of California has been trying to raise his profile with slick videos and national speeches, but he polls in the low teens. Transport Secretary Pete Buttigieg had a moment of buzz in 2020, but now sits in single digits. Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan and J.B. Pritzker in Illinois are mentioned, but outside their states, most Americans don't even know who they are. Now, what this means is that the Democrats look like a solar system with no sun. The energy is spread across different orbits and there's no gravitational center. Compare that to the Republicans who can rally around Donald Trump and you see the difference immediately. Even the election in 2024, you saw the difference. Trump had that gravitational energy to pull in a serious team like J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, or Vivek Ramaswamy. However, the Democrats don't have that.
The Democratic brand is pretty bad.
Democrats don't have a clear message that resonates beyond their base. Ask voters what Republicans stand for and you'll hear the words like strength, patriotism.
I mean, what he's saying here is something that I also bring up all the time. Democrats have a real branding issue because they are utterly devoid of policy. What do you think about AOC only getting 10% in that poll? I wish we had a link. That seems odd. Wait, what? There's many different polls. It's super far out. What are you talking about? And she's still the winner in that poll where they're like, who represents our interests the most? That's a poll from like last year, March of 2025. Of course, there's no, that's even right now. Even back then, she was number one in comparison to like Kamala Harris, who would run for president prior. But also, there's no one in the running at that point.
Security. Poll after poll shows the majority of Americans think Republicans are decisive leaders who get things done. Democrats, by contrast, seem to have a messaging problem. They try to be everything to everyone, but end up with a diluted brand. Strategist James Carville said it best. He was hammering this point for years. His advice? The Democrats have to be the party of the people who are trying to make it. They need a 4-word message. In other words, keep it simple. And that 4-word message is interesting. As soon as I said that, you know the Republicans.
Make America great again.
Make America great again.
Make America great again.
Make America great again. Everyone knows what that means, but it's big enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's also bullshit.
To embrace other ideologies. Meanwhile, Democrats float between defend democracy, build back better, and fighting for working families. Each might sound fine, but together they blur into static. And when voters aren't sure what a party stands for, they don't vote for it.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia.
The third reason is structural. Even if Democrats win more votes, they can still lose the presidency. The Electoral College has been moving against Democrats for decades because Democrats pile up huge margins in big states like California and New York. Their votes are essentially wasted. Meanwhile, Republicans win smaller states by narrow margins, but these states carry disproportionate weight. Here's the math. After the 2020 census, reappointment shifted electoral votes towards Republican-leaning states like Texas, Florida, and North Carolina, while Democratic strongholds like California and New York actually lost seats. Analysts project that by 2032, Republicans could gain 5 more electoral votes just from population shifts, while Democrats could lose 5. That might sound small, but in close elections, it's decisive. In 2024, Harris would have needed to sweep the entire blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and still win Arizona and Nevada just to barely reach that magic number of 270. But under the new map, that combination might not even be enough. So the Democrats' path to victory is narrower and the Republicans' path is wider even before a single vote is cast.
We won the evangelicals. We won with Young.
You realize this donkey saying that the main problem by far is a marketing one. This is not different from the establishment diagnosis of needing a Joe Rogan to the left, but more shallow somehow. Yeah, I don't agree with the fucking analysis here at all. Because like saying that the real problem, I mean, I there's some aspects of the statements that I agree with. It's just that from where I'm standing, the marketing problem, first and foremost, stems from not having a clear-cut policy vision. Because at its base, democracy is about what your elected representative can do for you, right? This is what theoretical democracy is all about. And our job, or our goals out of releasing this pressure valve every 2 years of the midterms, every 4 years of the generals, is extracting concessions from our electeds. What are you going to do for me, right? Now, Republicans are very evil and very conniving and very Machiavellian and figure out ways of making people pissed off, or at least rather using the anger that already exists and then redirecting that anger and attention to vulnerable populations. They constantly are like, trans people exist, by the way. I know like your grocery stuff is not great. Like you can't pay for groceries, but like trans people exist. Have you noticed? Trans people are existing right now. Doesn't that piss you off? I'm going to make it illegal for trans people to exist. Democrats, on the other hand, don't even fucking, counter message against that on off-season cycles. They also don't have a clear-cut policy agenda on how they're going to solve your material problems. They don't turn around and go, oh, yeah, housing is expensive. We're going to fix it. We're going to do social housing. You're right. Healthcare is unaffordable. We're going to fix it. We're going to do Medicare for all, socialism, okay? Socialized medicine. They don't do that. And that's the issue. The question Democrats should be asking every single day is this economy working for you, or is it just working for Trump's Epstein class buddies? Okay? That is the counter message. Oh, they banned transgender athletes from participating in NCAA. Did the fucking cost of groceries get better for you? Oh, it didn't. Oh, it turns out that was a fucking distraction, don't you think? This is what they should be saying. Okay, over and over again. And they should be saying this not just to their own base, but they should be saying this to the Republicans too. I don't have an issue with winning over Republican voters. I'm not one of those guys. I am a believer that racist people also need housing. Racist people also need to pay for health care. Okay? You can win them over not by becoming more racist, as Ezra Klein and others would suggest. You can win them over by offering them things. Okay? It's that simple. Because that's what you're supposed to do. That's your fucking job. You're a goddamn elected representative in a fucking democracy. That's supposed to be the most basic shit.
We won with old. We won with highly educated. We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
The fourth reason is that the coalition Democrats were counting on is starting to break apart. For years, Democrats believed demographics were destiny, that as America grew younger, more divisive, and more urban, their share of the electorate would rise automatically. That was true for a while, but in 2024, those assumptions collapsed. Take Latino voters. In 2020, Joe Biden won Latinos by 25 points. In 2024, Kamala Harris lost them by 3 points. Pew Research found that Donald Trump's share of Latino voters jumped from 36% in 2020 to 48% in 2024. Now, recently, the Latino vote in 2025 has been dwindling for Trump, as people are scared about the economy and the prices in the supermarket. However, that doesn't mean that they're shifting back to the Democrats. They're not stoked with what they're pushing either. The same story appears for black voters. Harris still won the majority in 24 by about 83%, but Trump doubled his share from 8% in 2020 to 15% in 2024. That's the highest Republican performance among black voters in decades. And then there are young people. Turnout among 18 to 29-year-olds dropped to 47% in 2024 compared to 50% in 2020. That might not sound huge, but in swing states it matters. Within that group, the gaps are striking. Young women backed Harris by 17 points, but young men backed Trump by 14 points. Among white young voters, Trump actually led by 10. Finally, working class voters. Democrats used to be the party of the working class, but in 2024, 2/3 of non-college white voters backed Trump. Even among working class Latinos and black voters, Trump made gains. As Bernie Sanders...
Yeah, this has been 8 minutes and a 15-minute video about like nothing that the Democrats have to offer. Perhaps that's the analysis that's necessary here, you know? What are you offering? What are you offering to the voters? Nothing. That's the problem. Democrats are constantly on a defensive posture. They're always defending against culture war, and even then, they're barely doing a good job at it. They just sit around and demand your vote. They're like, you have to vote for us. Otherwise, like, look at the other guys. I think a big part of the problem last election cycle was also that they didn't even fucking do a good enough job of showing why the other side was devastating for the future of America. It's annoying to be right all the time in a world full of people like Nate Silver. It turns out that giving more economic power to the people is popular. What a shock. The popularity of Bernie Sanders should have already proved this, but it's hard to get someone to understand something if their paycheck depends on them not understanding it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's not even remotely... it's not even remotely controversial. Yeah, of course, Mamdani has a 68% favorability in February, which surpasses all of U.S. politicians. And I know that the abundance will say, "Oh, it's because he's a libtard now," which is good. It's good for us. Yeah, you'll say that about every fucking candidate. They would say that about a fucking communist. Okay, you could have someone who is straight up like, "I'm a communist." And if they reached that level of popularity, if they engaged in like class first politics and became this popular, the establishment Democrat consulting class would be like, oh, he's a libtard now. That's why he's so popular. Okay. That's it. The thing about Mamdani that is also interesting is that he's decidedly anti-fascist and Trump does nothing, does not make it a central point of his leadership. He isn't just against something. He has a vision for his team. Worked the fuck out. Worked it out how to achieve it splendidly so far too. Yeah, I mean, look, I have my criticisms of Zoran. He secured another $1 billion, $1.5 billion in operating expenses over 2 years to help address New York City's fiscal challenges as of today, as of this morning. So that's a big W for him. Governor Hochul and Mayor Mamdani announced $1.5 billion to help address city fiscal challenges. So I personally think like you have to do that if you're the governor of New York State and New York City has a $12 billion fucking budget shortfall. So yeah, he went from 12 billion in the red to 5 in the red in a week. Yeah. So there's still a massive problem. There's a whole different world out there.
Hasan is worse than Jeffrey Epstein. That's what it shows you, Hutch.
Brought Jeffrey
That's what it
Epstein
shows you.
What is Jeffrey
You
Epstein?
did when you said I would vote for Epstein over fucking JD Vance.
Tell me, what is Jeffrey Epstein's policy platform?
Dude, you don't need to know Jeffrey Epstein's policy.
What do you mean you don't need to know? Here's what I know about
him.
You said you'd vote for him on abortion.
You don't need. You voted for him over JD Vance.
Here is what I know about that. Here is what I know about Hasan. He romanticizes, lionizes, and idolizes Vladimir fucking Lenin. Why would you vote for Hasan?
Harm reduction. Hasan would be better than JD Vance. That's why you would vote for Epstein over JD Vance. Wait, that's why you would vote for Epstein. So then say it, Hutch. Say
Hutch said he would rather vote for Jeffrey Epstein over me because I lionize the lion himself, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Yeah, Lenin was fucking awesome. What the fuck? What's his problem? This guy, oh God, the limits of Hasan derangement syndrome. I'm shocked that they have not entertained this in the debate circuit up until this moment because it creates incredible dunks like this. Because these guys unironically think I am like worse than Adolf Hitler. Destiny has literally said he would rather vote for Adolf Hitler and even Donald Trump, which he says is worse than Adolf Hitler, instead of someone like myself.
that I view Jeffrey Epstein as a better leader than Hasan Piker. No,
it's
your
on
own
you.
statement. Wait, you know you fucked yourself. You know you fucked yourself. You know you did.
We all think he would be better than a Trump presidency.
Then we have very different kind of opinions about like how Marxist Leninist governance like functions and actually is.
You're taking the worst.
He said you're worse than Trump. Yeah, Destiny has said that. Hasan or Trump, who you voting for if you had to pick? Trump is at least some vague notion of supporting America, however misguided it is. If he destroys the country, it'd be a byproduct of his stupidity and narcissism. With Hasan, it would be ideological by design. He supports foreign terrorist groups, despises U.S. allies, supports historical revisionism and put U.S. adversaries in a better light, has admitted that he would ban opposing political parties in the United States and would lock his enemies forever in re-education camps if they didn't agree with his political ideology. All of these people, if you were to ask them, like, wouldn't you put some of the fascists in re-education camps, would say yes at this point, by the way. What is this? Alleged rapist pedophile Destiny says he's jealous of Hasan
about
Piker.
Hasan saying he's going to board a flotilla to Cuba. And a lot of you guys were saying there's no shot that he does that. He absolutely will do that. Flotillas are like the best. They're like the best fucking pointless PR shit that you can ever do. That's probably the most Turkish thing he's ever done because flotillas love to go from Turkey to Israel to stir some shit up. What you do is you call yourself a humanitarian aid flotilla. Half your ships, or all of them, are empty. You might have supplies in a single fucking boat. And then all of you are like media trained and press ready. You're live streaming and broadcasting. You know that what you're doing is probably illegal or is going to get intercepted. It's basically like the grown-up version of when Lauren Southern was with...
Yeah, far superior is my method, which is watching Hasan Piker clips while playing Arc Raiders and malding. Also, did you guys notice he did a dog whistle at the behest of Israel there when he was like, Turkish people love going on flotillas to Israel? Yeah. What happened the last time that took place? Israel slaughtered like 10 humanitarian activists. He's such a fucking Israel dick rider. It is crazy. He's also still pining for Lauren Southern. Unsure what he's attempting to say because you're Turkish, huh? He's just like, he knows how to needle you. Needle me, motherfucker. His hatred for his derangement, his Hasan derangement syndrome is so fucking maxed out that it has caused literal people in his own orbit, people in his own sphere of influence to go, yeah, you're out of your fucking mind, man. You're actually being a little weird about this shit.
Identity Europa or whatever in the little tugboat.
Yeah, comparing humanitarian aid flotillas to what this girl, this white nationalist, he like literally tried to fuck, which was to intercept refugees to kill them, refugees that were trying to get to Europe, to basically drop their boats, causing them to die. Many of those ships had children in them, for the record. Comparing that to the exact opposite is, of course, once again demonstrating that his politics are so fucking hollow.
With the little flare things or whatever. That's basically, it's just like the grown-up version of that. Like, oh, we're going to get in a flotilla that doesn't have any real humanitarian supplies in it, knowing we're never going to reach this place.
Also, he's just making up the fact that there's no humanitarian supplies in it.
We know that we're violating some naval blockade or some naval thing.
You have to be more specific with him wanting to fuck white supremacists. I mean, he has wanted to fuck and suck every Nazi, for the record. Nick Fuentes, Sam Hyde, possibly at some level, because they did collaborate, and definitely Lauren Southern. You despise him at a personal level. He lets it completely warp his political ideology and taints all his... You mean he despises me at a personal level, right? Because like I think his worldview is disgusting. I think his personal... I think the way he operates is disgusting in general. Like, I think he's a freakish little perv. But if he was like a normal liberal who didn't spend every waking moment trying to like talk about how I should be killed by his cult, like sex cult fans or whatever the fuck, like it would be, I wouldn't give a shit, right? He also doesn't comprehend that like a big component of this flotilla is not even just bringing in humanitarian aid, which of course exists in the flotilla, but it's beyond that. It's actually to bring awareness of the fucking blockade that is also taking place. Like the activism there is twofold. Not only are you bringing in much needed humanitarian supplies, but you're also showcasing the everyday existence of Cubans. It's like the PR and the visibility is a big component of this.
And then once we get intercepted, we can complain that it's a human rights violation, you know, repeat ad infinitum. And then if you're really, really lucky, someone on your boat will get shot by some kind of Navy, U.S. Coast Guard or something like that.
Why would that be lucky?
that, and you have a huge media attention for you.
Wait, what the fuck? There was a right-wing woman trying to actually kill refugees? Yeah, this is back in the day. Identity Europa is a neo-Nazi group. And Lauren Southern, this white nationalist YouTuber that Destiny has fucked, was a part of that. And she was throwing up fucking flares at like refugee boats. They were shooting flares at a refugee boat. Bro, when you say stuff like this, I can't tell you what I think should happen to you, but I'm thinking it. You know what I mean? Like when you say stuff like this, I can't begin to explain how disgusting of a fucking repulsive freak you are for saying dumb fucking shit like that. Let him hit, bro. Let him hit. Like I understand that you're trying to make a joke about Destiny being a creepy little fucking pervert. But it's gross. Fallen H3 fans do this shit too, and I hate them. Yeah, I despise that shit. I want nothing to do with this fucking weird freak who is literally a predator. His entire worldview is repulsive to me. He's a bad person. He's a bad father. I mean, objectively a bad father. His son is now a fucking neo-Nazi. And it's directly a consequence of like him not paying him any attention whatsoever. He's just a bad person in general. He is an egomaniacal loser. And the reality of the matter is, if his politics weren't dog shit, and if he wasn't like a weird sociopath who constantly uses and abuses people, and you know, has engaged in a litany of possible sex crimes, procured sea salmon shit, I wouldn't have any issue with this person at all. If he was just like a regular ass lib, why the fuck would I ever bring him up? Yes, he has a child. He has no redeemable qualities. He's just a decent debater. And for a lot of these like weird freaks on the internet, that's all that matters for them because they see it as blood sports. It's a holdover from the neo-Nazi back and forth like blood sports community back in the day, which Destiny would debate all the time. And he basically became their god because he defeated all of these other fucking dumbasses because they were all very stupid Nazis. It wasn't like an impressive feat at all because they were all incredibly stupid. And then he basically took on all of their audience and became their champion. And in the process, like the community's interest in blood sports never really went away. And now every single day that goes by, he will every now and then debate another person. Sometimes if he loses to a person that is more knowledgeable than them, more knowledgeable than him, he will sick his audience on them forever. And they will just like engage in a cyber stalking operation where they just like try to smear that person over and over again, myself included. Michael from Pennsylvania is another great example. He's a skilled orator exclusively because he is very confident. Very, very confident. But obviously when he met his match, someone who is far superior in intellect and far more knowledgeable than him, like Norm Finkelstein, he got ritualistically fucking humiliated on the timeline. Flew too close to the sun, and he hasn't really recovered since then. And he is still very much pro-Israel. He just takes the worst positions possible. He's basically like the fucking the loyalists, like the unionists in the north of Ireland, simply assuming the wrong side of every fucking political equation. Why do you still cover this guy? He's more irrelevant than ever. I don't get the point in highlighting him as some important all-controlling figure. He still has a pretty fucking reliable network of cyber stalkers. And the only reason why his influence has actually fallen apart is due to his own actions, like harming his own community members and harming his own content creators that have come out of his own community. And now they're all fucking eating his ass alive. So every now and then I want to prop up the people who are doing that. You know? But a lot of the anti-Hasan, like a lot of the Hasan derangement syndrome, he is at the heart of. He has no morals, no principles, no values. He supports the opposite of whatever he thinks you support, pure spite-based politics. Yeah, 100%. And while he is while he is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, the reality of the matter is he still very much has a bunch of like these edgelord centrist content creators who do like a steady flow of fuck us on content because they basically use all the talking points that they create in his subreddit. So he has a fairly sophisticated smearing and outrage manufacturing operation that transcends far beyond his own personal growth and his own personal clout. Many of those guys don't want to fucking do work, and they've realized that like making Hasan derangement syndrome style commentary is going to secure them at least like 200,000 likes, or I mean 200,000 views on YouTube. And it's the easiest place to go to is like the subreddits that he occupies. The subreddits his community brigades aggressively. You're everything he thought he could be, and he'll never forgive you for being that. Yes. Overlap with Nazis too, very liberal Asmafol's audience. Yeah, they have no base values at all, which is precisely the reason why they will cooperate with anyone and everyone.
It brings me great pleasure.
Oh, this is members only content. I can't watch it because I'm not a member and I'm not going to leak the members only content, but we will watch the clavicular video when it's released for everyone with Adam. His debate style is to come at you with all the stats and facts. This is easily defeated by not using any facts or stats. Just hit him with a nah, bro. You're lying. Dude sucks. Wait, what? He doesn't actually approach the subject matter with like a full assessment of all the facts. He just cherry picks data points and then mass produces them, gish galloping. He goes to Wikipedia pages and tries to fucking craft the most successful, most reliable narrative. Yes, Cool Adam interviewed Clavicular and mogged his ass. What up? What's good? What are you doing here? Oh, okay. Did you pre-watch Piker It? No, I did not. You know? Aren't these people literally living off of you? Yes, I have a large audience. And I understand that when you have a large audience, there can be people that either are antagonistic towards your position and try to like farm hatred off of whatever you say by lying about your positions over and over again. Or they could actually be supportive. They could actually try and understand what my position is and maybe agree with it. And so I have to do better at you know, supporting other content creators that are in this ecosystem that aren't fucking shitheads. Because I realize that, let's be real, for a lot of these dudes, it's about who they are orbiting. Like it's not about politics that much. It's more so about clout. Let's be real. And I will say the only reason why a lot of Destiny's community fucking fell apart is directly because they did start having political disagreements that were born out of like Hasan derangement syndrome, and also Destiny being ruthless to a lot of the people that were in his immediate vicinity, a lot of content creators that he like fucked over. They've had Taurus tweet against you way beyond simple cloud chasing. What do you mean? It definitely became a much larger problem though after October 7, because Israel is the only Israel is basically the only fucking country with like, you know, country level power that will also engage in this kind of like serial harassment, doxing, and mass deplatforming initiative. So they basically fucking joined forces in this like perfect unity. Also, Israel, not exactly known for being anti-pedophilia either. Israel also known for working with Nazis. So it was a perfectly harmonious relationship. So yeah. Yeah, this person is also one of like Destiny's orbiters, but I actually kind of like what he's been doing as of late. I don't know why he fucking blocked me. He used to hate my ass too. I'm pretty sure he's like a Destiny orbiter. He's one of those like super libbed up guys, but I do appreciate his takes against the Trump administration, including defending AOC. Have you ever seen the New York Times quote Trump word for word like this before? The double standard is insufferable. It's perfectly correct. This is an absolutely correct statement. Adam Wren did this on purpose. I think this is such a I think this is this is an editorial decision. Make no mistake. This, what they're doing, what Adam Wren is doing here at the New York Times is an editorial decision. Journalists will always clean up quotes. They don't put the ahs and ums in there. They always clean up quotes, and they do it for Trump all the fucking time. And they did it for Joe Brandon all the fucking time as well. They did this because they don't really fuck with AOC, I assume. Your use of the Hasan derangement syndrome and the way you blame everything on the libs makes me think you really love the conservative MAGA party. Yes. I'm glad you figured it out, chatter. I'm glad you figured it out. Just average dude. What is this? Bonarelli thinks this was a W. I don't even know what this link is, Jay Mershon. What the fuck? When he got fucking owned, link is because D's name is in the link and is banned in the chat. Well, it's not working. He's not as bad as a centrist fan account, but Canberra's still pretty awful. Look, man, I don't have any fucking smoke for people who want what's best for this country, who genuinely do, who will, you know, defend people like AOC, defend people like Bernie Sanders, defend people like Zohran Mamdani. Okay. Yeah, Adam Wren is Politico, by the way, not New York Times. He said New York Times, but it's actually, he's a Politico reporter. But he's putting a New York Times link up. Yeah, it's called a full verbatim transcript, and his university recognized the way to insult the subject in a way that they can't really complain about. Yeah.
Warning.
Cuba and the U.S. are talking. In the meantime, there's an embargo. There's no oil. There's no money. There's no anything. Reporter, if a deal isn't made, would you consider an operation like Venezuela? I don't want to answer that.
To make a deal. What does that deal look like? What do you want them to do?
Cuba is right now a failed nation. They don't even have jet fuel to get for airplanes to take off. They're clogging up their runway. We're talking to Cuba right now. They have Marco Rubio talking to Cuba right now. And they should absolutely make a deal because it's really a humanitarian threat. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, and they're going to be very happy when they're going to be able to go back and say hello to their relatives and do things that they should have been allowed to do for a long time. I'm very interested in the people that are here that were treated so badly by Castro and the Cuban authorities. They have been treated horribly. So we'll see how it all turns out. But Cuba and us, we are talking. In the meantime, there's an embargo.
Why does no journalist follow up by saying there's reporting on drop site news that indicates that Marco Rubio is actually not talking to the Cubans at all and possibly lying to you? Have you had any direct correspondence with the Cubans at all? This could be literally a journalist possibly engaging in life-saving reporting. If a single journalist were like, hey, there's reporting that's coming from the Cuban side that states that Marco Rubio has not actually initiated any contact whatsoever with the Cubans, and that they suspect that Marco Rubio is lying to you when he says that there's a conversation taking place. This is not even about highlighting fucking drop sites reporting, okay? This is not about highlighting drop sites reporting. This is more so about like a follow-up question that would actually look good for you as a careerist. If you're a careerist, as a reporter in the press pool, that follow-up question actually gives you a massive fucking scoop. That follow-up question gives you a massive scoop that could potentially lead the media cycle for at least the next fucking 24 hours. It's the easiest follow-up of all time. Cubans say there's no communications. Have you had direct correspondence with the Cuban side at all?
There's no oil, there's no money, there's no anything.
If a deal isn't made, would you consider an operation like the one in Venezuela?
I don't want to answer that. Why would I answer that?
Like the follow-up is literally, would you fucking melt the Cuban administration in the same way? Drop site reports that the Cubans have had no contact with Marco Rubio, and there's suspicion that Rubio is lying to Trump about being in contact with them. This could be a good follow-up question. Have you personally communicated with the Cuban admin? Maybe I can use my influence. Rubio, that fucking ghoul, happy to let everyone in Cuba suffer so we can realize his own dream of reclaiming his father's home. Yeah. Hopefully there will be there's plenty of, what? Yes, their name was Naren. What? Free ball for the press. Drop site news reports that the Cubans have had no contact with Marco Rubio, and there's suspicion that Rubio is lying to Trump about being in contact with them. This could be a good follow-up question. Have you personally communicated with the Cuban admin? He can just lie if he's asked that question. It doesn't matter. Then you pursue it. You pursue that lead. Instead, the follow-up is, would you fucking blow up Havana like you did Caracas? Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. I'm tired. Okay. And yeah, I love you guys. 7 hours. Slow half day again. See you tomorrow. Love you all. Bye-bye.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.